I sat on fucking table 7 when I should be here.
Where are you? Daniel?
1.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Yeah, the feature there.
Can you imagine if I went on, if I did go on to like, yeah. Do you want the date?
Okay. Okay, I understand.
All players in Day 1B sitting is on the screens. All players, you're welcome to start taking your seats. That's players in Flight 1B sitting is on screens. Players, welcome to take a seat. Any questions to answer?
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Day 1B GUKPT Manchester.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back for Day 1B. Slow start yesterday, 68 entries in total for Day 1A, so we're going to need a big turnout today, but looking at the card room already, I'm sure we'll hit that guarantee at some point today.
Yes, I think we will. So we are just about set for Day 1B. As we've said, 200,000 guarantee. Don't think it's going to be an issue. Our first 7 names sat on the table, J, will be...
In seat 1 is going to be Daniel Knight. In seat 2, Jian Ni. In 4, Jewel Mia. In 5, Mr. Hill's coming to the table. Andy Hills.
Oh.
In 6, Rebecca Roston. In 7, David Kingsley. And in seat 9 is Robert Mayle.
So there we go. They are the first session players on our list. Join us on Twitch.
Yeah, just tuning in on Twitch. Afternoon IMX, afternoon Sean.
And join us on YouTube /GUKPT, GUKPT.com, and we'll be clicking into Facebook every now and again to see who's watching on the platform that is Facey. Good afternoon, Gail. And good afternoon, Mr. Jim Marlowe. In the GUKPT chat box. Chat away on YouTube, on Twitch, and on GUKPT, and also on Facebook as well. And we'll come over to Facebook and check in. 21 making it through yesterday. Out of I think it was 69 in total. So 69 down to 21. Dan Stacey, who I saw on one of the amateurs. I don't think Dan was on the feature, was he? It might have been for a little short while.
Yeah, I can't remember Dan being on there.
139,000 he finished with. Nathan Watson 130, Rob Bickley 127, and Wahid Ashraf 106,000. They're the 4 that are over 100,000. And down at the bottom, Charles Eel, who was playing like he was double park yesterday. He was in all kinds of hands yesterday, wasn't he? He was 26.2. Andy Young Stato 26.5, and Joaquin Blanco on 30. So 21 making it through. Keep you updated with the main event. No side event today. No side event on Fridays on GUKPT because it is all about the main event. There will be cash tables, and we'll keep you updated when the cash tables open. We are just about to start. That's not Greg Hunt. Is that Greg Hunt? It is. Angry Elton. The old Elton John look-alike. Angry Elton, they call it. Angry Elton. Who managed to win the Christmas Cracker in Manchester 2 years running.
That's some feat, that is, because
there was 750 one year and 770 the next year, and he won it twice. Pretty impressive. Here he is. You don't mess with Angry Elton.
So it looks like we are just about to get underway. Got 4 players at this table. Players slowly going to filter in.
Hiya. Oh. We asked Tony to turn the heating up and he took a day off. No, you can sit with us, Ian, we don't mind. You can sit with us if you want to. We don't mind. I need to speak to you, actually. Live on telly. At some point. Don't disappear without coming to see us. Alright. Daily Button will be in seat number 5. Oh, we got it bob on yesterday. We just walked around the table, they're just doing the dealer button. I said, don't put it, just put it into seat 2. She says, oh, when we know right, deal for the dealer button, da, 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 da. Seat 2. Got it bob on yesterday. So we are just about to start day 1B. Did anybody choose a stack? That's the question. If you want to bag up, if you bagged up one of the stacks from yesterday, any of the players can play again today, and the biggest stack will be going through for day 2. Not many players take up the option at the moment.
It was funny, last leg, start of day 2, you're interviewing Stato, you're talking to him about the choose a stack because you thought he was one of them. He went, that weren't me.
Yeah, good old misinformation, that's what it is. Yeah, we quickly bypassed it. Here's Rebecca. She was in the building on time but didn't want to play the first hand, so she's lost the button. The button was in seat number 5.
Up the afternoon, DJ Slug on Twitch.
The button was in seat 5, wasn't it?
What was it, drawn to seat 5?
Yeah.
I'm guessing Rebecca gets it because no one's in seat 5, so it goes next to the left.
So obviously seat 9 was the small blind. Yeah, got you. So she missed the. Rebecca's in seat number 6, so she missed the small blind. Not on purpose, but just turning up a little late. So the button is now in seat number 9. So 5-handed. Yesterday, very quickly, got up to 7-handed.
Yeah.
So it wasn't short-handed too long.
DJ Slug says, did a CFO win a seat yesterday?
Did a C4 win a seat? Considering it finished at 4 AM, I don't actually know. I don't know if there's a list of winners from last night's satellite. Ian, were you here last night when the satellite finished?
Oh, absolutely, I was.
4 in the morning?
Yeah.
I'm guessing you weren't.
And then I woke up.
We will
turned over.
We will try and get a list of the players. I'm not sure if a C4 actually got a seat. When we walked out of the building last night at about 1 AM, there was 40 players left. So you got an hour to stop that. You got an hour to stop that. Amazing. Yeah, Mr. Ian Bryant is in the building. We'll ask him a few questions. Any questions regarding the Goliath, as the schedule is now online fully, you can fire away. I'll be asking questions to Ian sometime today regarding Goliath and regarding other events on Grosvenor Presents. Oh, this is amazing. So we'll be asking a few questions regarding Goliath. It ain't too far away now. I know everybody says, well, it's only February, but it's soon to be March, and then it'll be soon to be April.
You deserve one of these for that.
By the time we finish Edinburgh, it's April. So, yeah, it'll be coming round very quickly.
Yeah, next stop, just over 3 weeks' time, Edinburgh.
Yes.
Plenty going on throughout March as well. Next week got 25-25 up in Glasgow. And then the 5 deep stacks running next week are in Thanet, Reading, Coventry, Huddersfield and Liverpool.
How far's Thanet for you? 3 hours?
No, about an hour and a half.
Is that all?
Hour and 40, yeah.
6.5 hours.
Just over the Dartford crossing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bet they charge you over there, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been that way in a long time though, Tower.
No, we've not been to Thanet since the GUKPT. In fact, I think the last winner of Thanet wasn't it Albert Sapiano?
Yeah.
I think
Go on, Albert.
It might have been. We haven't been to Thanet in a long time. I think we should have 2 tours. I think we should do them all. I think we should have a leg every 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And go to all the places we used to go to.
Why can't we do Plymouth?
Yeah. Why can't we do Plymouth and Portsmouth? Where else?
Reading.
Bolton, Reading,
Back to Brighton.
Thanet, Walsall. I think Walsall should have been on in April this year. To be fair, that was my
What about Newcastle?
first thing I noticed when we looked at the schedule this year.
Yeah.
Newcastle was fabulous. Is Dave the chef still working? Dave the chef was renowned in Newcastle.
Dundee.
Never done Dundee on the GUKPT ever, or Aberdeen. They used to be on the summer series, but not the GUKPT.
Only Edinburgh up in Scotland.
Yeah, only Edinburgh's ever had a GUKPT. But yeah, you could easily fill 18 spots if you wanted to. But obviously time, calendars, and what have you, just means that it ain't possible anymore. That's why the 25-25s are there and the deep stacks. They take over. Great Yarmouth. Is there a card room in Great Yarmouth?
Yeah, it's tiny. The poker. You ever been to the Great Yarmouth?
Yeah,
It's
I have.
absolutely
Yeah.
tiny.
Well, that's why
It's,
there's no GUKPT in Great Yarmouth then. Because you need at least 200 players
Yeah, it's
in any
pretty small
GUKPT
card
event
room.
to hit the guarantee. So
You have got Pleasure Beach opposite the casino though, like in Blackpool. So
have you?
bust
Oh,
out
right,
Yarmouth,
okay.
you can go on the rides.
you could film on the big one.
So 25 at 50. Greg 7-5 clubs. She comes in for a limp. And a duel with Ace Jack here in the small. Expect him to raise it up. Does, makes it 2-2-5. Rebecca not going to be going anywhere here with Queen Jack of clubs. And that's going to probably bring Greg in and position this deep. King at 5-3, all heart flop. Pair of 5s for Greg actually out in the lead here, but Jules probably going to take this part if he does decide to continue, which he does. And Greg on the free heart board, just not going to peel a middle pair here.
So players coming through the door on a regular basis. Numbers will increase all the time. Lines 25, 50, 60-minute clock.
Afternoon, Gary. The milkshake kid.
The milkshake kid. Oh, and the milkshake kid, that's you. No, I've never heard of that one. The milkshake kid. That's a new one. No. I've heard of the Milky Bar kid, but that used to look like Steve Warburton
Yeah.
10 years ago. Steve Warburton's hair's got darker. He used to be blonde. Steve Bolton's hair is now dark brown nearly. Why do blondes go darker and yet my hair used to be jet black and now I'm grey and gets lighter? How does that work?
I have no idea.
How does that work? Why did my hair not go darker? Like Steve Bolton's. Don't understand.
Can't really get darker from jet black, can you?
Don't understand it. Mine got lighter and his got darker. Not fair.
Big flop here for David on the Queen Jack 9 2 club board, flopping up and down in straight draw.
Rebecca's turned 2 pair.
Turn 2 pair, but not going to go crazy here. Rebecca will call once, but here's a 4-liner to a straight. It's actually Jewel who's coming in with the aggression here, with just ace height. Just have the Broadway draw. But David not going to be going anywhere either with his flush draw here.
And the 9 of clubs on the river gives the flush to David in 7. Rebecca, got to check, try and get some showdown value, but David probably coming for a bet. Sits down the table for his first hand. David Kingsley, and wins. Yeah, nice fold. Nice fold. Scary turn card, even though it gave Rebecca 2 pair. Wasn't getting involved with that. She'll be watching it back tomorrow thinking, yeah, good fold. So 96 already sat down, needing another 35 players to hit the guarantee.
Afternoon, Kev. Afternoon, chaps. And ladies, football bet is on Port Vale, Grimsby and Swindon. Just under 15 to 1.
Port Vale and Grimsby is the best double in football, in my eyes, tomorrow.
And Kev asks if I fancy Thanet or Reading next week, Kev. I could do, to be honest with you, Kev. I don't think I'm up to anything next weekend. I might have a little travel, play a deep stack.
I might take 20%.
Do you just get that every comp now, Tower? Is that what you get every comp?
Gary says because you were in the curry house on Wednesday night with a naan bread and a korma sauce.
Okay. Nothing wrong with that.
Hello, who's that then? It's Andy Hills in the building.
David with the check mark here if it does get to showdown, but Jewel early on has been ramping up the aggression, been involved in most pots, and once again gets the best of it to pass. DJ Slug says, gutted he's not playing today on Twitch. Well, you still have a chance to buy in. You can buy in all the way up until the end of today, just before day 2 starts tomorrow. Or if you just fancy coming down, play some poker, cash is going to be running. We've got a side event tomorrow, £250 Texas Hold'em, starting at 4 o'clock. And then on Sunday we have 3 side events as well, 75 bounty, £100 no limit Hold'em, as well as the £100 ladies event. So plenty going on over the weekend. Obviously we will be covering the main event.
We will be there. So nearly a full ring already in the first 15 minutes of day 1B. Good to see the satellite yesterday. So busy. I think it ended up with 115 runners in total. 15 seats and a chunk of money for 16th place. Heard it finished around about 4 AM. So well done one and all. Great turnout for the satellite, as that was the only side event yesterday. That's a great idea, actually, to stick it on the Thursday. Obviously, the Omaha and the seniors on the Wednesday. That was quite busy as well. And the mini, wowzers, over 500 runners in the mini, which is brilliant.
It looks like David's going to take this pot complete whiff for everyone here. Jack Deuce 4, 2 hots. It's good with the mini mains though, always, no matter where we go, what leg, always seems to get a really, really good turnout.
Just tuned in, good afternoon. Chip leader from last night was Dan Stacey on 139,000. Nathan Watson very close behind him on 130.
So Rebecca going to be getting involved here. Little suited connectors in the hijack. Plays the 1-2-5. Raise and take.
Easy game. Some good names getting through yesterday. Tom Middleton, Steve Warburton, Wadey, all getting through. Tony Ringe with 50, as we saw in the last session last night. Stato making it through as well. Richard Horton. There are some good names making it through, and we're already near 100 runners today in Manchester. No problems about the traffic and the travel. Yes, it's wet, but all the roads are clear. There's no snow around. Well, there's a lot of snow around the country, to be fair, but there's no snow around. It is safe, just very wet. So if you fancy it, get yourself to Berrynew Road. Late Reg open all day, and even Late Reg open until around about 11:45 in the morning when they do the seed draw for day 2.
It's open from Dan on the bottom with the Jack 9 suited. Called in both spots out the blinds.
There is a flop. It's gone check, check. 9, 10, 2. 2 downs. Bottom. Second pair for Dan. First bet wins.
He's going to continue, take it down. Afternoon APC MUFC on Twitch.
Good afternoon. Can we say goodbye? Can we say happy birthday to Rebecca for yesterday? Well, yeah, you can indeed, Lauren. The happy birthday shout out yesterday when Rebecca told us that she was watching the live stream.
She always plays Manchester, Rebecca, doesn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, and Blackpool.
Remember her last year.
And Blackpool. Mater's in the building. Hello, Mater. Good afternoon, Jane Tower. Hope you are both well. We are indeed.
Afternoon, Mater.
Good to have you. Good to have you on board watching the sibling, Mr. Andy Hills in C5. Has he been to visit, seeing as though he's close by? Manchester to Preston's not that far.
I bet he hasn't.
Oh, there'll be trouble if he hasn't.
He's always flying around, Andy.
He is.
Busy man, playing his poker, collecting flags.
Collecting the flags around. He's one of the best in the business. Finding out their value.
Won the Hendon Mob Flag Hunter Award last year, didn't he? Most cashes in different countries.
Mm-hmm. But it's also, if you get a couple of days off, nice to see the sights from wherever you're playing as well.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a good life. Make day 2, have a few days off, go see the site somewhere and come back for day 2.
Meta says she just wanted to check that she can still recognise him. We'll have to have words. If you are just tuning in, good afternoon. Manchester calling.
Barn open from Andy, going to be opening fairly wide once folded to him. King 8. And David with the A6 going to defend in the big.
Flop time, Queen 7 9.
Andy looks like he's going to come in for a continue on this board, and should see a pretty quick fold from David here with the ace high.
Already over 100 runners, 102 sat down, so the card room will be busy. 171,000 collected so far. Starting stake 20,000. Blinds starting at 25.50. So 400 bigs.
Ace 10 for Greg makes it 150. Do you call him Angry Elton because he gets angry, or is it just?
No, I think that's either his nickname with
Just
his
his
friends
nickname,
or
yeah,
his
yeah.
online screen name. But when he puts the glasses on, he's just a Elton John lookalike.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But yeah, he can get a bit angry.
Hence the name,
In a
I thought
lovable
so,
way.
yeah, yeah.
In a lovable way. Greg Hunt, 2-time Christmas cracker champion.
So Rebecca's got Queen Jack here, and Greg has Ace 10. Heads up to the turn. Rebecca was the player to bet on the flop. Such a really nice double barrel, this tower. Greg was the opener. You expect him to continue all his King X or better hands on the flop, so yeah. Rebecca recognises that and can come in for a double barrel with a hand with good equity and gets the best of it to fold.
Very nice indeed. Come to play.
Come to play. No, it's just taken a very good spot there. That's all that is, targeting sort of 10x or worse. Very difficult for Greg to have a king there, which would have to call twice.
Eight, Robert. We just call. We do just call. We make it up with the snowman. 5, 2, 2. Down in the big, who gets a free flop. Then waits to see what Robert does. Robert bets 3. I just called, do you?
As Daniel, yeah, here in this spot. like I say, it's good to keep our range wide in these type of situations. I know we can rep flush draws as bluffs.
2 flushes out there. The 8's still happy to be betting.
Yeah.
2 pair for Jewel in seat number 4. Gold again in 2 spots. And the 3 makes it ever so dangerous for all.
Yeah, going to be difficult for Daniel to come in for value now.
I think Jewel might rep the ace here.
Do you know what? He's actually got a really, really good hand to do it with. Like, but the problem is, a lot of players are going to check call an ace here. They're not going to lead because 6x is obviously a better straight. But Jewel actually got one of the boat blocking hands, let's say, so very difficult for anyone to have a boat here, which may elect to check raise rather than a straight, which would just lead.
Better 700.
It does look fairly value-y here as well on the river, going a 3rd pot.
Yeah,
and looks like he's going to make the call though, and does make the call.
2 pair announced. I got a deuce.
Eight of clubs on the turn, said Jim.
Yeah, that'd have been interesting.
Yeah, that would have been a highlight reel for sure.
Over 100 runners so far in the first level of the day. Full 12 hours of live stream. 60-minute break at the end of level 4. 15-minute breaks throughout the day. And Hills, King Jack suited, the 1 gappers makes it 150. Oi, oi, the boots for the first time today in the early stages.
Yeah, and Daniel here probably want to be free betting to around the 500 mark. Can't see Andy folding here though, Tower, this deep. King Jack suited in position this deep. I'm sure Andy is going to be more than happy to take this to the streets. A fairly small size here from Daniel. Expect it to be a lot chunkier out the blinds.
Greg's folded. Andy calls. Six, deuce, queen. We've got back doors, but it's no good for Andy. Better 350. And the boots win for the first time today. So good morning everybody and welcome to GUKPT Day 1B Manchester. Let's have a look on Facebook, see what's happening on Grosvenor Poker on Facey. See if anybody's logged in and watching the live stream on the social media platform.
Turn 5 of diamonds for David. Raises to 150. Robert going to call with a suited ace. Daniel with a suited ace as well on the button here. He's going to just call. Looks like it's going to bring Greg in with the Jack 9 suited and Jules in with the King 8 suited here. And more often than not, someone is going to flop a flush draw here with these hands. It's when it comes Rainbow Tower.
All 4 suits represented. Now the club draw, King Jack deuce,
Yeah.
Second pair and a flush draw for Greg.
Yeah, big flop for Greg this. Pair, flush draw, duel. Needs to tread carefully here. We've gone 5-way to the flop. Yes, we have flop top pair, but with an 8 kicker here, we can easily be out kicked in this spot. So, checks through.
10 of diamonds on the turn.
So the Jack 9 suited now picks up straight draw to go pair and flush draw. So Greg is going to come in for a lead here. And looks like Jewel is going to make the call. And that should be that for David, Robert and Daniel. They should all be getting out of the way here. And we're going to go to the river. Greg with plenty of outs to make the best hand. That is one of them.
That'll do nicely.
Now we're going to be coming in for another street, this time for value. And Jewel with the King 8 here, very, very difficult for us to make the call. But he just snaps it off. I've got top pair and sees the bad news. And Greg going to take that one down.
Afternoon on Facebook. Have a quick look over on Facebook. Roy Cyphers says he's Alan Lamont playing. Yes, he is. And he says good luck to him. Saw him just before we started. Alan Lamont is playing today. Got himself a seat online. Valerie Bennett, good afternoon on Facebook. Hello and good luck to all. And now Mr. Alan Budge, retired now. On Budgie, his best efforts, I think he's 49th in the Goliath, was it? Wouldn't budge, he said. So if you're watching on Facebook, good afternoon. We check in there every now and again. Wayno75 is in the building on Twitch. Seems the clearest picture, to be fair, on Twitch. I don't know why, but it is. It's stunning. Cardroomdirect.com bringing all the HD quality footage live into your living rooms. I had a couple of pictures yesterday, people watching it on 50 and 60 inch TVs in the living room on the TV. Looked class. I can't really describe where we are sat, apart from Tony the handyman's living quarters when he's at work. Apart from that, it won't be as nice as when you're watching it on a 60-inch HD TV, let me tell you. Any news on Mr. Kelly? Is he having another bullets? I'd be very, very surprised if he doesn't. I will be very surprised if he doesn't. He is a passport winner. So if you're watching on Facebook, good afternoon. See you all logging in and watching the Facebook live stream. Is it a 5? That'd be interesting if it was. Dan, check the turn. It's a 3 of clubs. So unaware of Dan's holdings in C1. He's got to be having the winning hand, surely. He has to have better than 7-eye. So I bet. And Dan, try and find out what the hand was. Nope, it didn't show, so we'll never get to know. Megan Arna says, afternoon Tower and Jay, good afternoon. How come you have an endless stream of Tower on video screens all the time? I think that was just a highlight reel that was put together from years gone by. Very hard to update it on a regular basis. It takes hours. I'm guessing it takes hours to produce. With all the footage that we had over the years, they put the footage together on the TV screens. Hopefully in years to come, or events to come, they'll put the schedules on there and maybe other get-togethers, but they're hard to put together on a regular basis. So, yeah, if you've seen them once, you'll see them going round on a regular basis. Rebecca has gone to balance the tables. So Rebecca moves out into the outer tables.
Afternoon Waynio, afternoon Megarana on Twitch. Megarana.
Just like to say good afternoon to Julie Whitworth, who's watching. Julie, watching on Facebook, was watching the live stream from Dublin last week. And Julie says she was making her way down to Manchester over the weekend. So hopefully we get to see you, Julie. Kev Jackson says, just a quick question regarding Goliath. Will they be opening cash desk for following day's Goliath after the last level of Goliath on day ones, rather than people queuing early morning? That only happened on, I think that only happens on the Friday, doesn't it?
On the Thursday. Only on the
Thursday and the
Thursday, not the Friday, because there's no day one on the Saturday. The penultimate day one, the Thursday, you can then buy in for the Friday, the Thursday evening. Well, you could last year, but it was only on the Thursday evening you could buy in for the Friday. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but he also says rather than people queuing early morning.
Yeah, I know, but
so the Friday morning is where people queue early morning,
yeah,
because that's the final day one. You can buy into day. You can't buy into multiple day ones. That's not allowed. But you can. I'll try and find out. We're going to try and get Ian Bryan in and ask a few questions regarding Goliath. That's one we could actually write down and make sure we do remember. When we get Ian in for half an hour, we'll let everybody know, because it is on in July. People think it's years away, but it's not.
yeah,
By the time the planning comes round and by the time you guys get your hotels sorted out, it's only a couple of months away, and then you realise it's here. So,
yeah. If you got any questions regarding Goliath coming up, we will have Ian Bryan in earlier. Just fire your questions in the chat box. I'm going to write them all down, and then when he's in here, we can fire away, or Tara can fire away.
yeah. And Tim Crowther says, "Go on, Big Dave." That's Dave Kingsley, sat in seat number 7. Afternoon, Tim. Yeah, fire away the questions, and then good, relevant questions we will stick in our notepad and ask the questions and get Ian in.
Good afternoon, a lady driver on Twitch. Hi Tower, just having a quick lunch.
That's Julie Whitworth,
Ah.
who's watching on Facebook as well. Quick lunch. Does it involve red wine or not?
And IMX says, is there a turbo on the last Friday at 6 PM? The Goliath.
For the Goliath schedule. Wouldn't surprise me if there was.
Yeah, there is, I believe. I'm just double checking it just to get clarification, but I am 90% sure that there is.
Mm-hmm. Just back to the borders, Greg with the under the gun ace king, who raised it up. We got 3-bet and he called. Gets out flopped by David in C number 7 with ace 10.
Ooh, this is a bit of action here.
There was a bet on the turn. That's what we need changing. David turns the 10.
So a bet of 1.1 here from Greg with the ace king for value. David here obviously not folding, could potentially come in for a thin value raise and has done, and gets snapped off by Greg. And David going to take that pot after turning 2 pair. And just to confirm, yes, there is a turbo flight on the Friday, final Friday of the Goliath, and that does start at 6 o'clock, so that will be your last opportunity to make day 2, be part of the biggest live poker tournament outside of Vegas. So hijack open from Andy with the ace queen, and David very it's just over 2.5x, 3-bet size in position fine. King 7 suited. Andy obviously not going to be folding a hand this strong. So we'll make the call with the ace queen. Jack 6 5 2 club flop. Both players miss. However, David with the betting lead here will be continuing, you expect. And does continue, and a quick fold from Andy.
Have you got the strong or the even strong? I would need to compare it with something. So. It's pretty low.
Nev Dog on Twitch says played last year and got knocked out by David Howe on the feature, worth the 120 just for that. It was actually really surreal last year, David Hay running as deep as he did in that event. 9,400 and something runners, and got down to the last 40. I know he did have a few bullets, but still really good achievement for him. Very, very difficult comp to run deep in the Goliath, no matter how good you are. You have to dodge a lot of bullets to run deep in that.
So flop 10 Jack 6. Turns a Jack. Everybody's still whiffed the lot. So you've got to be thinking first bet's going to win. So they checked all the way down, and two kings split it. Going back to what Kevin Jackson's saying on the GUKPT website about the Goliath. Yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it is mainly the main point. Okay, cheers, as it would make sense as you can have multiple chances even into making day 2. It is a choose a stack tournament. It isn't a collective stacks. You can't play 2 day ones and add them together. It is choose a stack. Also, would be better if you could reg late evening for the following day. I'm sure you can do that, can't you? Apart from Friday.
Yeah, apart from that's really
Because-
night, other than the Thursday night.
Other than the Thursday night, because what the organisers say is that they don't want everybody to take up the spots who are in Coventry, because some people can only come for the Friday and the final day. So if there are any spaces, which for the last 3 years there haven't been any spaces anyway for the Friday, then you have to be in the building, which is why there's always a long queue on the Friday. But you can also, if your Friday is your only day to play Goliath and you know you're definitely going, register now. Register online. No, you can't. Sorry, you can't register online just yet until they migrate to a different platform. But you can go into your local club, any Grosvenor casino in the country, and say you want to play the Friday and reg in. Is that quads?
Just quads.
Is that quads again?
Ace 5 of diamonds as well.
Oi, oi.
Whose hand's that?
Greg's got a full house. There's 1,000 in the middle. Bet 3.5. No. Bet's 750. I'd have bet 3,500. I'd have gone massive. So just quads. Greg has the full house, but Daniel gets a small payday. Yeah, dodge a lot of bullets or just fire a lot of bullets. That's the game. Goliath. Fingers crossed it's only one bullet. He has been likened to Ramsay Bolton from Game of Thrones as the dealer. Team believe in C2. Come on, Dave. That's C7, isn't it? Yeah, Ronnie Mac, good afternoon. Dave is C7. $113 in the building, playing day 1A so far. Playing day 1B, first level of the day. What was the line, Jay?
235's the line I've set. You can have the overs or the unders. You've had the overs. 235
total. We're on 183 total so far. It's going to be close. Going to be close.
I reckon it's definitely going to be overs now, knowing that we're on 183 already.
We went on to 191.
Oh, 195.
195.
Afternoon Fizz, he asks if they've changed your
my avatar's amazing.
Roy Walker avatar.
My Roy Walker avatar is great. Jay looks like Jay, even though he ain't got a hat on anymore. But it's alright. I was quite pleased with it myself. To be fair, there's only one chin in that pen, that's avatar.
What about your Snapchat avatar that you posted on Twitter with the stream? You've slimmed down in that as well, dancing around.
I have indeed. Have you seen the? If you're on Twitter, the Tower 68, check it out. That's really good.
So Andy with the free bet here, ace 7 off, facing cut off open, ace blocker in there, just trying to get the initiative in position. Just takes it down. Jacks for Jewel in the hijack. So Robert coming in with the old suited connectors in the small, 7-6, and Daniel suited king in the big. Going to peel three-way action, A6-8, all spades. No player with a spade in their hand. Jacks of Jewels still actually the best hand here. Still expect him to continue this board more often than not. Ace high, going to be better for our range as the opener. And does get 2 quick folds. Did have the best of it, but he'll be happy to take it down there. Good afternoon, Carl on Twitch as well. Says hi Tower, doing the follow on here. Carry on with the good work commentating, dude.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Carl. Carl Parish, watching the live stream on Twitch. Superb pictures on it. There's Greg departs.
Yeah, the pictures on Twitch, I think.
Yeah,
Twitch is the place to watch, I hear from most people.
Greg departs after the first half an hour, or nearly an hour of live stream. to balance the tables. Yeah, cardroomdirect.com bringing all the fantastic coverage from Manchester.
And we got Mater on Twitch as well now, just tuned in.
Oi, oi.
As we see Adrian open pocket fives, David going to peel suited ace, deuce in the calf, and Jewel going to defend the big with 9-7. Freeway action to the flop.
Ace, 6, 9, rainbow.
Yes, David takes the lead here. Jewel flopping, middle pair, 3 over cards to the fives of Adrian. David here going to bet his ace. Sorry, Adrian going to continue here with the fives, and David just going to call here with the ace deuce. Want to have a lot of bets on this flop. Ace 9-6 as Adrian, even freeway with the pocket fives. But once we've been called in 2 spots now, we've got to be done with a hand unless we snag a 5 on turn or river. But this expected to check through. David may bet his ace once checked to him, but it's one of them situations where it's going to be hard to potentially get called by worse hands. So the best way to get that street of value is deceptive check back on the turn and a small bet on the river. Try and get called by some 9x and pocket pairs. Maybe perhaps a king or queen x that Adrian can have in this range that he's picked up. But David not electing to come in for that value there. I most certainly would have bet that spot. Only really ace jack and ace 10 we lose to. We chop with all other ace x.
All check down. Back onto Facebook. Roy Cyphers was at Berry Road on Wednesday for the seniors side event, and I have to say his first GUKPT event and very well organised. Big shout out to all the team. It's a big festival experience you want. The GUKPT, second to none.
Good afternoon, Jim Lad on Twitch.
Oh,
Carpet
Jim Lad.
Catcher as well, just tuned in on Twitch. And afternoon, Kate, who's just tuned in on Twitch. I'm so sorry about what happened in London, Kate. We bubbled the stone. Yeah,
no.
we stone bubbled the event. It was like so close, but one of them had the old free roll. Just it was Tower's fault. He took over while I was taking down the feature table, and Tower was playing the the satellite.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Do you know how to undo? Do you know how to undo a bolt? Lenny, afternoon. Watching on Facebook over in Preston. Good afternoon. Is there a bounty tournament in Goliath? Says Jim. Well, you can check all the details on GUKPT.com because the actual full schedule for Goliath is up on the website. I'll stick a link in actually, so you can check out the Goliath in the chat box, because it is on its way. If you want to check out the link, there it is for Goliath, and it comes up with all the events that start and are on, and the actual online flight to the 2550 starts proceedings on the 29th of July. Every event is there. It's a full festival of poker to be played in Coventry. Wednesday 29th of July, the online flight of the 2550 starts proceedings, and the final day is Sunday the 9th of August. And I think on Monday the 10th of August we all just sleep for a day.
Or two.
Wake up Tuesday. It's Carl Bellis going to be trying to get his name written on this trophy this event. Afternoon, Carl, watching on Facebook. Dan flops pretty well.
Yeah, top pair Broadway draw here for Dan. A nice little check candidate here, so it does come in for a check here with the ace 10. 8 spades rolling off on the turn. It's now going to be wanting to bet now as Dan after we check flop. I want to start extracting some value from some King X, Queen X, pairs and straight draws. And Joe is going to call with his king here. And the 7s of David now have an easy fold. And 10 of spades on the river. So Dan does get the check mark, but going to be a bit more wary now. Joel can quite plausibly have plenty of Jack X in his range, hands like King Jack, Queen Jack. And Joel's just going to take his showdown with the king, checks, check. And Dan going to take that pot.
Kevin Jackson's the only person in the world who knows who Michael Grade is. No idea. Found a Channel 4. Would have to Google an image of Michael. I thought Michael Grade was in his 60s.
Afternoon, Gary Wilson just tuned in.
Ah, you meant Angry Elton. Ah, see what you mean now. You meant Greg Hunt. I see what you mean. Incoming. Filling our seats on a regular basis. Which seat would you like to sit in, sir? 2 or 3? 3. Ah, Colbell is just playing the Omaha on the Wednesday, not playing the main. Afternoon to Dennis Shaw watching on the GUKPT website. We're up to Edinburgh at the end of the month, or end of next month. Hope to see Dennis at the tables in Edinburgh. And we've got an extra day tomorrow. It's that 29th thing.
Ah, leap year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Afternoon Weasel 1991 on Twitch. I think that's Mark. Could be wrong, but good afternoon. Says new guy's a massive whale who's just came to the table. Guessing it's one of his pals. It's So Adrian going to free bet the King Jack suited here, facing cut-off open from Andy. Obviously get the initiative in the pot, play post flop in position. This deep Andy, Queen 8 suited is going to pill, play some post flop.
King Jack 5, rainbow.
Yeah, really nice flop here for Adrian here. Flopping top 2. It's just got a lock on this board. Go either way here. You can mix in a check some of the time, but a lot of the time you just want to go bet, 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 try and maximise value. And he will have some King 10 suited in here, some King Queen, obviously Ace Jack, Jack Queen suited, Jack 10 suited. They're going to have to call once, but with his particular hand, he just has to get out of the way.
Jim Marlowe, yes you do, they have a proper federation for it. The International Deaf Poker Federation, and you have to be a member of that I think it's great that they've incorporated it into the Goliath. It starts the week off on the Thursday the 30th. But yeah, you have to be registered with the federation.
So after this hand, blinds are going to be going up first time today. 5-4 suited for Andy in the hijack, makes it 150 to go. Adrian's going to make the call. And Daniel, expect him to defend the big blind with 9-8. King Jack 10. So Daniel flopping the old up and down. Part of it to the dummy end of the straight though. If Queen rolls off, unlikely to be good. So 9 on the turn, bringing a 4 line up. So probably going to be a case of first bet is just going to take this pot down.
So chipped Jack of Hearts on the river.
So Andy has an instant check, might be thinking about coming in for a bet here. We're playing the board, can never be a bad thing when you're at the stone cold bottom of your range to come in for one stab.
Obviously 3-7-5.
We're never going to win a pot any other way. And we can actually credibly rep a jack here as well as Andy that we like check back on the flop and like ace jack. And Daniel here.
Trying to get a soul read. No, he gets out of the way. And his bet does the damage. Albert Nicholas says, what level do the antes coming at? Level number 4 will be 1-2 with the big blind ante. Big blind ante in operation from level 4 onwards.
Dual Queen 9 suited under the gun. David going to peel the 9-7 from looks of things in the cut-off here. And Daniel ace-2 suited in the small. He'll make the call. Flop with Jack 5-4, 2 hots. We'll draw for Daniel. And with that Jack of Spades on board, Jack high here. Jewel is going to come in for continue here. We've got lots of good turn where we can potentially come in for double barrel. Or we can just take it down there.
So we'll have a quick wander around the room This is the card room as it stands. 118 players in so far, 187,000 in the prize pool. All going along very nicely indeed. Is that Danny Tran? Oh, Bousey, top of the leaderboard at the minute, the National League. Got himself a package last year, and he's top of the leaderboard at the moment. Chrissy Boy, there's a lot of cash. Playing cash last night on the dealer's choice.
It's Dave G next to him as well.
David
It
G,
looked like it.
last year's champ, is in the building. The Benny Boy. Ben Marrigott's is who's hiding behind there? There, there's Barry, the old Grimo. Spice Girls on in his ears. Peekaboo! Diver, the Betson ambassador. Peekaboo! The Trig! Big Sheffield Wednesday fan is the Trig. Comes to play Manchester, it's only an hour away. Good to see some faces around the room as it's starting to fill up. 118 so far. John O'Donnell, Tower will be allowed at the Goliath if Rotherham win League One. Well, since though Coventry don't play at the Ricoh Arena and they're in Birmingham, I think they'll let me in. I actually played Coventry last week, Rotherham United, and they managed to hold us to a draw. Top of the league, Rotherham United. See? Incredible. We're playing Spurs in 3 years. No, it's a shame about the football team at the Ricoh Arena and Coventry City. The Wasps now host and hold the building and the playing area. Bit of a shame, but unfortunately football is what it is. Did you see the report this morning that Liverpool might not be handed the title because of coronavirus if they decide to halt playing football? Like, really? I think that's made up, to be fair.
Yeah, it's got to be. Some of the stuff you see online, it's like...
I know, and it's just like, really? Who's even going to believe that?
Apparently, I read something a few weeks ago, you know, when City got all that financial fair play ban and stuff like that. Apparently they were going to get stripped of their title in 2018 and we finished second that year. Spurs, we were runner-up and we were going to get the league title. I was really like... one way to win the league. Crazy. But yeah, I don't think that can happen.
It's history, the latest flop. Ryan flops the absolute world. Goes check. 60 clubs on the turn.
Funny though, how all our teams ain't been doing well in Europe this year, other than the Manchester.
No. Man United smashed it yesterday. A lot of Man United fans, obviously around Bury New Road, being very happy.
Pocket eights for Robert raised to 250.
Well, so we get to see a flop. 5 King 4.
Sweating with Robert here, so probably want to continue this board. Only one overcard to our 8s. Want to bet for equity denial purposes. The hands with like 2 overcards that are just going to fold, like 9, 10, Jack 10, Queen Jack, those type of holdings. So Adrian has made the call now. So we'll have some King X in there, we'll have some pocket pairs, 5X, 4X calling out the big blind. Still going to have a very wide range of hands here. As 3 of clubs rolls off on the turn, and Robert here, a lot of players probably see check this one behind, but he may come in for a small bet just to get a free showdown, and looks like that is what he's going to do. Bet a 250. And what this bet is, Tower, it's just bet a quarter a pot on the turn, hope my opponent's playing in flow, and we can just snap check back river. And there it is.
Yeah, the 3 on the river, and we show us 8s, which will be good. Eagle-eyed Cherry, old Lenny says, why is the feature table not in the normal spot? Now, we've slightly extended the rig, which makes it look amazing. The view that you're looking at now is part of it, so it's got a little bit extended, and it was a tight fit. Plus I also think it's better because of that rail that's over there on the right hand side where the normal feature table is. There's not that many people could actually rail the final, so by the time Sunday comes there'll be plenty places around there where you can rail the final table if you're in the building live. Kev Buxton, is this 1,000 plus 100? It's 1,000 plus 110, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, 1110 total.
Spam Dangler on Twitch says Seat 6's hands not showing. Have a word.
Have words.
I think they're putting in the box. Just I did actually see that last hand, but they were over the box, but obviously just didn't register.
They are on the box there now. See if they come up right now. If not, we'll have to have words. There they are. Ace Queen.
And Jewel coming in for ISO here to 5X with the deuces in the cut-off. Adrian obviously not going to be going anywhere in the small. It's just down to whether we want a free bet or flat. Especially against this 5X ISO from Jewel, I think leaning more towards flat. Yes, we are out of position in the small blind, but we're fairly deep here. Fine to just call, play accordingly on flops. Also, got to be wary. It's the first time I've actually seen Daniel limp in today as well. Like, that limp can be quite scary. A lot of players may choose to limp, raise some big hands early on.
So it was a raise to 500. We're called in 3 spots. We do have a flop.
Yeah, Jules continuing
King
here.
3 6. Now is Dan going to come in with second pair?
It's a difficult one, Tao, because Jewel, he's the guy that's ISO pre-flop, and then he's continued into 3 players here. Like, a lot of the time, you see C-bet frequency lower the more way you go to the flop.
4 of clubs on the turn.
I just think after we've been called once now, here as Jewel, we need to be checking this turn behind. It's going to be some King X, well, more King X than 6X and 3X that our opponent has after limping early position and calling a raise. I know on this particular occasion he has got a 6, and double barrel probably will work against this particular hand, but I just think in this spot he's going to be more King X heavy. And like 7s, 8s, 9s, surely he's just going to open them pre. Basically just targeting the 6X, maybe some 3X in there, but probably just going to pass flop. That's just 6X and flush draws this bet. Targeting that pot of Daniel's range here. And Daniel has picked up a gut shot to go with his pair on the turn and hasn't instantly folded here, but it's going to be so difficult just to call another street here. Yeah, Jewel betting into 3 players on the flop and continuing his story on the turn. Ace King, King Queen, King Jack, all in his range there. Aces as well. Could potentially have sets if he's got deuces. He's definitely got sets there.
There's one, Jewel. Gets another one in. Simon Batty watching on Facebook. Always a great stream, guys. Thank you very much. No problemo. You are tuning in to Manchester. You've got it spot on.
I've been working on it all morning, Tower, in the mirror.
Manchester GUKPT. 125 in the mix. So far, prize pool currently stands at £194,000.
God, your hair was dark, Tower. Look at that. In the background, yeah.
My hair as a kid when I was at school was dark coming stroking black. Dark brown. Stroke nearly black.
David King Jack in the small comes in with a free bet over Adrian's button open, and that gets that one through.
So the blind's up for the first time. About 10 minutes ago. 5100 now.
.97 suited for Adrian, raised to 300 in the cut-off. Daniel going to defend in the big blind, unaware of his holding. So sweat with Adrian in this hand. 10-5 deuce, 2 spades. Probably want to be continuing this board more often than not as Adrian here. 197. Just try and pick it up now. We've only got 9 height. So it does come in for a continuation bet here of 350. Dan has made the call. So a lot of the time here as Adrian, we're probably just going to be done with this pot. This is actually one of the few turn cards that we can continue barreling on. This ace is actually a potential bluff candidate. We can start folding out straight draws, 5x, deuce x, maybe even some 10x will fold on this ace turn, and it hits us a lot more than it hits Daniel, but elected to just give up. Once we check back that turn, that's us done with the hand as Adrian, and now we've actually got Daniel coming in for a lead of 550 here. Potentially having like an ace 3, ace 4 type hand, a will draw that maybe did actually catch this ace on the turn, as well as ace x of spades, that's also in there. But with 9 height, all we can do is muck that one.
Start with 20,000, so won't be too much of an increase by the time the first session is over, in about 40 minutes time. All about working out your opponents. Adrian with Jack Deuce gets out of the way. Round to David in C7. Right. Not Adrian that's raised, it's David Kingsley who raised that one.
Where's the light, Scott?
Uh-oh, where's the white ball going? Not only is it a void, it's now a dark void.
A dark void.
Uh-oh. Live stream coming from Berry New Road in Manchester. 125 runners so far, getting close to the 200,000 guaranteed prize pool. The line was set at 235. I could be rolling in it by the time 6 o'clock comes.
Ace 10 for Robert in the cut-off raise and take.
And don't forget, if you want to follow all the action, in place to catch it live, here's the Poker Live app. The Poker Live app is a free download. Everything regarding Grosvenor is on there. You click on any club in the United Kingdom, you click on Berry New Road, you click on Grosvenor Presents GUKPT, and it tells us that because it's connected, the card room magic instantly gets updated, and it says there's 129 sat down playing, which means they are 2 players off hitting the guarantee, which will probably happen before the dinner break, before the first break in play. All action and events coming up is there on the Poker Live app. It's a free download. Make sure you're there, get it. It is a must if you want to play poker. It gives you all the details regarding the comp that you want to play, how many is actually sat down, what level they're on, the structure of the tournament, the number of entries. They are all there. Make sure you download it. The Poker Live app from Grosvenor.
Afternoon, Tom, in the Twitch chat.
Afternoon, Tom.
Asked Terry Jordan in today.
Terry Jordan up north.
I don't know, he doesn't usually
It'll
go past the Midlands,
no,
does he?
I'll be very surprised if he does make it up to Manchester.
Ace-8 suited for Robert under the gun +1. Makes it 200. And Andy here, Queen-8 suited in the small. Facing a min raise, he is going to free bet this to 800. And Robert going to make the call in position.
Yes, King Deuce, 2 diamonds.
Action flop, Andy flopping nut flush draw. Almost always going to be continuing on this board. Ace high, very good for his free betting range out the small. Obviously Robert will have to make the call here with top pair. Actually,
Snap fold. Really? You stopped in your tracks then, Jay?
I just weren't expecting it, Tal. I'm about to say.
I flopped 2 pair. I flopped top pair, and I'm defending my ace-8. Yeah, I'm definitely folding. Like never.
It can just be exploited so much.
Yeah.
Like we can just free bet against certain opponents that are just folding as strong as top pair on flops and just always continue, and it's just going to be, we're just going to print money against these type of players. But yeah, not really got any explanation for that one.
No, apart from why were you in the hand?
Yeah.
If you're going to hit top pair and fold.
I guess he was looking for clubs tower. He was
Absolutely,
looking for
specifics.
specific.
Absolutely.
That 1 in 118 times we will flop a flush. We've got another hand brewing here. More legitimate holdings this time. Duel with the ace king, ace queen for Adrian. I'm going to cold call in the small here, and when it comes back round to Daniel, he's going to close the action with the queen 10.
Right, top pair, queen 3, 4, all clubs. See, where was that flop last time? That's what we needed last time.
There's no clubs for anyone in this spot, and it's going to be checked over to Jewel here. No club in his hand, so he's just going to check behind. He's probably done with the pot, but we've got to be leading this turn now as Adrian wants the flop checks through and seek 6. Just come in maybe a little bit over half pot here, fairly wet board. Get some calls from some worse queen X, obviously charge the ace and king of clubs if they're out there. This is one of the hands that we can get some value from, queen 10, because Daniel will call. And now Jewel has a pretty easy fold here of ace king, and off to the river.
Three of spades hits the river.
Yeah, now we've got a pretty clear value bet here as Adrian. On this wet board texture, you probably expect, we probably would have heard about 2 pair or better from Daniel. Expect him to raise a lot of those hands on the turn, so once this free rolls off, we've got a pretty clear value bet as Adrian here. Try and get called by some worse queen X, perhaps some pocket pairs with a club in there, 8s through jacks, that would open and peel the free bet from Jewel. Daniel getting this price on a call here with the queen 10. I just don't see how we can let this one go. I think we're getting too good of a price. We're going to have to make the call, and nice pot for Adrian to take down early on.
Nice one, heard it. John Perkins not feeling too good. Would love to have played the main, but it was too rough to go down to the satellites. Good luck to all. Well, there were 16 seats yesterday, which was incredible. We knew it was a 6 seats guaranteed, and we knew it was relatively quiet day on day 1A of the main, but the actual satellite was mental. Are you feeling a little bit perkier, Mr. John Perkins? See what we did then?
Yeah, I saw it out.
He's again, get a bit perkier.
Here he is, main man.
It comes in to cool down because all the heat's in the main card room. And then we walk in the back, and then it's -4.
Good numbers.
Very good numbers.
Do you want to have a quick chat, or am I?
Yeah, come in. Have a sit. Have a seat.
Taking Jay's seat, am I?
Jay is. He's going to. Jay's going to clear.
Going to go and get a warm after he's finished stripping off.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's off to.
Well, his seat's nice and warm, so I don't know what he's.
He'll be bringing the teas back, that is for sure.
Yeah.
Good lad. Mr. Ian Bryan, anything Goliath, fire away right now.
Fire away, white now.
I tell you what.
What's that?
You're making this Goliath stretch out, aren't you? I didn't. I only clicked on the schedule at the start of Thursday morning to see that you've added a Thursday, a Friday, and events on before we even get there.
No, well, there was a couple of things. I mean, obviously we had the events on the Friday previously, which was obviously the 25-50, and even though they were part of the Goliath, they were sort of a bit disjointed in a sense. So I just thought it made sense to sort of bring that in so that we can control it. Because I know we had some issues last year because it wasn't really part of the Goliath. We didn't, it wasn't staffed properly, it wasn't manned properly. Mm-hmm. So this year we're tidying it up to make sure that that's a better experience for everybody. So it just sort of made sense to tie that in.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got the first weekend. We have some events for Red Tooth. Red Tooth do like a mini festival during the Goliath, so they've always come on the first weekend. And that's great, you know, that's great for us. And we've also got the IDPF this year as well. You're going to ask me what the IDPF is, isn't it?
I know,
You're knowing it, yes.
I've already got it up, but I'm just looking at Jim Marlowe's post. He says, Ian, Tower and Jay were saying they got too many breaks and the days were too short at Goliath last year. Is there anything he can do to rectify?
I could definitely, I could definitely do something for sure. I mean, you know, I mean to be honest, I mean the guys do a great job, and obviously Tower's there from early in the morning doing the hand flips, which we actually enjoy. Actually, I think that's
yes.
It's a real good them hand flips early in the morning, and it's a great way for people to qualify. But yeah, it's long days for everybody, but it's great fun. Even though it's very tiring, it's great fun.
It is a lot of fun. So going back to the start of Goliath, are you opening the hall for the start of Goliath?
So only on the Friday. So on the Friday we're going to move. So the 25-50, we had issues in the club last year, and unrightly so. People voiced the issues, which is fine because obviously, we have to take criticism, and obviously where it's justified, we acknowledge that, and we go okay, and we either do something about it or we don't. We've obviously acted on it. Yeah. We're moving the 25-50 on the Friday into the side hall or the auditorium hall.
All right, okay.
And I think there'll be enough people in the hall in that event to make it so it doesn't sound as if you're in a cathedral sort of thing with loads of space. So I think that's sort of right. That gives us loads of tables. That gives us plenty of tables in the casino for anybody wanting to play cash games, which I know was an issue last year. So that sort of makes sense logistically from us, which just means that from our perspective we have to be there earlier to make sure that all that is set up ready for them guys to be moving in on the Friday, because normally we do all the setup on a Friday.
That's right, yeah.
So we're going to have to move everything forward as well to make sure
When would you like us in Coventry then? What's the plan?
March.
What's the plan?
Like I say, I mean, everything, as far as I'm concerned, everything sort of moves forward, everything shuffles forward a day as far as the back house team are concerned. But yeah, it just sort of makes sense, and like I say, it was difficult with the dates that we had from the IDPF people, and obviously we know Red Tooth, like I say, like that first weekend. So it's very difficult to try and fit everything in, and to be honest, that's probably going to be quite a manic weekend in the sense of making sure everything has space, everybody's got enough tables for what they need, and jigging it around a little bit. So that's going to be quite it's going to be a mad start for us.
The first event is on the Thursday at 1 p.m.
Yeah, so that's
the IDPF, the International Deaf Poker Federation. You have to be registered. To play with the
You have
federation.
to be registered with them. Yeah, you have to be registered with them. Obviously, it's not an open for all event.
Yeah,
you have to be registered with them. And like
how have you manned that regarding dealers and floor staff? Obviously, because it's obviously the players are either going to be profoundly deaf or they're going to be partially deaf.
Yeah, so they have some hearing impediments, various hearing impediments. So obviously we'll man it obviously with our normal teams, so with our dealers and with our floor staff. And obviously they've got people on hand. And again, I think a lot of them do sort of lip read and are able to sort of understand. So it's going to be interesting, but I think it's a great, it's a great opportunity for these guys to come across.
You've certainly embraced it, because they've got a £50 game to start with. Then they've got a high roller, of 400. And that's also on the Thursday as well. That's in the sports lounge itself. So they're both in the sports lounge. So that'll be busy. And then you've also got the flight of the 25-50 on the Thursday, so that's really the start of Goliath, where people are going to be tweeting, talking about it. But then on the Friday, the IDPF again have got another event. You've got the 25-50 again. We've got a Red Tooth event. We're not even supposed to be starting yet. And then, right at the end, at 6 p.m, you've got the ladies' event.
No,
what was the reason in bringing the ladies forward a week? What was the?
Well, again, I think it was some of the comments that the ladies mentioned regarding the event last year. And again, it's very difficult to jiggle stuff around and look at where things can fit and where things can go and how it all works. I mean, obviously that's why we're using Lady G's early part of the week. So I think the Red Tooth events are going in Lady G's. And like I said, we're using the halls as well. And it's just about, for me, trying to make sure everybody gets the right experience, because, you know, we do appreciate there can be issues at the Goliath, and we just want to make sure everybody gets the right experience. I think it's great for the IDPF to come across. Like I say, that is closed to their members, same as some of the Red Tooth events are closed to their members. So please just check that early first weekend, make sure that you are eligible to play if you come in for them events. Obviously the 25-50 is open to all, but just make sure if you're thinking, oh, I'm going to go and play that at 12 o'clock, make sure that you are entitled to come along and play it, and it's not a closed event.
Yeah. Regarding question from Kevin Jackson, and we asked people to just type in questions for us. We're predominantly going to talk about the Goliath for 30 minutes.
Yeah. For 30 minutes?
Well, ish.
Okay.
Quick question regarding Goliath. Will they be opening cash desk for following days for the following day's Goliath after the last level of Goliaths, after the last level on day ones, rather than people queuing early morning?
Yeah.
We were saying that most of the time people are only queuing early morning on the Friday.
Yeah.
You can't register for multiple day ones.
No.
That's still in operation, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you bust out on the Wednesday, is the registration open in the club for Thursday? So you won't have to get Jenny second.
As long as there's seats still available. I mean, obviously we know the issues on Friday, and to be honest, in the past, even though nobody likes queuing for hours and hours and hours, and
no.
you know, but to be honest, in the past, you've sort of looked and you think, oh wow, this is sort of like quite exciting as far as people are prepared to do that. But I think it highlighted to me last year that okay, we have to stop this now because enough's enough.
Yeah.
And there was, 300, 400 people on that early Friday morning waiting for the alternates. It's only when we have an alternates list.
Yeah.
And obviously, we do need to get some downtime.
And obviously the reason for people queuing on the Friday is to give people a chance to get into the club
rather
than everybody filling it up.
From the Thursday, yeah. So there's two reasons. I mean, one was obviously, like you said, to make it fair for the people who are playing on Thursday, because if I'm still playing and we open the alternates list on the Thursday, then you finish that flight on the Thursday, you get knocked out, and you then find your 600th on the alternates list because you haven't had a chance to go on the alternates list because you're still playing live. So there was that, and there was also obviously that we have to get the team some downtime and things like that, and obviously the guys work very hard, and by that point we have to get the team some downtime.
Yeah.
But it did occur to me last year that sort of enough was enough, and the amount of people that we had, and obviously even though they're very, very good and they do follow instructions regarding the way that we control the line, it did become it could be a bit dangerous in the sense of the amount of people that we had, the chairs and all this sort of thing. So we are looking at changing it. So at the moment, it's not 100% confirmed because I'm still trying to work out logistics and stuff like that. But the thought would be, and like I said, please don't quote me on this because this is my thoughts at the moment, and it might change. But my thoughts and my planning would be twofold. So firstly, on that Friday morning, so presuming that we're going to sell out all the seats like we normally do on the Thursday for the Friday flight, that there might be a possible option that if you have the Poker Live app, and if you're in the sign-in, so if you join the sign-in, which is free, where you sign in, we might open up some seats available on a first-come, first basis via that sign-in process on the app. So that obviously encourages, from our point of view, of you signing in and using it, but that might be a little bonus. The other thing that I am looking at...
As in, like, just signed in from home and register for one of the flights?
Yeah, register for flights, The other thing which I am looking at is that rather than having people queue up until 8 o'clock in the morning and this thing, like I said, which is not right, what we are looking at, again, potentially, is when the Thursday flight finishes, which is about midnight, there'll be a grace period of maybe an hour that anybody who has played the Thursday flight, who has busted, who's obviously got their receipt, who busted out from the Thursday flight, will have an hour to take priority. So a bit like a fast track in one of these resorts that you go to. So a bit like a fast track, that if you've played on a Thursday and you've got your RV seat, that you have the opportunity to fast track and take one of them alternate positions. And then rather than making people queue till 8 o'clock, that we will then we will open that alternates list at sort of 1 o'clock in the morning or 1:30 in the morning. So that alternates list would open at 1:30, purely on first come first served on the alternates list. Then once you've got yourself on the alternates list, you then don't have to hang around because that's your number. You can then go to bed, and regardless of what time you come in then on the Friday.
All right, okay.
And that sort of then we think we're still looking at logistics, we're still looking at how we're going to do it. I mean, yet, some people might go, well, people are just going to queue up Thursday night. Well, queues are queues. You can't stop people queuing, obviously, but that's the sort of plan that you shouldn't need to do that. And you shouldn't need to have to queue for hours and hours and hours and that sort of thing. That's the idea.
Are there going to be any changes to the cash area process this year, as the waits list last year were huge?
So again, I mean, great. It's a great position to be in that we have all these people coming. It's a fantastic thing. We are conscious of the queues, and obviously, again, it doesn't look nice from our perspective. We have people queuing all the way through the casino and one thing and another. So we've looked at the times of the competition. So there is some slight changes on the time.
We're not starting earlier, are we?
No. but particularly some of the side events. If you've played the glide before and you're used to coming in at a certain time because you think the side events start at this time, double check the start times, because some of them start times may have moved. We've moved like the Joker's Wild from its Thursday slot into the Monday slot, and this sort of thing. So just have a check of the schedule to make sure that the timings and the events haven't moved from what you normally expect them to be. Regarding the queues, and again, this is in a way this isn't confirmed yet because we're still waiting on it getting developed fully. But we are looking at a new entry system at the desk. So the guys. So previously we've had issues regarding the money going down the boxes and this sort of thing. I know the customers don't really need to hear all this, but we're looking at changing it so that the system will work much smoother. That we can do. So Dina and the
Is cash
the guys,
also a little bit different? Obviously, you've got cash queues, people wanting to play cash, and there's obviously staffing levels. Because obviously the main event is on, and you can certainly only have so many staff waiting around. Space as well. Is it a case of having the dealers sat there waiting, even if we're dead spread to start with?
So I think regarding that comment, I think that comment was about competitions. I think, but and obviously I'll cover both. But obviously on the competitions, we are looking at technology where we'll be able to process them entries and that people will be able to buy into numerous events much more easily than what we've been able to do in the past. So you could come to the desk, you could go, okay, can I buy into the Joker's Wild and the Deep and Steep and the main event, and you'll be able to all do it all in one, and we can be able to process that. That depends on obviously on the technology side being ready, but we're convinced it's going to be. We're looking at extending that cash desk too, so anybody who's aware, the cash desk, there's a main casino cash desk which isn't really Goliath, that's really for the casino customers. We have that cash desk too, which is the main cash desk as far as the Goliath is concerned. We're looking to extend that. So previously we've had 2 terminals, we're looking to have 3 or 4 terminals on there, which again will make that process a lot quicker and get them queues down. So that's the thing regarding the tournaments. If it was regarding the cash games, again, obviously demand. The issue with the cash games is that we've only got space in the casino for 38 or 41 cash tables. We can't put them into the halls because we're not allowed to take any cash in the halls because it hasn't got the correct license, or there isn't a license that exists that you can do that. So it's only dependent on the amount of tables that we have in the casino itself that we can open up cash tables. Last year we did have some issues with getting them cash tables open, and that was down to staffing levels and availability, and managing sort of the logistics. So I've spent a lot of time looking at that. We are increasing the staff levels for this year again, and my thoughts or my idea is that the cash game, we'll have a cash game team. So ultimately, in previous years, we've sort of pulled dealers from competitions into cash and cash into comp and various things like that.
Yeah.
My idea this year would be that we'd have 2 teams, a cash game team and a tournament team, and they would be sort of work independently to each other, so that we're not having to wait for tables and various things like that. That we should have enough team members to open up the tables at all times, ideally.
We are keeping an eye on the table. Nothing's happened too much. We're talking to Ian Bryan regarding Goliath, because it's on its way. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on the table as well, but nothing untoward has happened just yet. You're having a turbo this year.
Yeah.
Logs on.
God, heaven help us. That's all I can say.
Yes. If it's a success, will you be extending it in future Goliaths to maybe the Wednesday night and the Thursday night, or is it just we'll try it and see it and see?
I'm just going to have to take this, and I'm going to come back.
Okay.
I have to, because the boss is on the phone.
No problem. We'll keep going with Mr. Ian Bryan. He's talking about Goliath mainly because it is close, a lot closer than we actually think. By the time we get there, Ian is in the building, and we have to grab him. But there is a turbo for Goliath, believe it or not. Another leg. I think it's a good idea, actually. I think the turbo is a great idea. I do think it is a good idea to have the turbo. So keep your questions fired in. Ian will be here for another 10 minutes or so. If you want to check out the schedule, gukpt.com/events, and Goliath is in there. Good to have you firing the questions in. Nice one about the turbos. I'm not too sure about the commentary box though, Logs. Logie Bear. I'm not too sure about the commentary box. Obviously, when the Joker's Wild was on, the music came through, and we weren't able to upload the night's play from that. If there's a way we can do it, then we'll certainly try. But it just is one of those things that we didn't realise it was a problem until it wasn't uploaded the day after. So apologies for that. And Jim Marlowe's question, we'll answer that very shortly as well. So we've got Ian until 2:30 when the break is on. So Jay will be back with us at 2:45 because Ian's coming back in for the final 10 minutes of the sesh. Yeah. So yeah, any more questions? Ian's just on the phone at the minute, but we will be chatting with Ian until this level is over in about 11 minutes time, because there's not many more times that we'll get a chance to see him. We've got Edinburgh in the end of March, and then we've got London in May, and then I think it's Luton and then London, and then that's about it, and then Goliath's on. It's actually not that far away. Any more questions, then just fire away for us. All the schedules there, it's absolutely heaving with events. If you want to check the numbers, don't forget the Poker Live app. We'll give you an update. And if you can, I'll tell you what, if you can register an event via the Poker Live app, that'll be awesome. That will be absolutely superb for queues as well. And if you don't like queuing up, then yes, it will be great if we do get to be able to get in with the Poker Live app. £210,000 in the prize pool. 141 playing the event today, so the guarantee, and we said yes, it need a big effort, but it's already smashed it, and 210,000 in the prize fund as it stands. So going back to the turbo.
Yeah. Oh yes. So yeah.
What day is the turbo on?
It's on the.
I've not checked all. The schedule's 47 pages long.
It's on the last day, isn't it? It's
on the Friday.
Yeah. So I mean,
would you roll it out to the Wednesday or the Thursday if it's successful?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we need to look at it. So again, logistics-wise, we need to look at it. As we know, we have to have sort of downtime. We're only allowed in the arena. The arena doesn't have a 24-hour license of operation.
Right, okay.
So when we use what we call a temporary notice. So it's an extension of our casino notice license, but it doesn't have a 24-hour license. So at 6 o'clock in the morning, we have to be cleared off the floor in the arena because we can't have gaming going on after 6 o'clock. So no, I mean the turbos obviously have been successful where we've rolled them out on the GP events. You know, I mean, somebody mentioned to me just this week saying, have we thought about doing a turbo on the GUKPT main event? And again, you know, you look at it and you go, okay, well, where would that fit? And, you know, at the amount of the buy-in, would people be interested in doing it as a turbo? I mean, I reckon it would have to be something like a hypo turbo, because you couldn't even do it on a half-an-hour clock. So you're probably talking on a 15 or 20-minute clock. And would people...
Well, it's only 40-minute levels anyway. So for the Goliath.
No, yeah, for the Goliath.
For the main Goliath.
Yeah, for the Goliath.
So the turbo surely has to be a quarter of that anyway.
Well, I mean, 15.
Our class of turbo is a 15-minute clock max.
Yeah. The Goliath would be 15 minutes. Sorry, I was just referring to the GUKPT there, where somebody was sort of saying, "Oh, have you ever thought about doing it on a GUKPT?" And obviously, a GUKPT runs on an hour clock, the main event, and in which case, then that turbo would have to be a hyper turbo at 15 minutes. And would you want to play a £1,000 hyper turbo?
I'll tell you what are very popular at the minute: the turbos in the deep stacks and the 25-25s.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And this
they're getting more runners than the mains.
Yeah, and this is where we looked at the Goliath and going, you know, we think it would work at the Goliath. And I think again that suits people's play, that they don't want to be there for hours and hours and hours. They want to get in, have a go, and play it, and either be successful or not. But yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, at the Goliath with the turbo. I'm sure.
Is the Goliath a 30 or a 40-minute clock?
It's a 40-minute clock. Do you believe?
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to get proved. I might get proved wrong now, and that would be bad. But I'm sure it's a 40-minute clock.
Me too. Me too. Yeah, it's a 40-minute clock. I don't know where Brad's seen the 30-minute clock and 17 levels, but Goliath is. It starts at 11. 6 levels of.
I think
8 levels of lay reg.
I think what Brad is it Brad? I think what Brad's possibly saying is that I think I need to check. So don't quote me because I have to have a look. It's bad that I get asked questions and I don't know all the answers.
No. Hey, you just come in and we're throwing questions at you, so don't worry about that. You've got a lot going on.
But I think we sort of possibly changed it a bit where we had early levels starting at 30 minutes. I think we had some early levels starting at 30 minutes and then going to 40, but I'll have to check. So please don't quote me on that until I've come back and checked for you.
8 levels and 35 minutes.
We will confirm it very shortly. But yes, Goliath is on its way. There are a few changes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key thing. Sorry, Phil. I think the key thing is, like I said, don't. Like I said, the Joker's Wild. If you come for that Joker's Wild, which was great fun. Yeah. Last year with the little party atmosphere that we had.
Please, can we have the commentary boxes? Can we have a soundproof box for Town and Jay for the Goliath because of copyright? That was during the Joker's Wild last year. Obviously, it wasn't able to be uploaded onto YouTube the day after. But that was just is what it is, unfortunately. Yeah. I'm guessing with the space, it's impossible to have a soundproof booth.
Yeah. But, it was. I mean, that was just great, and it was something that we sort of come up with off hook, really. Yeah. But it's really good. Obviously, we're going to do it again. It has moved, but I think the key thing, like I say, is check the schedule. Yeah. Make sure you're comfortable. Yeah. Like I say, because some of your events may have been moved from where they normally have been in the past. So check that and check the start times and things like that.
Good question from Jim. When can we start regging for day ones online using the tickets, etc.?
Regarding online, I thought they were open now, but again, I can check now.
I think it's only for the first day until the migration takes place.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Yeah, possibly. Okay,
I
possibly.
think that's what's happening right now. We'll open the client, but I'm sure if Tom is watching or anybody from the online team, I'm sure day one. I think it's day 1A. You can only use the holding tank for the first day one. I'm sure at the minute.
Okay.
Do we have a date set for migration yet from the online team?
I think obviously it's happening, and they're moving platforms as we know. I think the current platform closes in March, I do believe, and then I think they're looking to move over, and they're hoping it's going to be a seamless move over from one to the other, and then it obviously just continue hopefully from where we've left off. But I think it's a very difficult project, and it's just unfortunate. It's one of them things that's out of our control. But hopefully it should be a nice smooth up. We've got an interesting board there, haven't we?
We've got 4 diamonds on the board.
4 diamonds on the board.
There's only one. Well, Eddie's got the 8 of diamonds. It's going to check because Danny's only got 4 of diamonds, and then Joel, who can't win the hand, bets out. So ten of clubs on the river. So the 80 diamonds is going to take the hand. Might even go check this, to be fair. No, Joel comes in trying to nick it, and I think he's getting cold. In the tank with the 80 diamonds a day, and then a couple of more minutes with Ian, and then it'll be the end of the session and back after the break. Adrian contemplating. Yeah, he makes a call with the 80 diamonds. Brad's got it absolutely spot on. It's on the GUKPT structure, so we will change the website because it's 8 levels of late reg and re-entries on a 35-minute clock, and then after the late reg finishes it goes to a 40-minute clock, and then Brad says why play 1 extra level? Well, the 5 minutes from the first 8 levels that are taken off a 40-minute clock make an extra level.
Yeah.
So it's 8, 5 to 40.
It's exactly the same time frame.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same time frame, but obviously logistically it does give us less qualifying through to day 2.
I was about to say, so day 2 we'll be coming back at 4.8, where we normally come back at 3.6.
Yeah, and obviously, and again, we have to look at these things because as it grows.
Well, we had 1,000 runners coming back for day 2 last year.
We had nearly 1,000 runners, or over 1,000 runners. Again, space-wise, we only have X amount of seats to sit down in that hall, so we had to take some measures. So that's why we're playing an extra level, would cut down on the amount of qualifiers.
So it's 8 levels of 35 minutes. Up till the break, which is at the end of level 8, which is the cut-off period for buy-ins, and then it goes to a 40-minute clock for levels 9 to 17. Does that mean we finish at the same time?
Same time.
Good.
Yeah, finish at the same time.
I was just about to stick me overtime.
Yeah, you did.
Overtime into the boss.
I mean, I think the key thing as well, and again, if it does apply to people, is the National League. So the National League, obviously the Goliath main event has points, but lots of the side events now qualify for the National League. Mm-hmm. So if you are playing in the National League and you're thinking, okay, has this event got points? There's lots of events to grab serious amount of points at the Goliath to pick up and push you up that National League.
Afternoon, Adam on YouTube. Hi guys, hope all is well. Are you still over in Dublin, Adam? Are you there for the Unibet? Let us know if you are. Brad's already working out how many big blinds you need, so there's no need to worry about big blinds, Brad. You'll not make day 2. Come back at 4-8. It's pretty standard instead of 3-6. Certainly isn't bingo. Oh my! It's what I tell you what you like. It's something that you just play one extra level. That's all it is. If you've got 500,000 at the end of level 17, then you can sit back and relax and not get up for day 2. But yeah, a few changes need changing, but the schedule is there. So thanks for that, Brad, pointing us in the right place for the Goliath 2020 structure. Brad's already got the bets going on. But please do check all details, GUKPT.com, for all Goliath inquiries. The structure, I'm guessing the schedule's out there and it won't be changed.
No, it's confirmed now.
It's confirmed and done.
We had a couple of little switches and changes.
Yeah.
It's all done, confirmed now. So Goliath X, which is our 10-year anniversary. Doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago.
It is 10-year anniversary.
Doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago. Dear me.
I put a fantastic idea to you last year.
Okay.
About the previous 9 champions.
Oh yeah.
Having a sit and go. What happened? What happened to that? I thought it was the best idea that anybody had come up with.
Do you know,
the previous 9 champions sit down on a sit and go. Nice little trophy. Champion of champions. What happened? You just ignored me.
You never prompted me.
You
that's
just
what it was.
ignored me. That's what it was.
You never prompted me. You know what my mind's like. It's if I don't write it down. If I don't write it down, by the time I walk in the bedroom, I forgot what it was.
The final hand gives Ryan the chips as he rivers a set of queens. Andy in scene number 5 is in a world of hurt. Will the queen save him? Back round to Ryan with a set of queens. Break after this hand. Deciding what to bet. A very dry board. So Goliath is on its way. Please check the schedule, and as Ian rightly said, please check the start times and the change of days. If one of your favourite comps was Joker's Wild, it has changed from a Thursday to a Monday. Other events have changed as well. Please check the schedule, and if you want to buy in, one thing I'm not too sure it can be changed. Early reg for the side events. Is it possible?
Yeah, early reg for the side events. Previously, again, this was down to the logistics that we had handling the entries and the money, to be honest. But again, the events will be open on the day. So rather than 1 hour before.
So they're just looking there, but I didn't realise it was a check and an all-in from Andy. We're just checking the stacks. Was it an all-in? No, Andy's got chips left. He has got the chips left. We're just looking there. But Andy has just either been absolutely decimated, because he said the action was on Ryan, and Andy, it wasn't. Ryan had already checked, and then Andy moved in, and then Ryan snapped him off with a set of queens, and Andy Hills is left with a couple of thousand chips. Ian, we are going on a break.
Yeah.
If you want to come back later in the day or tomorrow or whenever it is, we will do. But quick answer: can we pre-reg or early reg for the sides?
Yeah, as I mentioned just before you went back to the commentary there. Previously, we only opened up like an hour before the event. We will be opening the side events on the day. So On the Monday, you can play. You can register for any of the side events from the opening of that day.
Excellent.
And then that should again alleviate them queues. And we don't like queues. And obviously, like I said, it was an issue last year with the way that we handled the entries. Hopefully, this year it'll all be resolved.
Excellent. More about the Goliath very shortly. Just quickly have 10 minutes, and we'll see you back at the tables.
stream breaks, doesn't it?
And how are you today? You good?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm alright. I'm alright. If I fart, if somebody's farting, it's me. If somebody farts, something smells,
Yeah.
it's me.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back for the second session of the day. New feature table taking their seats. Good to have Ian come in for the last half hour of the last session. I was tuned in the casino.
Oh, tell you what, he wanted to chat forever.
Listening along, saw the hand between Andy and Ryan at the end of the session.
Where's the docker?
Let's see, right? Hey, let's have some pan, come here and make some joke. I say here, hey, let's have some pan, come here and make some fun.
Who we got, Jay?
In one's going to be Dan Obrodja. In two, Andrew Peters. In four, Harry Chapman. In five, Chaufan Lee. In six, Katie Swift. In seven, Ariane Hassan Kashani. In eight is Akil Butt. And in nine is going to be David Crane. There's a few familiar names on this table. One of our team pros, Katie, taking her seat. She's got just
She's
below
obviously
starting.
been watching the stream because she's got her gloves, a hat and a scarf behind her. That looks at that. Let's do it again.
Oh, that's how Jack Cameron. Is it Jack Cameron? That's how. Is it Jack Redding Long? Yeah, I remember on the. What's your name, mate?
So let's do it. So Andy Hill's down to about 2k, wasn't he, on the last hand of the...
Yeah, it was, I was watching it. I was in the bar, just had the stream on.
It was a delayed check.
Yeah, and
that confused me.
Yeah, it was, I
obviously
thought,
were talking to Ian and looking down at the board.
I thought he was still in the tank as well. I thought action was on Ryan, and
Ryan was apparently was a very delayed check, but eventually Andy moved all in. But, Andy Hill's 2k at the break. We'll be having a re-entry if needed. Numbers have increased very nicely indeed. 210,000, I think it was.
so Dan makes it 300 with the A7 of clubs. Action on Katie. She's not going to be playing the old King 6 off on the button. Arian King 4 suited in the small blind here. Looks like he's come to play. Early position open, can be in a dominated spot a lot of the time with this particular holding. And Akil Ace 5 suited, he's definitely going to be continuing in this pot. So he's going to defend in the big. Free to the flop, Queen 6-5 at a rainbow. So the ace-5 of the kill takes the lead. However, you expect Dan to have lots of bets on this board. Queen high rainbow, but chooses to check behind, and it's actually going to get him in a bit of trouble once this ace rolls off on the turn, because a kill now turning two pair here. Like Akil's decision to check. Dan's going to have a lot of ace-x opening early position. In the times that he doesn't, this is a card that he is going to represent. And Arian makes the call with the nut flush draw. Akil just choosing to call with the two pair. Nine of spades on the river here, and action on Akil, who's thinking about leading. I actually like this lead a lot. Freeway. Dan's not really going to bet many ace-x hands, maybe ace-king for value, but I think a lot of his ace-jack, ace-tens, ace-7, like in this case, are just going to check behind once he's been called in two spots on the turn. So really like Akil's decision here to actually lead this river, because it's just going to be checked back such a high frequency by Dan, and we can go this type of size and actually get a call from one of his ace-x holdings. And now the king four just gets out the way, but Akil's going to show the two pair, and he's going to take that pot. So good afternoon everyone, if you are just tuning in after the break, this is GUKPT Manchester Day 1B, second session of the day. We finish up on live stream around midnight. No side events today. I'm sure there will be cash games starting a bit later on once a few players do bust out the tournament and don't choose to re-enter.
Absolutely.
Was he very happy after? Yeah, no, he was happy during the moment, thinking I'm all like, smiling. I'm like, oh, thank you, man.
Level 3 of the day.
So Harry in the low jack. Discipline laydown, king 10. See some players come in for an open there. That leaves room for Shaofan to open the pocket fours in the hijack. Katie with ace king suited here. I'm going to be free betting this more often than not. Does free bet to 750. And action's going to be back on Shaofan, who can make the call, getting this price. See if we can potentially flop a set, win a big pot.
Flop time. Do we flop a set? King deuce 6.
Yeah, beautiful flop this for Katie.
Yeah.
Just always going to have the best hand here. Only worried about the 6 combos of sixes and deuces, 3 each. But other than that, we can have a pretty lock on the board. And Shaofan just lets the fours go out of position.
So Adam Neal's back home after playing the Dublin Poker Festival last week and chopping the side event for 4K. Well done to him. Andy Peters, that's Andy Peters that won Blackpool, isn't it, from years ago? Not seen him at the tables for a while. Andy Peters.
Brad said you've got a £500 bet with him that he don't make day 2 of the Goliath.
Brad was spouting. Do you think I've accepted?
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll have the bet with you, Brad, but only on one bullet. And you can choose whatever bullet it is. So if you have a few and then you fancy that today's going to be the day you make day 2.
Boom.
I'll have it with you.
Ooh. That's a good effort. Will Brad now take up the bet? Good deal. One Bullet Brad is called.
One Bullet Brad.
It is a choose a stack event, the Goliath. So too is the GUKPT and all multi-day events on Grosvenor.
The thing is, I don't even think like one of the best player, whoever the best player in the field is going to be at the Goliath. Like, I don't even think they'd be even money to make day two off of One Bullet. It's just like so hard to get through that first day. Like 15% of the field going through. It's obviously doable off multiple bullets. Here's a good feeling though, when you play your first day one at the Goliath, you get through on your first bullet, and then the rest of the week you can just relax, do your own thing until Saturday.
Yeah, I think choose a stack's a great option, especially for Goliath when there's 7 day ones. Not too much in just a GUKPT or when it's only got 2 starting days. It's very hard to play yesterday and bag up and then play today and bag up again. That's very hard. But certainly Goliath, when there's 7 day ones, you play day one and you bag up 60k and you know you want to try again, then why not? I think it's a great idea. I really do. And yes, we all need a bit of luck, and yes, we know multi-flight. Somebody will say, oh, it's all for deep pockets. No, it's not. It's giving players options on an event that lasts 10 days. So, good to have Harry Chapman here. Did that say Jacks?
The table looks dark, yeah.
That never said Jacks for Harry. I thought that said Jacks. It was a snap fold. Oh, Jack 4.
Jack 4. What's a Jack 4? There you go, yeah. The old flat tyre. Arian, ace 10 of diamonds, raising to 400 in the hijack here. Dan just choosing to flat the ace 5 suited. Can come in for a free bet some of the time here, especially versus MP Open. But just going to call, keep the pot small. Brings Andrew along in the big blind as well with the old 8-4 suited.
Yeah.
So 3-way action to the flop.
7-4-3, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, action flop this tower, because Dan's actually flopped the double gutter here and backdoor clubs, and Arian with 2 overs nut flush draw, so more chips are most certainly going to be put into this pot. It's check call on the flop.
Boom,
yeah.
Instant service.
Instant
service. I've got the nuts. Do I get paid? 2 of spades on the river, maybe.
I don't think we're going to get to the river.
Get to the river.
Yeah, once this diamond comes on the turn, it's hard for us to call again here with Dan. I know we've got a double gut shot, but we've only actually got 6 clean outs if a diamond rolls off. Like, it's not going to be a good card from our perspective. Yeah, we're out of position as well, so we don't get to dictate the action on the river. Obviously, we are getting just under 3-1 on the call, but he's going to make the call here. He's going to see if he can snag a deuce or a 6. It would be a terrible card for him.
The river is not, but it's an ace.
It's an ace, though.
It is an ace.
And could potentially lose some more chips here, Dan.
Yeah, it looks like it's...
And sort of sizing I want to choose here as Arian. Yeah, we've got a very strong hand here, but on this run out, when it comes ace king, Dan peeling out the small blind, he's going to have plenty of pocket pairs in there. Maybe a pocket pair of a diamond, 5 6s, 8 through 10s, those type of holdings. I know in this case he's got sort of river top pair, but like the sizing Arian has elected here, 2.2 gets snapped by Dan. Third pot. Just understands we need to go small a lot of the time on that river to get a call from our opponent. It's hard for him to have a very strong hand in that spot, the way the hand's played.
£216,000 in the prize pool as it stands.
No.
buenos, no let buenos.
No, but I don't like her. Probably the only person that doesn't like them. Is it?
So Katie will start her well. Raises to 400 with A6 suited.
And a kill with the pocket jacks, coming with a 3-bet to 1k. 2.5x over Katie's open. And Katie's going to be getting 2.5 to 1 on the call here. Suited ace, still going to be peeling here. See a flop. Hello.
Oi, oi.
Incoming 4-bet bluff here from Katie, 2.7.
It's not going to get through, but
yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, it's actually, she knows this is probably one of the better hands to have as a 4-bet bluff, one of the old suited aces. Obviously we've got the blocker in there, but a kill will make the call here with the jacks. Can't be 5-betting this spot as a kill. But Katie, what she has actually done now for herself, she's got the band lead here, so obviously on king high and queen high boards as well, she could potentially take this pot down, but 3-5-5 flop, very good flop for the jacks of a kill. Katie doesn't need to choose a big continue size here in a 4-bet pot, somewhere around the 2k mark, maybe even a bit less. You can go fairly small into 4-bet pots.
Bet 3.2.
So 3.2 into 5.6, so just around 2/3. And a kill, going to have to call once here with the jacks, but we're not going to like it. We're faced with a double barrel on the turn. So there's the call.
Now does Katie play the turn? Do the handbrake? Do the brakes come on? No, Katie looking down, it's not aboard Katie. There's not any redraws, to be fair.
Yeah, well, Katie's now got to start thinking about a kills range of hands here and what he's called with on the flop, and a lot of the time he's going to have some overpairs. He may have some like ace queen in there with a club, hands like that, so this club on the turn, not the best card for us as Katie with the a6 of hearts to continue barreling on. And I like a kills check behind here with the jacks, because Katie should also check her overpairs on this specific turn in the 4-bet pot. 4 hearts on the river here now, and I think we're just going to have to wave the white flag as Katie. We've obviously tried to make a play here, but we've just run into the stronger part of a kills range with the jacks. But no, she looks like she is going to come in for a bet here, so can credibly rep queens, kings and aces.
Bet 4.1. Bet 4,100 from Katie Swift on the river.
So we're basically sort of targeting hands like 6s through 9s. 6 is probably not always going to 3-bet, like 9s and 8s maybe that decided to 3-bet as a kill. Those type of holdings. And then ace queen with a club in, but we just can't fold jacks here as a kill, I don't think. I know Katie's got queens, kings and aces in a range, but 4 to 1 on the call here only need to be right 20% of the time. We've also chipped up a bit to start the day, I can see, so if we do make the call and we're incorrect, we've still got starting stack. We've got the jack of clubs in our hands, so if Katie did elect to 4-bet bluff like a suited Broadway hand, block some of them combos.
We can 4-bet queens and kings pre, can't we? Is that in his thought process?
Yeah. That's exactly what he's thinking, Tower. Katie, obviously, queens, kings and aces are all part of her range still, even though she checks turn. But I just think this particular hand, getting this price, a bigger size in, maybe we can think about folding, but 4 to 1 on the call here. But he's obviously got to think of bluffs that Katie can have. Ace King's obviously in there, that with flop, maybe Ace Queen suited that decided to 4-bet, and now he's sort of targeting those pairs on the river. But eventually Akil does make the call, and Katie shows the A6 hearts, and Akil is good with the jacks.
Yeah, you said it was going to be a call, and it was. Unlucky Katie. Katie tried to rep a monster. That's Akil, but who is now up to 40,000, takes it down. Katie under half starting stack now.
World Stone Raider in seat 2. Love to see it.
Wait till the view comes on from the front. Ready for the side view. So the cards are out. There he is.
There he is. You got no hands.
You want some? You want some? What you want?
God, what's that? 4 or 5 years ago now?
Oh,
that's been some time. The old World Stone Raider. He made a bit of dough from that as well. He was doing club events and everything.
He had a record, didn't
he was loving it.
He had a record and everything. The Wheelstone Raider. Brilliant.
Any good? Well, I have one of those again, so it's all yours. How you fuck that to the spray? What thinks it? Because in the fucking flush too high. What kind of flush? How you fold that? I can make calls to that card. Exactly. It's possible. Exactly. You still got chance, still got percentage. You should be never fold. Oh, you call me Nick for the queens and you fold the two spray. Find out.
Weasel on Twitch, did someone put something in the G Pro cereal this morning? Because obviously you had the ham with Andy and then Katie. It's a strange one, that one at Handy. It's a proper mergey shove on the river. Like, it's a real merge from Andy there. Like, sometimes we get better to far worse to call. One of them, I don't know, it was... I'd love to chat with him about that hand. I probably will at the bar later. Maybe get some insight on it. The thought process behind the Ace-Jack river shove. So, liking the action on this table. Another little 3-bet bluff coming in. This one from Craig on the button. Over Katie's under the gun open. She's going to pill the 9-8 of clubs. King 7-4 rainbow the flop. So, complete whiff here for Katie. Does have some nice backdoors, but a lot of the time Craig going to continue here. We're just going to have to get out of the way, out of position. But going to... come in for a lead here, Katie. Donks for 700 and gets the job done. After opening under the gun, getting 3-bet, peeling, comes king high and leading into the aggressor, takes that one down. Yeah, Weasel, I know what you're saying there. I think Ace Queen's in a horrible spot on that river as well, especially after turn goes check, and I think on that particular river, Ace Queen is in a gross spot if Andy shoves in well within the range of hands that he could have been up against there. But yeah, most certainly we'll try and catch up with him a bit later in the day, get his thoughts on it. There's a kill under the gun +1, 40k, great start to the day for him, makes it 400 to go. Chauffin with the fold, Katie in the big blind 10-4 off, she's going to get out of the way.
Don't forget to check out the Poker Live app for all details regarding GUKPT and Grosvenor events around the country. 219 players total in the mix right now.
Yep, good afternoon. Luckbox Pete in the chat.
Oi, oi.
All good here, Pete. Hope you're well.
The one eye's in the building. 150 players so far today. 60-minute levels all the way through. Check all details, GUKPT.com, and also the Poker Live app that gives you all up-to-date details because it's connected to the Cardroom Magic clock.
Who'd you fancy, Tao? I know it's only day one, but who's your winner?
Who's me? I don't even know who's playing. I've not been outside yet.
I was speaking.
My first break was taken on by Ian gassing away.
I was speaking to last year's champion, Ben Merrigetts, on the break, and he was telling me about the first orbit, first hand. He got kings, 3-bet, got called, flop come, ace, king, king. Second hand, he got jacks, 3-bet, got called, flop come, jack like jack eye. And then a few hands later, he peels the 4-3 suited, and it comes 4-4-3. So if he's running that good all tournament,
you've already picked Ben to do a double, have you?
Yeah, he was just telling me about it. That run good is just unheard of.
I don't think we've had a defending champion, have we?
What, win go back to back?
Yeah.
No, I can't. I don't think we have either. So blind on blind hit, and Katie limp 3-betting the king 8 here. So completed in the small area and raise, and Katie came in for the old limp 3-bet, and now coming in for the check on Jack 10-7, 2 hearts, top pair, top kicker for Erin here. Going to be wanting to bet, start trying to get some value from our hand. 2.5k into 3.6. So once again around near 2/3 pot here, and if we're Katie, I know we have a gut shot on overcard, but I think we've just got to let this one go off of our stack size here. If we make the call here, 2.5k, there's going to be 8.6 in the middle, and we're playing 5.8 behind, so around 0.65 SPR. So very difficult for us as Katie to call here. We're just with a gut shot, but looks like she is going to make the call.
She's going to make the call?
Yeah, so we're very short now, and in terms of we've only got 1 bet left behind. Looking for kings or nines on the turn, but a lot of the time what's going to happen here is we're just going to check, Arian's going to set us in, and we have to fold anyway. I just think it's can be a little bit better to preserve that 2.5k. Like the limp 3-bet's fine with the king blocker in here, but there's nothing wrong with just giving up on the flop, and there's the all-in from Arian, and now Katie with no choice but to let this one go here.
We certainly won't be calling for the gutter ball. With the blinds still so shallow, we've still got plenty.
Well, if she's in the tank here, Tao, she's not calling for a gutter ball. No. She's obviously thinking that king high can be good here. We are blind on blind, ranges are very wide, but we're like at the very bottom of our range here with king 8 off, so one of those that has to go into the muck.
Uh-oh, Luckbox Beats, he wants a recap, here we go. going back to the Goliath question, it's not an open tournament. You have to be registered with the with the Deaf Federation. It's not an open event. You have to be registered with the federation itself. That's the starting event at the Goliath this year on the Thursday.
So David, under the gun, getting involved for the first time on the feature. 10-7 suited, makes it 350. Called in 2 spots, and Shofan here got slam dunk squeeze with the ace king in the cut off. All this dead money out there, and Katie's got the lady, so this could be all in. And she's going to get called by Shofan, and we're going to be off to Flipsville. Queens for Katie and Shofan with the ace king.
Well, this could be the quickest I've ever seen Katie Swift re-entry. Ever.
Yeah.
Put something in the porridge this morning and away you go.
I think that's what he's saying, all the G pros come out all guns blazing. Not sure what Dan's thinking about here. Still got to look at it in terms of big blinds here from Katie. It's a 30 big blind 4-bet rip. Deuces do not perform well against that range, and 2 quick folds from there. Shofan will make the call, and we are off to the races.
We're off to the races.
So, can Katie hold? Well, that is a very good flop. Now reduces the ace king's outs to 4. And we can see 2 jacks are dead as well. So Katie in very, very good shape now to get that much needed double.
Yep. Needs to fade a jack to survive. And
it's an ace on the river.
Good job we hit the queen.
Yeah, good thing that lady was on the flop. Otherwise we'd be out the door, but Katie does get the double, back up to 13k. Roller coaster start to the session for her.
Start. So yesterday, 69 players took to the tables for day 1A. Day 1B at the moment, 155, which gives us a total of 224 runners and a prize pool of 224,000. Late reg open all day, buying to day 2 at the start of the day tomorrow if you want to. Well, I'm guessing Pete's having a laugh at me.
Is that Pete that had a deep run in the Goliath once?
What's been in the cornflakes this morning?
I don't know, Tal. I don't know.
Can Pete, who's partially sighted, register into the International Deaf Poker Federation bounty event? That's like Pete.
Good question. Good question.
Is it Friday the 13th?
What's everyone having today?
What's in the cornflakes?
I'll tell you what, Pete. We'll see if next year we can get an international partially sighted poker federation bounty comp. We'll see if we can add that in next year for you.
Oh dear me. Oh. You make us chuckle, Pete. You really do.
Oh, Joe Saunders in the chat. Shout out to Joe.
Right, Joe. All right, son.
He'll be sitting at work with his feet up, have the stream on.
Working hard then, yeah?
Yeah. So Chauffin opened the jacks, got called, continued flop. And going to win this one at Showdown. With the jacks, David did catch a pair on the flop. No good.
They've had a doppelganger month on social media, haven't they? To try and, I don't know why, where it came from. But yeah, this doppelganger thing that came in on social media. I ain't got one.
John Virgo. John Virgo. Where's the cue ball going? There's actually a 29-minute, I think it's 29-minute compilation of John Virgo, Where's the Cue Ball Going on YouTube.
Is there really?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Not that I've watched it.
375.
Harry, Ace Jack, under the gun, +2.
Are they? Harry just shouts 375. Like that. Ace King. Harry's raised to 375. Going to get into a bit of spot of bother here because Arian's just called with Ace King.
Arian actually 3-betting the Ace King here in the cut-off, and Harry going to pill, heads up to the flop.
He initially said he just called with the Ace King, but he has raised it up 10-8-10, 10-8-10, 10-8-10.
So Arian here 10-10-8. He's betting to come in for a small continue around third pot, 800-900 chips. And out of position here of Ace Jack. Just expect Harry to get out of the way. Yeah, we can be in front here some of the time, but we're out of position. As always say, you can find much better spots throughout the day on this type of structure. 60-minute clock. One of the best structures in the UK this tournament. So much time.
Yep. And Harry Chapman, one of the passport winners from last year, got himself into the playoff. And was one of the 10 players that got the seats.
Ace-9 for Arian.
So level 3 of the day, GUKPT Manchester, well over the 200k guarantee, 220,000 the last time we saw.
Low jack open from Arian with the 10-8 suited. Andrew going to get out of the way in the small in action. Going to be on the big blind. Craig in seat 3 going to defend the 10-5 suited. Is in a dominated spot here. Both players catch their 10. Still, wouldn't mind seeing a continue here from Arian. Against the big blind range is a bit different. If it's late position peeling against us, but big blind going to be defending fairly wide, so fine to come in for this. Continue on this board. Craig is going to call one. Backdoor flush draw bottom pair. The ace of hearts on the turn. So if this does get to showdown, it will end up in a chop. Unless an 8 or a 5 rolls off, but it's an ace on the river. Tricky spot this for Arian because we never expect to win the pot on this run out. Like what hands has Craig called with that we're actually ahead with on the flop, and there's not actually any here, so it looks like he's going to come in for a bet here, sort of target some King X, Queen X hands that will peel out the big blind with no kicker. So nice little bet from him on the end there. Understood that very rarely he was going to be good at showdown there, chopping at best.
So the cards are out again. Ace 5 under the gun. Gets out of the way.
Yeah, Katie wants to be opening this
Katie
hand though.
wants to be opening it.
Ace 8.
13,000 start of the hand.
And Andrew with the ace king suited here on the button. Expect to see a free bet. And does, makes it 1.1 to go. And action back on Katie and makes the call with the ace 8 suited. Fine, suited ace. Getting an okay price, so going to call. Doesn't opt to 4-bet this one. Heads up. Seven, 3, 5. Any flops about for Andrew. Katie drawing dead to a running chop of a straight flush now. King on the turn. So Andrew here now wants to start trying to get some value from his hand after checking back the flop. But Katie just cannot continue in this spot with the ace 8. That is most certainly an above average flop for Andrew.
Any flops about?
He shows it. Ace king of spades.
Andy Peters, champion in Blackpool years ago. I'd have to say what, 2011?
Still at school.
I think Andy was. Indeed, it was 2011.
You know your GUKPT's tout.
Tell you what. 2011.
Leg 6.
Yeah, I don't know why it was leg 6.
Yeah, leg 6 in Blackpool.
Always the last one in November.
Mark Physic was on the final table. Fizz came third for 31k, I see.
What? Because of the summer series. Ben Jackson was second. And somehow Mark Physic decided to punch it off in third.
Yeah, it shows you, don't it, Tao? Just shows you.
Still living off it as well, Fizz. He's still living off it.
So, Ace King making an appearance again. Seems like every other hand someone's getting dealt big slick. This time Harry's turn, and Andrew not going to peel the 9-8 suited here in position, facing Harry's free bet. Obviously, Harry, a nice chunky size, might have deterred him from calling. 9-8 of diamonds in position. I think post flop, if you are comfortable, want to be peeling that hand. It's got such good playability. You've got position. There's a lot of flops that we can work with.
Not a bad final table, that, to be fair. Jack Elwood, Dan Corby, who went on to win one, Paul Bracken, who won the first one in Blackpool, Ben Jackson, Fizz, George Beddy.
Boz final table bubble.
Tell you what, it wasn't bad that at all. That I still actually think that's Physic's last cash. I think it is. Yeah, Boz was 10th. Jeff Emmerman was 11th. What a... I tell you what. Rick Trigg cashed. Gee. Oh, Barry Grimo. Grimo was out in 12th as well.
So Dan in the low jack makes it 400 to go with the King 6 suited. Harry going to peel the trays on the button. And Katie should be coming in for a free bet here. You expect even more reason to free bet here as Katie. She's already shown down A6 suited that she 4-bet it, so she shows that she doesn't necessarily always have to have a hand when she's coming in for a free bet or 4-bet, which is good. So when you do pick up a hand here, especially with what's gone on already at this table, we just think we always have to free bet this spot as Katie. Obviously you can flat some of the time, but because of table dynamic, how she's been playing, almost always going to be free betting here with the jacks, and makes it 1.4k. It's going to come back round to Dan here, and Dan looks like he's going to make the call here with King 6 suited. And now Harry actually getting 3-1 on the call, just under here with pocket 3. He's going to flick it in position, try and flop a set potentially. But Dan with his call. And Harry does flop a set. Going to be music to his that flop. Loves to see that, especially on an ace high board. But Katie comes in for a check here with her jacks, and Harry with the freeze here probably wants to start building a pot. He's going to be thinking about Katie's check, because you expect Katie to continue on an ace high board the times that she does with, and obviously ace king, ace queen, ace jack are all going to continue a lot of the time as well.
Already decided to fold and get out of the way as Katie.
So set for Harry, no action.
So Lookbox Pete, One-Eyed Pete, is you off to Vegas in June? Taking it off the bucket list. Good lad. We'll play one of the WSOP side events, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. Good luck, Pete. Any good live music bars? Yeah, there's plenty. Plenty. Piano bar in Harrods. Got the Elvis show in the afternoon. There's one in the... Also, there's a piano bar in the New York. The outside rum bar, where you can just chill out with the DJ. That's nice. Live music. In fact, there's a There's plenty going on, and I'll send you a list, Pete, of live music events. What a bit of karaoke, Ellis Island. Boothie says to me last year, he says, Tower, come on, we're going for karaoke. It was 1 in the morning. I said, it's 1 a.m. He went, no, don't worry about it. He said, I know this place. I went, no, you don't. He went, I do. And we gets there, and it was rammed at 1 a.m. People singing karaoke. It was amazing.
Always end up in a karaoke bar. You and Boothie, yeah, we've got.
I don't know where they found the gem. It was awesome. Yeah. Found a karaoke bar in Manchester. Went to Prague. Found a karaoke bar. Karaoke bar in Vegas. They're everywhere.
The Queens again for Katie.
Oh, Katie's getting all the hands as well.
Blind on blind hit. She comes in for complete.
People will just be thinking she's playing every hand, but as we can see with the cards, ace again on the flop. Ace, jack, 4.
It's not really too much of a scare card for us as Katie blind on blind. Like a proportion of the ace-x hands are going to raise.
The lot. No, it's not. I thought it was the lot. That really only 275. Is that all the reds?
Yeah, oranges.
Oranges, red ones, oranges, same thing. Still reds.
Oranges?
They're not orange.
They are orange. We're not having this again. Not doing this again.
They're not orange. They're red.
Right, enough of that. I'm not having this argument anymore.
Have a look on Twitch. They're red.
Yeah, we put a poll up last time and everyone said orange, except for about 20%. Do you know that partially sighted tournament that we're going to do next year? You can go in that as well. You can go in that with Pete. Oh. There was a Goliath, wasn't it? My first Goliath that we had that argument. The old red or orange chips.
Your second Goliath we brought in at Patrick Antonius for you.
Yep.
I hope you're not expecting out this year.
You set the bar high now. I'm expecting Ivy to rock up.
The only person that's refused an interview.
Phil Ivy.
In my 13 years. Yep. And he just said no.
Didn't even give a reason.
Okay.
And you're not going to argue with Ivy, either.
Okay.
One of the goats.
Staying in the Link, the most centrally located hotel on the Strip. Perfect. You'll have to do the Vegas Eye, or whatever it's called.
Action flop here. 2 pair for a kill. And Dan with up and down straight draw. Neil coming in for the raise here with the Queen 8, top and bottom, very wet board. Going to have the best hand a lot of the time here. And Dan's open, early position, so he's got plenty of hands we can get value from in this particular spot. So straight away trying to get more chips in. Just hoping for a clean turn now. So we can come in for another barrel as a kill. That's as clean as they get.
Absolutely. How many bricks do you want? There's a 3 of spades.
So I want to be potentially sizing this up to move all in on the river against Dan's effective stack size. But looks like a chunky bet that. So yeah, he's just set Dan all in now here for around 1.78 pot, just under 2x pot.
Effective bet of 5k. Dan in C number 1.
Yeah, I can't call as Dan here with the King 10 up and down straight draw. Only one card to come. A kill more than the pot size bet.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much.
Sean Mann says, how's Jorge or Towers Storm George getting on?
It's wet.
It's horrible. It is horrible.
It is
out
absolutely wet. And I'm not having none of this Jorge.
Jorge.
Not ever. Not ever. Hurricane George.
I'm sure every day. Saw you down in London, man. Saw you down in London. Best of luck, everyone.
Well, not everyone.
I used that.
Someone's got
Pete's sending orange.
I used that.
Well, I hope it's something. I mean, it's boring.
That's a new one, is it?
Easy.
What's happened?
It's a good idea, then.
We've got Craig, ace-9 here. Makes it 400, a full ring. Some players may choose to let this hand go. One of those that's on the line. From EP. It looks like it's nearly got through though. Just David to get through in the big blind.
Call police.
Who has ace-5 here. And just gets out the way. We always talk about hands like defending in the big blind, like much prefer peeling a hand like 5-4 off or 6-7 off than like a raggy ace that's not suited, simply because range of hands that are going to open from early position are just going to contain a lot of ace-x hold-ins, pairs, so a lot of hands that we're only going to have 3 outs against, whereas sort of the 6-7s, the 5-4 offs, even like a 8-5 off, hands like that are fine to defend, just because a lot of the time equities are going to be a lot closer with those holdings against our opponent's perceived range opening there. That's why David didn't choose to flick and defend with his ace-x. Some players will.
Fold.
But they've got someone
Fold.
Fold.
Yeah, but only from 2 till 6, they said. 2 o'clock in the
Rest
afternoon.
3:50 till 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning.
Fold. Call. Heads up.
So Katie opening in the hijack, raises to 350. Down in the big blind. Going to defend ace, king, 6, 2 diamonds. So second pair here for Katie. Going to come in for the continue on the ace high board. And a snap fold from Dan with just 4 high. Blinds going up in just under 5 minutes and takes into level 4 of the day. A reminder that we are on an hour dinner break at the end of this session, so around 4:45 is when players will head out, get some food down them. Late registration open all day. Guarantee has already been surpassed. This is GUKPT Day 1B here in Manchester. Afternoon, Tristan. Just joined us in the chat.
So his card's just been chopped on there. 400 raise. 400
Sharfan with the 10s, raised to 400. And we got Dan in the small blind who's going to peel, 7-6 suited. Dan just over 20 big blinds here. Andrew, expect him to defend here with 8-7. Ace, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow. So everyone whiffs. 10s of Chauffin, still the best hand. Ace, Jack, Deuce. still aboard. We're going to want to have lots of bets on regarding continues, and does continue. Not getting any action from either of those hands. So Dan with 4.3k, he's our short stack. He's still playing 28 big blinds. It is going to reduce to around 20 in a moment when the blinds do increase. When you are that short stack, a lot of the time there's just no need to panic. Just play poker accordingly to your stack size. The worst thing you can do is start getting involved in pots you shouldn't be, just trying to get your chips back quickly. Our structure, plenty of time. Just when you are short, you just want to make sure, obviously there's no guarantee when you get it in that you're going to double up, but when you're short, you just want to make sure that when your money does go in, that you've got the best possible chance of getting that double. You want to have the lion's share of the equity, so you don't need to take sort of marginal spots all the time. And the Mickey Blacks won't be flopping the old set today because 6s and 6s it for Dan and Andrew. And Dan shoving for what's going to be 21 big blinds next hand, because they will be increasing. And David here with the pocket 3s, just can't call this shove. Just doesn't perform well against this amount of big blind shoving range. We're basically calling to hope for a flip, and sometimes we will be drawing to 2 outs. So Dan gets that shove through with the 6s. How are you doing, Brad? Had to pop out. Have I missed anything? No, not much really. Katie doubled with the queens against the ace king. And that's about it really. Obviously, I'm not sure if you saw the hand between Katie and Kill, the jacks and the a6. It was a good hand.
It needs to be scanned every single time.
Mr. Brown on YouTube, is this at Didsbury? No, this is at Bury New Road, Manchester. GUKPT, £200,000 guarantee. We're in level 4 of day 1B. Day 1A yesterday had 69 entries and 21 players made it through.
I don't want to see deuce. That's no good.
Oh, you liar. You said before. Oh! No, doesn't matter. He lied. He said if you got tools, if 4 face up, if you got tools, pocket 4 face up. So we've been decided.
Harry defends 9-7. David going to come in with a continue with the pocket 3s on Jack 8 deuce, and Harry just gets out of the way with his dummy and gutter.
If you got pocket 2, you face up, show it.
But plenty coming up as well, guys, not just GUKPTs. Next week, 25-25 is up in Glasgow. So if you fancy that, that's where that's running, and we have 5 deep stacks also running next week. All details can be found on the GUKPT website. Deep stacks for next week are Thanet, Coventry, Huddersfield, Liverpool and Reading.
No, you're only packing genting that is unfortunate.
No, he's parked that.
Yeah, it's an you know.
I've cast this one.
No, he's going to close. I had to cost 3.
Every time I've never seen you.
King Jack for Dan in the hijack. Makes it 400. And we got Jacks for Craig here on the button. If we're Craig here, we just basically want a free bet this, try and get it in against Dan for Dan's last 22 big blinds. Makes it 1.3.
That's the race behind the first.
This is a race for 400.
push it over. I've seen the smart car push it over.
And action back on Dan here, who is going to peel the King Jack. Personally, I think it's 4-bet or fold, 4-bet rip or fold, and we're not really going to have too much fold equity with the 4-bet. I don't think Craig's going to be 3-betting again this stack size with the intention to fold to a 4-bet rip, so maybe just lean more towards fold in that particular spot there. Top man, thank you. So ace high flop, ace 10 4, 10 on the turn, Jack still best. And now Dan actually coming in for a lead here with his Broadway draw, 1.5k into 3k, half pot size here. Craig with the jacks in a really tough spot because now we're actually behind to 10s. We lose to ace-x and we're blocking the Broadway combos as well. With 2 jacks in our hands makes it less likely Dan is actually going to have one of those Broadway combo hold-ins. So I would actually be surprised to see Dan let this one go. I don't think I'm going to be continuing with jacks in this spot. I know we can see he's got 80% equity lock on this hand, but he's made a good call. He has made a good call. Good instincts. I think a lot of the time I might just be passing that. Just simply because we've got the jacks in our hand and like the bluffs, we're blocking the bluffs and it goes check check, and Dan going to take that one down with the jacks.
I saw a jack, but I thought you'd shown to you. Sorry. Must have been jack 10 or jack 10.
I think so.
Are there going to be any online satellites for the Edinburgh 560? As can only find the 1100 satellites. There's normally £110, isn't there, for the 560s? Sure, they're on the Wednesday. Try and find out for you, Simon, if they're there, but they usually are. Is this at Didsbury? Says Mr. Slighty Brown.
Done it.
You done that?
Yep.
You covered it?
On the ball.
Have you told them that we are? It is absolutely hooting it down outside. Oh my word.
Yeah, sorry Brad, mixture of names. Craig winning that pot, not Dan. Craig was the one with the jacks, Dan with the King Jack.
Yeah, Berryhill Road, Manchester. It is Baltic outside and it is throwing it down with rain. But inside it's lovely and warm and the card room's buzzing and every table's just about in use. And if you click on the Poker Live app, it will tell you that there are 165 players in today, bringing the prize total to 234.
234.
There we go. There's another nugget.
I'm going to stand by that cash test. No one else is getting in.
There's another nugget. It's a good game, this. You turn up at work, you have a bet with Jane, you leave with more money than you came with.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, nothing changes.
Was that yesterday's?
No, you took yesterday's. This was my change from my water this morning.
Okay. Are you sure? Okay. Another one in the pocket. As long as you're sure. You're not
sure.
shortchanging me.
No, I'm not.
There we go. 10s for Craig this time. On an ace high flop. Ace 8-3 is the flop.
That's why Tower loves the job so much. You get paid your wages and mine. All the bets. If I had £1 for every time I lost a bet to you, I'd be even. So Craig going to take that one with the 10s. It gets the showdown.
Yeah. 165 in. No side event today as we may concentrate on the main. Cash tables will be running. I think there's one cash table running in the top corner.
Yeah, side events start tomorrow. First side is our £250 Texas. It starts at 4 o'clock, and then we have 3 events running on the Sunday. The ladies event That's £100 buy-in. We have a £100 no limit hold'em, as well as a 75 bounty. So plenty going on the Sunday. If you're not playing the main, you do fancy coming down for some poker, plenty to choose from, as well as cash games running throughout the course of the tournament. So Queen Jack off here for a kill. Into the muck. Too early to open, and David with the boots under the gun +1 makes it 500.
David Crane, did he not just win a big one in London?
Could well have
I
done.
think he's just won the
He's
there,
due.
25 or something like that.
He's certainly been due, David. He plays quite a lot. He plays very well, and I don't think he's had many results over the last couple of years, so he has been due. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's spot on, Tower. Deep Stack London, second for £25,000.
Beautiful. Man in form.
Yeah, came third in Luton last year as well, the £500 up. Ended up chopping it with Dan Tran. Hassan Goal on the final table as well. We're having a bet on what the poll's going to say about the orange or red chip. Do you want to have a quid on that?
No, we've already had it. Still red.
Still red, he says. Back to the action, because Dan's all in with the King 4 suited here. After turning a flush draw, flopping a flush draw, front door, and gets there.
Oh, boom, he gets there.
Cracks the aces of David.
See, he put the coat on, stood up.
Yeah, a bit of extra equity.
Where's this pool?
I don't know, I'm having a look.
Where's this pool? I want to see. I'm voting against it. Obviously, get all the fans saying the red. Good afternoon if you are on Facebook. We are tuned in right now. Alex Martin says, when are the Vegas satellites starting, Jay? Alex Martin used to be over in Jib. Hope to see you again very soon, Alex.
So David into the action again, this time ace 10 under the gun, raised to 500.
Yeah, we need to find out when it is this pool. There we go. It's that time of year again when Jane Tower disagree over the 25 chip. Jay thinks it's orange. Tower says it's red. What do you think? It's definitely red, obviously.
Definitely red, he says. Ace on the turn, giving David the best hand after flop goes check. David now going to continue here. Kill going to have to call after flopping top pair. Was just playing in float. Does have a gut shot as well.
Oh, some mad people about. 91% say it's orange. 91% say it's orange. It's actually not in the best light, to be fair. That picture. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's got it, carpet catcher. He's on there. He's making 72 Facebook accounts to vote red.
We're on it. So a keel chip leader on the table, just under 40,000.
Yeah, 45 minutes till we head out on our hour dinner break.
Brad Simpson says, whatever Tower says, he disagrees. One thing you can't disagree with is Southend are getting relegated because they're rubbish. Try and disagree with that one, Sunshine.
Oh. I think you silenced Brad Tower, that's a first. Dan limping King Deuce here under the gun. Not recommended. Craig gonna raise to 650.
See, if One Eye Pete can see that they're ready, they obviously are. So Craig and Dan see a flop. If this is a 2-diamond flop, King 3-3.
So Dan wants to be checking over to the aggressor. No, he's going to come in for a donk here. No, is he? Is he checked? No, he has checked.
Yeah.
Good to see. This is like a board you never really want to be donking in this situation. I know we've limped King Deuce under the gun. We're not going to be in this spot a lot, but these sort of king high boards paired want to be checking to the aggressor, especially when we've got a king in our hand. The aggressor's going to rep the king higher frequency, so just want to be cool in here as Dan in position. Don't want to be shoving. Just want to keep hands like Craig has in this spot in, drawing nigh on dead with the Jack 10.
So just a call.
Glad to see that it's just called.
Very chatty, this too. Everybody's at it. It's like 4 or 5 conversations
it's Harry. Do you
going
know
on.
what? Do you know what? It's when Harry's at the table.
Yeah.
In Blackpool, in the mini main, he came to our table. We had the quietest table ever in the mini main. About half hour, everyone was having a chat and everything. I don't know. I think it's something to do with Harry. Just that type of character gets everyone talking. Likes to have a bit of fun at the tables. And turn goes check, and Dan has to fold to the Craig has to fold to the river lead. Tetbury Town Rovers, good afternoon on Twitch.
Who are they playing tomorrow?
No idea who they're playing tomorrow. I just think some people have their own style and sort of just adhere to that and never really change it. I think that's what it could be. And the other thing as well, you don't know, you might have got unlucky in a few pots and maybe now just trying to get them chips back a bit quicker. Obviously, won't see many players limp the old King Deuce under the gun, if any. And we're going to have a pot here. What, we're 50 big blinds deep here. So Katie going to be free betting this Ace King, especially with her image at the table already, showing down the Ace 6 earlier on. And it's going to come back to Chopin here, who won't be folded. Obviously, two options here. Free bet, 4 bet or call. Going to opt for the flat. We are 50 bigs deep here.
9-9-3, 2 diamonds.
So Katie with the ace of diamonds in her hand. She's fine to come in for a small continue on this board, but she's going to check. 6 of diamonds rolls off on the turn, giving Katie nut flush draw to go with her 2 overcards to the board. Now Chopin going to start trying to get some value from his tens.
Will he make it 2,000? I think he made it 2,000. Yep, 2,000 and a call. Is it a diamond? It's not, it's an 8 of clubs. So, yeah, check. I got the 10s, yeah.
I'm not allowed to see that. I don't want to see it. I just ask. No, I don't. I see what diamond you got. I see. No, I don't really see your hand. I know. I ask. I can see it. See me.
I mean, I'd see your hand, and then it's changed the moment. I didn't really want to see it.
I've got a long memory though.
No, I don't mean that. I'm saying, the first time playing this big home in my life, so I have to search the room, everything, I can see the people that kind of
I've never played a comp before in my life. Yes, he has.
Yeah, you did say
Oh,
you
brilliant.
see, I beat your hand, I see you got ace and diamond.
Very, very chatty table. Numbers have been superb today, as we thought they were going to be. Just brilliant, the numbers here in Manchester. 131 were needed to hit the guarantee. Everybody went, this is going to be close. Yeah, 131 needed, and we've ended up with an amazing 169 so far. The prize pool currently stands at 238,000. We won't get to the heady heights of last year, but that was like a 10-year high.
It's open from Harry with the ace-10, early position. Pill from the queen-jack, 9-5-6, 2 spades. Harry going to come in for continue with the ace-10, and Dan just snap folds the queen-jack. No, he doesn't. He calls. Got to know what's coming. Jack on the turn. Now he's actually going to come in for a lead, and Harry will snap fold the ace-10.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just confirming Jack name. That's a goal for Jack. It's a good game. The act of Jack Nicholson.
Someone say that.
Come on, lad.
Anger management.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Are you saying I need to see someone for anger management?
And he's the hairstyle like this.
No, I've never seen that.
He's a lot older, isn't he?
No, but he's a young one, you know
Like a
that?
young
Yeah.
This has to be the chattiest table of 2020. In any comp anywhere. This is great. Around about 35 minutes to go. Is that right, Jay?
Yeah,
I
mate,
lost
you're
all
right
track of
out.
time. 35, 37 minutes to go until the end of the session. And a 60-minute dinner break.
What colour is your hair?
That's got to be the one.
Still know about that. What the fuck?
Come on, man, what is it? Is it green or is it blue?
I tell you what you should do, right? You should dye up the
Right,
break.
is it right? Oh, yeah, a bit, yeah.
So let's
I
not
can
this
see
one,
it.
this one, like that.
So the button just calls.
I can see it.
Not very often you get a button call with a one gappers and making a small raise, even though he would have got called in both spots, to be fair, but I would have raised it up just to see what was happening. The big blind's coming in for a squeeze by the looks of that.
Yeah, like it from Craig, this hand, like
Yeah, it's a
Dan,
raise to 9.
like essentially can raise this for value against Dan. I think Dan probably going to open all his ace-X on the button, so
That's him going through the car park to check his car.
going to get called in both spots though, as expected. Deuces have to pill here.
See, if you're going to call a raise on the button, why not raise to start with?
That could be good night, Dan.
Top pair for Dan in C1. Bottom set for Andy Peters, Blackpool champion 2011. Looks down and says, "You want some?"
I'll give it ya. With the old set of deuces, lock on this hand against the two holdings he's up against. Unless Dan manoeuvres his way into a running boat. But I can't see how Dan's going to get out of this one.
No, but he's 23.
And Andrew raises to 6k.
And that, if we can get away from this one,
The way Dan's been playing,
what we're going to end up betting with.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be folding this hand with flop top pair. It's a very draw heavy board. Andrew here, he can represent plenty of bluffs, flush draws, 9-7, 7-5s in there as well. Probably only going to be the suited combinations of those hands though. And it's good for us as Dan that we've actually got an 8 in our hand, because we've reduced the combos of 2 pair that Andrew can actually have here.
Are they going in? They are going in, and he's drawing thin.
Very thin, looking for run-in boat.
Or running straight cards.
Yeah, 9-7 also would do the trick.
So does Dan get lucky? It's a tough ask.
That is that.
That is it. That's the end of Dan in seat number 1.
Yeah, lose Dan Abrija from the tournament.
Lost one. Champion from 2011, Andrew Peters. Stacks in the chips.
Dave, watch your ears, man. Sit open, feature 1.
Sheet open, the feature table. Okay, down to 6.7 and 30 bigs.
I don't want to sing tables with you every time. I can't play poker. You say we do every time I come to the poker. Old school.
You know the guy. Are any of you aware of the guy that won the PLO earlier this week?
Oh yeah, the Iranian guy.
Yeah,
the old guy.
He thinks I look like Ken Dodd. Ken's got that.
He's a comedian.
Really? It must be the hair. Harry Chapman says the guy who won the PLO reminds him of Ken Dodd. It's far from being Ken Dodd. One of the funniest men in the world. Unfortunately, Ken Dodd passed away last year, or the year, well, it might have been like the year before actually. But you won't see too much of a resemblance when you, apart from the hair.
You don't know who Ken Dodd is?
I do. It's a comedian.
That's how he used to look on stage. How tickled I am. There's a hand brewing. Craig in the small blind with ace queen off. Initial raise from Kate with the 1 gappers. David Crane calls. 3-bet to 2.1. And Katie is going to leave herself 4,500 if she calls.
Yeah, Katie can't call here with the King Jack off tower.
Nope.
It's same as before. It's like better to 4-bet rip, but then we're not really got any fold equity. Craig's going to be aware of stack sizes here. He's not going to be 3-betting to call off to fold to a 4-bet rip from Katie. So just got to get out of the way. And David, I think if he was a bit deeper around starting stack, probably would have peeled the Queen 10 suited in position. But he obviously preserving his stack as well.
Yep. Yeah, slightly. In fact, if I was going to say anybody about the doppelganger for Harry, it would be one of the characters in Gotham, who's the Joker. That would be my guess. Wouldn't be a Ken Dodd impersonation, that is for sure.
Yeah, I don't really know Harry. Harry looks like Harry.
Yeah, Harry's Harry. It's just the hair, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the hair.
Hearts then, yeah? Hearts. They weren't suited.
Why are you asking people?
Of course you can. Robert, who's just asked in the chat, wants to know who we got on this featured table. In 2 is Andy Peters. In the 3 is Craig. In 4 is Harry Chapman. 5 Chaufan Lee. 6 Katie Swift. 7 Arian Hassan Kashani. 8 is Akil Butt, and in 9 is David Crane.
That's more like Harry.
Yeah, that's a lot more like him. Yeah. Andrew opening the King Jack and Harry with the Ace Queen in the small. Versus cut off open here. Going to lean more towards free betting, and makes it 2k. And action going to be back on Andrew here. King Jack off in the cut off, facing this size. 4x from Harry out the blinds. Just gets out of the way. Oh, of course it's Bobby. I didn't even realise it was Bobby in the chat.
Oh, yeah, old Bobinho.
Just know him as Bobby, not Robert.
Robert James.
Sounds very, very...
Yeah, we're all good, Bobby. Thank you very much. Hope you are too. Loving life.
Not loving the weather though, put it that way.
Why don't you just do 2K? That's what I mean. He's trying to give his hand more additional exposure. He thinks my range is add an equity to his hand.
Where's next for you, Bobby? What's your playing the Isle of Man special?
Wow, Bobby, you better cash, because that is a rare flag to get. There's not many Isle of Man. It only used to be the UKIPT that you could get the old Isle of Man flag.
I played that.
That's one of the it's one of the rare ones to get on the
I
old
played the
end of
UKIP in the Isle of Man. I made day 2.
That's the thing. When you're on the bubble in the Isle of Man, you get to apply flag pressure.
I had a deuce. What do you do?
Queen high. Queen high.
Good hell. If you get all your high 10 high, never. I never thought that.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
I don't let
It
you
was
know.
a good fold.
I don't let you know I put ace 5 spade. You can find out after 1 hour. You can find out that information after 1 hour.
You look, you're on TV.
Yeah, but elusive flag, that one. The old Isle of Man.
Not moved over here permanently yet. There's the yet. Next stop for Bobby is the Siege of Malta. See you there, you man. See you there.
Where's that? April?
It is.
After Edinburgh.
And the 25-25. Yes, the Siege of Malta. You should play that.
Yeah,
it's a 400 buying, $500,000 guarantee.
And I like Malta's a nice place. I love Malta.
€400 buying with a 500,000 guarantee.
Is it at Porto Meso or Casino Malta?
The other one. Where the same hotel.
What,
the Battle of Malta.
Same place as Battle of Malta.
I'm hoping Grosvenor, because Grosvenor online get back in like the Battle of Malta. They did loads of satellites. They did it for the MPN as well. 30 satellites on the MPN. Can't wait for the migration and change and get back into the satellite hunt for Grosvenor Poker. So, looking forward to it.
So ace 10-5 the flop, 3 overs to the deuces. Harry with a Broadway draw and Arian with middle pair. So Craig, the original opener, not going to continue on this ace high board. Harry with position here and King Jack. Wouldn't mind seeing a bet here once checked to us. Equity to the nuts, can potentially just take it down here. And we get a call from the big blind here. Six of clubs on the turn. So against big blind range here, as Harry, we can potentially start targeting some 10x, 5x and flush draws coming in for a double barrel here. Obviously we're not going to fold out the ace-x holdings, but elects to just check behind and take a free one. And because we've checked turn, is probably not going to be bluffing river. Shows the king high, and Arian going to show the king 10 and take this one. Yeah, Bobby, I'll have to drop you a message actually, because if you can sort something out, that'd be great.
Yep.
I gave you the chance to bluff.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't. They were 99. Fantastic.
Well done on the driving.
Yep, it is.
Did you drive here?
No, Brandon.
Scar insurance is too hard.
B-R-A-N-D-O-N.
Hiya, Brandon. Welcome to the table.
Do you know what he's really good at? One of them, when they're on the microphone, introducing people, you know. Like a box, you know, like a, or you know, like a, is that what it's called?
The boxing or whatever.
Yeah, I don't mean like the...
No, not like every
Like Michael Buffer.
Do you mean a muscular ceremony?
Yeah, like Michael Buffer. Michael Buffer.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, it was good times, Bobby. Good times. Very, very. That night, one of the nights at least, I needed 2 days rest.
Is that Brandon Shields coming into seat number 1? It is indeed. Decided to have the Bobby James look.
Yeah, Wes.
He could have said that's Bobby James.
Just
Brandon.
with a beard.
There's Brandon.
God, he looks different.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'll sit in the chair till it's all gone.
I might be there early.
10-5 deuce. Arian bets 200. Akil flicks her in the muck. So we asked Bobby if he was doing anything in the near future. He says the Siege of Malta's next stop. Then he went, oh, maybe a 25-25. Oh, actually the Irish ones. Oh, and then the Norwegians. Like, hang on a minute, that's like a full calendar. Nice one, Bobby.
Yeah, cheers, Bobby. I'll probably drop you a message in the upcoming weeks about
We'll
that.
see you in Malta, and hopefully by the time the Battle of Malta comes back round in October, then Grosvenor will be back on the satellite scene once the migration's gone and done.
Yeah, we got about 25 minutes till we head out on that hour dinner break, guys. Coming to the close of the session. Been a fun table tower, hasn't it? It's been a really good watch for the second session of the day.
Still spreading.
At least it's turning your way.
So Harry Ace Jack suited in the low jack will be opening this one.
I tell you.
Exit 550.
And this is
And Katie with the Queen 10. She's going to get out of the way. Action on Arian. Who's going to fold at kill. Not going to be playing the Queen 6 here.
He isn't, no. Yeah, I mentioned David Crane had a chop the deep stack for 25,000. Well done to David.
long time bowling. Not sure I was getting called
some mountains, but they were more like hills, but they had snow at the top of them, so they looked like mountains.
We've got 1 hour crop, 2 hours.
Well, I thought that's where it's always taken me to get here. I've done every year, but this year, no, scenic route. 7 hour scenic route to get it.
Yep.
Hang on. No,
There must have been something going on one of the motorways. Oh, is that right? Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Bobby, I said the exact same thing. He was definitely due. I've played quite a bit with David Crane, seen him a bit on stream. He seems to do everything right. The things that you should be doing. And was due. Can take a long time in tournaments to realise expectation. It's a lot different from cash in terms of can sometimes take years.
Yeah, no, and it changes the orange one. I read, like, yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is, good to know that there's a football match on, and then divert you to another room.
They wouldn't actually go
We'll take Katie this way round.
Just talking about Manchester United on the table and getting over yesterday. Manchester United have drawn somebody in the next round of the cup competition that's got a home capacity of 6,009. How does that work?
Only for the start of it. It's a rip-off.
Yeah, but it's nice.
Nice, yeah, it's smooth.
Oh, it's lovely.
Luxury
No
seat
colour
life.
anywhere.
You can afford it, yeah.
Cool. Richard.
So Bobby James has told us they're from Gibraltar, the team that Man United are playing in the next round of the cup. How have they gone into like the fourth round of the Euro Champions League or whatever it is? Who knows these things?
I feel sorry for Dave, making his life hard.
He put it in to do. 1,100. Call.
So there's always an ace on the flock when the Kings come out, and Brandon's just found that out.
Yeah, gonna be coming in for a check now, Brandon. And action going to be on David here on the button with the King Jack. He's going to check behind, take a 3-1, looking for a 10 for Broadway. At 5 of spades on the river. Does put a 4-liner out there, but in a 3-bet pot, very unlikely that either opponent is going to contain a 4. I don't think anyone's really ever got a 4 here, but Brandon is just too thin to go for value here, I think, with Kings, so we're going to have to check and just hope that David checks behind. Very difficult for us to ever get called by worst. Don't want to put ourselves in a spot where we bet and get raised. And David does check behind. King's going to take the pot. Oi, oi. Jakey Marston in the chat. Good afternoon. Afternoon, Warren. Afternoon, Jan Tower. How about this for a hand? A final tail Brighton last night. King, Queen under the gun defends. Queen 3, free flop. He's got Queen 2. Turn 2, River 2. The old running deuces are drawing 2. So 15 minutes just over to go. As Arian, ace 10 in the low jack will be opening. A kill, ace 4 in the high jack, going to get out of the way. And Craig with the 9-6 off here in the big blind. It's over 2.5x open, but still going to defend. 10-7-5 2 clubs. Lovely flop for Arian, flopping a top pair, top kicker. Craig with a gut shot. There's the continue.
You think he can stay long? Winning that hand, you think he can stay long?
3-1 on the call here. Can potentially call once with our gut shot if we are planning to bluff on certain runouts. The times that the turn does go check check, but just gets out of the way here with just 9 height and the gutter ball. Arian takes that one.
200 big blind, level 5 on return, which will be at 5:45. Just over 15 minutes to go until the end of this session. Numbers excellent today, and 238,000 in the prize pool the last time we saw.
Jack 10 for Chauffeur and Katie with the ace 4 of clubs makes it 600. Folding all the way around to the blinds. Craig not going to be continuing here with Queen 5 action. Going to be on Harry in the big. Raise and take.
Not like it.
Oh yeah. So you went, yeah. That's not really good spot, but you anyway, maybe you can fucking smash the big guy. I don't know. You do something like that.
15 minutes to go until the end of the session. A lot livelier this till. A lot of chatting straight from the off. Katie Swift wanted to make her own highlight reel.
Yeah.
It's calmed down a little bit since.
And a kill. Asa raised to 600. And no action for a kill with the boots.
Yep.
So he's had a good session. Obviously won the big pot early on against Katie with the pocket jacks. Katie is our short stack down to 6.6k. Ace 9 for Harry on the button here. Makes it 475 to go. Chauffeur going to peel the Queen 7 in the small. That should bring Katie along with the Jack 6 suited in the big blind, getting this price on a call. She does call three-way action.
Is he right every time? Oh, it's
king 9 4 2 diamonds. So Katie flopping a flush draw here. Harry with second pair top kicker. Harry is going to continue here with the ace-9, bet 6-2-5. Chofan will have to get out the way, and then Katie with the jack-6 suited here, playing 6k for 30 bigs in our stack. Effective. Obviously we are 10 minutes away from the end of the session.
We could well be in here. Oh no, she decides to call. I don't mind either, to be fair, in that situation. 2 cards to come.
Well, she's going to like that turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's now pair and flush draw for Katie, but we've got a clear check here now as Harry. The straight draws now either make a pair or a straight. Katie would appeal with on the flop.
Boom.
And 10 of diamonds on the river, and Katie obviously going to come in for a lead now, trying to extract some value from Harry. Harry just not going to be able to call here. There's literally not a single hand in the deck now that we beat that Katie calls with on the flop. Obviously all the Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10s have got there, the flush draws have got there. It's like we specifically need Katie to have like a hand like 9-8 suited, or like just 9-8 off in the big blind actually, and she's turning her 9 into a bluff on a board where Harry can quite easily have straights here. I'd be very surprised to see if Harry did come in for the hero here. It's just thinking about hands that Katie calls with on flop that we're still ahead of, and there's not really any other than the 9x that she now elects to turn into a bluff, but she's probably not ever going to do that on this board texture. So Harry eventually, just wanting to take a bit of time, gets out of the way.
Just go back on Facebook. Rob McManus tells us that Lasker from Austria. They are the Austrian league leaders. That's who Man United have got in the last 16 of the Europa League.
Who have they got?
Lask.
Lask?
Yeah. Lask are 1,000 to 1 to win it.
Are they?
Yeah. Man United have drawn them. If you could pick your own draws,
yep.
That was it.
Well, you look at the Champions League in the last 16, Atalanta versus Valencia, like probably 2 of the worst teams left in the comp drew each other, and it looks like Atalanta are going to be in the last 8.
Yeah.
And they'll probably be about 1,000 to 1 as well for the Champions League.
Yeah, so quickly just looking onto the last. Onto Facebook, you can watch on Facebook, on Twitch, YouTube and on GUKPT website as well. All formats we do answer any questions in any boxes, so if you fire away for the next 10 minutes.
Anything you need to know about upcoming events, the Goliath. We can talk about anything, well Tower can.
We can talk about absolutely anything. And we'll do it with a smile on his face as well.
Yeah, and if you are watching on Twitch, guys, please hit that follow button. Throughout the year, we are travelling the UK, covering the GUKPT main events. Never miss a live stream again. You will get notified when we are live streaming. So, button open here from Chofan, raised to 500. Katie got pretty easy 3-bet here with Ace King, facing this button open from Chofan. Makes it 1.8 to go, and Chofan here with the King 4 of Hearts against Katie's specific stack size here. We're just going to have to let this one go. We can't really do anything else but fold. We can 4-bet rip this with the King block us. Button versus small blind dynamic, but same again. I just think Katie's going to be too short to be 3-bet folding in this spot as a bluff.
Katie 3-bets to 1.8. No call.
Shows the King.
Yeah, I think you can see half hour. I'm not lying. You can see half hour.
What was your ace? What ace did you have? Yeah, you had ace and 2 there on the back of the folding.
Yeah, I'm type here because that's how I know that. Once I was in the back tournament, I never played that big tournament in my life. I got Ace King, but
just folded ace king suited. I don't know what you're raising with.
What about Afir yesterday on the button when he opened the button? He's trying to convince him that he passed jacks when his hand's going to be shown in 30 minutes.
Brilliant.
It's funny.
The Twitch link is www.twitch.tv/GUKPT.
No, you can sit after, innit? Brandon can find out after half anyway, 6 minutes left.
It's a low jack open from Craig with the Queen Jack. Looks like 550. One green and 2 orange chips. And Area gets out the way in the small with the 9-4 and looks like a kill.
Well, if you're looking in colour, the red.
Yeah. If you're looking in colour. Kill looking like he's going to defend here. Flicks in the defend, heads up to the flop. 7-5 off for a kill. Queen Jack for Craig. Both players flop a gut shot. 6 needed for a kill and 9 for Craig. Craig with 2 overs to go with his. So probably going to be wanting to continue here. Continue 600. It's just under half pot here. And same scenario as we had a few hands back, like some players will elect to peel this if they're willing to bluff on later streets when it favours their range more than the opener, but a kill just happy to get out of the way. Not going to continue in that pot. So just under 4 minutes to go for the session. Probably 3 more hands we can squeeze in before an hour dinner break. We are back at 5:45, guys. For the remainder of the day, finishing up on stream midnight as always. So cut-off open, King 9 suited, called in 2 spots, both a kill and David calling in the blinds. King Queen for a kill, 8s for David, 10-6 for a rainbow. So just 1 overcard to the 8s of David here, checks through on the flop. 6 of spades coming off on the turn here. A kill checks once more. David's going to check, and if I'm Katie here, most certainly going to come in for the delay continue now once we pick up more equity in our flush draw. David here going to have to call once though after flop's gone check check. Only 1 overcard to our 8s. Katie being the opener won't have too many 6x in there. Oh, boat on the river just in case for David Crane. And it's interesting to see if Katie is going to fire a second barrel here, but she checks behind and boat is good for David on the river with the 8s. He's going to take a small one.
Heading towards the break, 2 minutes to go until the end of this session and a 60-minute break. could be the last stand. Might get 2 in, depending if we have a biggie. Quickly.
Should we see what's happening out on the
Go on,
table south? Kellett is in the building for another bullet. Looks like he's signed up to NASA as well. Oh.
It is Peekaboo.
Guy Taylor in on the field. Saw him playing the satellite last night. Unaware if he won a seat or not, but he was here yesterday.
Emma Looster, champion of the oldies.
Yep. Won the seniors event, already won 2 GUKPTs.
Yes. Frankie's
Frankie's
dealing. No way.
Is that Frankie
Ladies and gentlemen, Frankie's dealing. Wowzers. He's a big smile on his face. Brett Angel. That looks like Bobby James. It looks like Bobino of the James. A few players as we come up to the last stand of the session.
Yeah, we're going to try and
in and around the room, and we'll do some more of those in levels 5 and 6 and 7 and 8.
Try and get a pan in every session.
Yeah, and
see who's still in.
All good. All is good. This could be the very last stand. Go, Bobby. He's gone on to Twish and he's good as a follow.
Lovely. Cheers, Bobby. Showfan ace 5. Going to make it 5-2-5. With the pocket 6s in the hijack. And this will be the last hand because players are getting up for break. And Andrew here with the ace 4 suited in the big. He's most certainly going to be continuing. It's just whether it's going to be in the form of a call or a 3-bet.
Former champion from 2011, Andy Peters.
And just picking up defending chips, going to make the call, heads up.
All players who are not in the hands will be off on there. 60 minutes. 9 Jack 9. Final flop of the session.
Hard for opponent to connect with this paired board, rainbow. So Arian is going to come in for continue, try and take this down now, but looks like a quick fold from Andrew.
Does it. Another good session, nice and lively, good table, a lot of chat.
We are back at 5:45, guys. See you then.
You will come back to table 8.
Charge me. Race, yeah? No? No, chip race. Yesterday it was chip race. Okay. Okay, easy for us.
Extra break.
race I'm off now?
Is he good?
We've just wrapped up the chips. Mike, are you doing the race now? Mike, I think there is a chip race now.
It's a chip race.
I think he said, Mike. Mike, is there a chip race?
Easy money. Yeah, but it's, you know, it's...
Once all players finish the hand, we kindly ask you to leave the tournament area. That's all players. We need you to please leave the tournament area once you finish your hand. Thank you.
I was pretty sure because it's the same as... So, 1, 2, 1, 2...
This one only 800.
Yeah. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Everything goes good. So 2, 2, 2, 1. Queen. Let me check. Five minutes remaining on the clock.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ah, okay. So 1, 2.
5 here.
Okay. That's it, yeah. So this is inside, this is inside. It's done. Okay. I'm gone.
Is it going to be a 5K? 5K. Not nice.
5 minutes left on the break, yeah? I'll sort them out. Frankie, you can help us. You don't need to sit there, wait. Just grab it from D. Dina has some now. Grab it from D. Kind of like Coke. Coke? No, not Coke. Like Walt or something like that. Something like that. Frankie. I have. This is what I came here, Frank. I wouldn't have it, I wouldn't go to the tech. Yeah, there should be 3 spare. 3 5K special. Well. Might not be well.
the safe one.
Yeah.
Thank you. How about that?
draw?
Morning, Mrs. Kennedy.
Mexican, it looks absolutely grim.
Oh, is it? Excellent.
Slush.
Well, these four are quiet, so we can't be that bad.
Sludge. Fucking call it slops. You not even fucking get in. You'd be embarrassed in case somebody fucking knew it. How's the food, Michael? Hey, Peaky, how are we doing this? Fucking later. Hint the name. Do you need paper and pen? Paper and pen?
square poker. Not touch these.
Craig swollen. Craig, Bundesliga like fucking Christ go back to back. That's a good one.
new deck, please. Yeah, he ate it, and then he said before he went, I knew it wasn't really chewed anyway.
Attention all main event players, we're going to start retaking your seats. The tournament will recommence in 4 minutes. That's all main event players, we now start taking your seats.
That's why I read that one.
Oh yeah, photo of
I told everyone as soon as I came in the room.
Oh, can we get Simon, as soon as I could you swap this chair?
No, because this is Rob as well. That's Rob. Rob, every time I've been on this side of the room, it's all been shiny.
This table, I can't be using my chair. Are you on it? Fresh shave for the event,
He's been copying my hairstyle.
yeah, but it's better looking than you. You got a big nose. You got a massive
Big Raya this, Big Raya. More maturity.
Dave. Do you want one of these? Yeah, I need a chair. Can you acquire the one off table 20? Can you ask someone to acquire the dealer chair off table 20?
Deal of what?
The dealer chair. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Do you know what I mean? Accidents happen, you know. Are you okay? You need to claim. Are you okay? Claim. But you know what I mean? The chair's just like.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, we are just about set for level number 5. A bit of chipotle chicken was devoured, and we are now set back for level 5. 15, level 5. Level 15, level 5.
Yeah, all set and ready. Had a very good.
Who we got, Jay?
In seat 1, going to be Chris Norfolk. In seat 2, Garwa Chu. In seat 3, Jeff Duddy. Seat 4 is Daniel Knight. Seat 5, Darren Delahunty. Seat 6, Tim Chung. Seat 7, Les Kearney. Seat 8 is Rick Treat. And in seat 9 is Anthony Kennedy. So table for the next couple of hours.
Good to see Darren Della Hunter back, bang in the middle of the table from Liverpool. Numbers, as we said, were brilliant before the break. It's up to 255,000 in total now. 186 today so far, and counting. We are still buying in.
Mick the Mod in the chat.
Oi, oi, Mick the Mod.
Good evening. Off for 4 days now. Lovely.
Beautiful.
And good evening to Maycole on the YouTube chat.
Hey boys, how are you? No snow around Manchester. It was pretty grim in parts of the country, but not for us. Still a clear path to the casino if you want to get here.
It is rammed in that card room now, though, as you walk through every single table.
Yeah, it's good.
I had a bit of good news on the break as well. Remember that line I set with Yanis 235?
Yes.
It's actually for today, not overall.
So you're winning?
Well, I'm winning at the moment, yeah. Could make £4 profit today.
There's a bit of honesty.
There you go.
Good old Yanis. 235 today was a bit optimistic, wasn't it? Wow.
We've already had over 180 entries today, so it's...
Just to let you know, my pound's in my pocket.
Yeah, I know.
There's no line
I'm
at
I'm never seeing that again, I know. So we've got Jeff continuing here after free betting the Ace Queen versus button open out of the big blind. Going to continue for 2.3. And not the best of flop here for Chris. 2 overcards to our pocket nines. And just lets them go. Mick the Mod, no, what's basically happened, our Twitch channel, we're trying to sort out, because I need to be logged into the GUKPT site, and then once I get access to that, we're just trying to sort the details, then I can just plug the commands from my account to that account, and it should all be set. But we're just trying to get in at the moment.
Evening, Brad. You just seen Jack Hardcastle get knocked out of the Irish Open. What? Last April? Is that a repeat?
He might be talking about there's another festival going on over there at the moment.
Oh, the Unibet?
Yeah, he might be talking about that. Right. But highly doubt it's the Irish Open. That's in a few months' time.
April the 7th to the 14th, I think, the Irish Open. Ah, the Unibet. I see. Jack's over there, is it? Won himself a seat. Always plenty going on wherever you are in the poker world. Always. Here's 10 for Chris, raises to 7 in the hijack button. Calls over to Dan in seat number 4.
Yeah, Dan with the pocket 5s here, playing just sub 30 big blinds, 29 bigs. Just going to call with the 5s. That's going to bring Darren in with the 6-4 suited.
Queen 7-3. All 4 spots, check the Queen Eye flop. 4 of spades on the turn. Darren still won't be happy about his 4 hitting on the turn. Dan checks. Darren comes in for a bet. Makes 1.1. And the 5s look like they were going to bet on the turn, so it wouldn't surprise me if he calls. And the jack means that Daniel has the check mark. If it indeed does check, yeah. Shows a 4, and I have 5s. Oh, thanks, Brad. Indian's ordered. He's going to PM the pictures a little bit later. Ah, thanks very much.
Yeah, cheers, Brad.
Really busy tomorrow. He's got a sit-down meal for 200 people or something like that. How do you keep everything warm?
Ask the chef.
We're over 200 people in. How do you get? $250 people. How do you keep everything warm? I can't keep everything warm. I'm doing something for 6. Well, hot cupboards. That makes sense. There's Kearney, passport winner. Got himself an entry into every leg of 2020 by going down to London and winning one of the seats. Well done, Les.
Always brings the missus along with him.
Shaz is always
yeah,
here.
Sharon's always here.
Make it a nice holiday. Jeff in seat 3. 3 bets to 1.7, and Les calls. Lev never misses these spots. Does Les? Oh, he has 6, 2, 8. That hits the range of the cut-off more than it does for Les.
We're all done, Charles. We're there.
How did you do that?
We are there.
Oh, the moderator's back. Good on, yeah. Mick the mod, you got the sack. Ta-da!
And we're off. And we're good.
Good old Mick the mod. What happened? How did you get it in?
PK, done some digging. Got the login details for me. I'm now on the GUKPT site.
Beautiful.
And we know how to do all the commands now.
So is it now J the mod?
We're learning. Yeah, shall I change it? We're learning. Yeah, I was just sorting that out, guys, first few minutes of this session, just so it's a bit easier for people on Twitch.
But stick with us, Mick. We still love you. Mick the mod will always be Mick the mod. He'll just have to pass it on to me whenever I'm needed.
Yeah. It's actually really simple, Tower.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not even complicated.
Oh, that's all
Once
right.
you know how to do it.
I like them kind of words.
Yeah.
You'll be clipping in all sorts next.
Be making banners around the side and everything. Alright, back to the action. Gar opening A7 in the low jack. Les going to defend in the big blind with the King 8.
Ace 6 Jack. Here's the flop.
So got does flop top pair, and one of them better Ace X hands to having your check back range here, the Ace 7. It does check it behind. I'm going to check once more on this Jack turn. Les does actually catch a piece here on the river, so the way we've played this as Gar probably means we're going to get maximum here that we could have got. And Les does call it off, sees the Ace 7.
Les hits the 8. Thought he might have got a bit of showdown there, but not to be. Oh, he's going into the back end of everything now. This is it. Wait while he bans somebody.
I'm also toning the Nightbot down a bit so people can post their emojis and in caps lock and stuff.
Oh, good on you.
So,
how many are you going to let them do? 5? Excessive caps or excessive... And what's the emote set at 2 at the minute?
Find out. 3.
No, make it 6.
We make it 6.
Make it 6. Nine, deuce, 6, 2 spades. Whiffs everybody, somehow. Anthony in seat number 9 bets 1.2. The Ace 10 gets out of the way to 1 bet. So it heads up to the turn. Oh, the 7-8. Darren in C5. Up and down on the flop. Yes, they're on the turn.
Is Anthony coming in for the double barrel on this turn card? 2.5k. Darren obviously not going to be going anywhere after turning the straight.
And third spade. Don't think he'll... 11,000, that's a call. That's a call, can't be too scared of the flush. Oh!
There's a 4-liner out there, so any spade we're behind
4
to...
spades.
Yeah,
my apologies. My apologies, I thought it was the 2 of clubs, it wasn't, it was 2 of spades. Apologies there.
Yeah, little 3 barrel getting through that.
That's what he thinks, the rivered spade. He says, are you at it?
So Gar, very loose open here, early position, 7-4 suited, makes it 700.
Picked up my phone.
Trig here, 9-8 off in the small blind.
So good to see Trig back at the poker table.
Wisdom Bot asks, is there a side event today? No side events today. Next side event kicks off tomorrow at 4 o'clock. That is the £250 Texas Hold'em.
That's a good event. It's 20,000 starting stack on a 30-minute clock. A one-day event. Save on your X's. Cracking event, that. Cracker. Don't forget, if you want to check out all the details, Poker Live app. Here's the app to download. If you click on it right now, it'll tell you there's £260,000 in the prize pool, meaning 191 in the building today. Click on any club in the country and the schedule will be there on the Poker Live app, and eventually you'll be able to buy into tournaments on the app. Means I'll just have to buy into a tournament just to try it. Jay, I'm on my way. Just bought in. That's what I'll be doing.
King Queen for Darren in the low jack, playing a stack of 29 bigs. It's going to be opening here for sure. Thinks it's 700.
I'll just make it 725.
So I'll raise to 7. Can't make it 725 anymore. There's no 25 chips in play.
$10-8-6 and a rainbow. So Chris does flop a gut shot. It looks like Darren is going to come in for continue here on the 10 high board.
900. And a call. 9 of diamonds, anybody?
Oh!
The 9 of spades straight in the door for Chris.
Yeah, we got going to have to check this one behind now as Darren against big blind range. Going to have plenty of straights in there. We'll just take a free one, see if we can potentially hit a jack on the river.
And Darren, unfortunately, not getting the rub of the green.
What do you think about all this talk, Tower, about the WSOP?
What, that we're going?
No,
or that it might not take place?
Yeah, that it might not take place.
It'd be, well, I'm glad I haven't booked just yet. It will be a catastrophe.
Yeah, it's like every single year.
What happens to all the other festivals in Vegas?
It's like Poker Players Christmas, ain't it, for
You've
WSOP?
Got the Venetian do a massive tour, massive festival. The Wynn does a massive. The Aria, Bellagio, all these places do a festival. The Orleans does a massive festival now. Downtown, downtown in the Old Town Vegas, you've got 4 of them doing festivals. Do they all cancel it?
I don't know.
Do they all stop? Because if one does it, everybody has to. You can't have one and then not the other, because people play off the back of the other of the World Series. It will be. I know it's this coronavirus is serious, and I know it's. We can all help ourselves. To be fair, we can make sure we wash his hands when we go to the toilet, and we can use sanitizer. Sanitizer should be readily available on every counter nowadays. It should be complimentary at this moment in time. And yeah, it's quite serious. the rugby's been cancelled in Italy, so that's not going ahead.
Yep.
They're playing football behind closed
Yeah,
doors.
the Inter Milan Juventus game, no crowd.
It is. It is quite serious. Some places are taking it more serious than others. So yeah, if it does get cancelled, the World Series, then obviously they're doing it for a reason, because the actual money that the city itself could lose will be into the hundreds of millions in the summer.
Yeah,
hundreds of millions. So it has to be done for the correct reason. But if it is done, then obviously it's taken very seriously. So basically, watch this space. The news will be out soon. One of the biggest things that's in jeopardy at the moment is the Olympics, because that's in Japan.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So
Mick Mods asks, is Kellett back in today? Yeah, Kellett is in the field. He's having another try today.
Mohammed Rahman says the coronavirus has hit the UK on a bigger scale than the media actually states. Absolutely 100%. If anybody actually believes what's written these days in the newspapers, or believes everything that is absolutely correct, what's on the news channels, then unfortunately you're a bit out of touch. I absolutely agree, Mohammed. Completely agree. It's a sad state, unfortunately, that the media can say there's one person got it, or there's one case of it, when there could be 1,000 cases. So we just hope it doesn't get too much. Hope it doesn't get too bad, that it starts affecting a lot of people in the United Kingdom. But it is serious.
So Tim coming in for an open, ace-3 suited. Trig going to get out of the way. Les is actually in this hand, guys. Les is peeled with the Queen-Jack suited here. Wow, Anthony's in with the old Queen-5 suited as well. Chris in the cut-off with Jack-10 off. Jeff's going to call with a suited 10-9. And Daniel now getting what is 12-1 on a call here in the big blind. So most certainly will be flicking it in here with the 7-4. When you're getting this sort of price.
Six to the flop, no 5 to the flop. 6 to the flop.
Yeah, 6 to the flop.
Six-handed to the flop with a big blind at 600. 8, 4, 9.
So I believe the 10-9 of spades has taken the lead, yes. So top pair for Jeff, he's got the best of it here. Up and down straight draw for Chris. Not much for anyone else here really. Daniel has got bottom pair, but can't be continuing 6-way with just bottom pair. So Jeff's actually going to come in for a donk here, 6-way, bet of 1.6. Should be going heads up to the turn, because you expect Chris to call here with his up and down straight draw. Hannah Disco on Twitch says, who won the seats last night? I am not actually too sure. I'm sure we may actually be able to get some names, but
I know Chris Flint did.
It finished at like 4 in the morning, so so this King of Diamonds on the turn shouldn't really be a bad card for us here, as Jeff. Chris, after calling flop, he shouldn't really have any King X in here on a rainbow board. Like the only hands it may really change, King 9 suited. If he chooses to peel that pre, I doubt he's going to peel King 8 or King 4 suited. So, as Jeff here, this is actually a nice turn for our hand. I know an overcard has rolled off, but thinking about ranges, there's just no real King X hands that Chris can have in there. And Chris actually takes the initiative and bets his up and down straight draw and gets the best of it to fold. But I think we've got to be calling once at least there as Jeff. We're going to check turn.
And here's Simon coming back.
Who?
No, exactly. Frankie.
that was
Frankie Boyle. And I was genuine as well. Absolutely genuine.
Oh, it's brilliant.
He was just genuine. I actually thought, oh.
Pocket nines for Les. Raising to 700. Seems to be the size everyone's elected to open on this table. The guy making the call with fives in the cut-off here. Down in the small, playing 40 bigs effective, so can go either way here. We can come in for the squeeze, or we can just flat out the small. Les has opened early position. It's not the nicest if we 3-bet and get 4-bet by Les. But either option is fine here from Daniel. And looks like he's going to opt for the latter, coming in for the 3-bet here to 2.6k. Would like to see him go a bit bigger here. Squeeze in after a flat from an early position open with the ace-queen, and Les just lets the nines go. Action going to be back on Gar here now with the pocket fives and the cut-off. Obviously Daniel repping a very strong range of hands here after 3-betting out the small after an early position open.
Find the call.
Yeah, just from the way Gar's posturing town now, he's not going to be continuing, and does let the fives go. And Dan's going to take that one down with the ace-queen. Coming up, guys, over the next week, after we finish GUKPT Manchester, 25-25 is in Glasgow. So if you fancy having a shot at that, 25-25 in Glasgow next week. And then we do have some deep stacks running as well from the 5th to the 8th of March. Thanet, Coventry, Huddersfield, Liverpool. There are online legs for both of those events as well, so if you fancy making day 2 from the comfort of your own home, you can qualify online on the client. Chris with the queens in the low jack, raised to 700. And Gar here, gonna call with the jack 7. And looks like Darren and Tim have came along in the blinds as well, just waiting for the action to catch up. 9, 9, 8, 2 heart flop. So Tim actually flopping the nut flush draw here, and Chris with the queens chooses to check this 4-way. Can get behind that. And it's actually Gar who comes in for the bet once checked to him with his gut shot backdoor flush draw.
Turn card. Is it a beauty? It's an ace. The ace of diamonds.
Yeah, so Tim now jumps out into the lead, and I think once he's been called in 2 spots here, Gar just cannot double barrel here. Tim can have a 9 calling out of the big blind. Obviously ace X of hearts gets there on the turn as well. So light guard's decision. Oh, that is a naughty river.
Oh my word, what happens here?
The Queen of Hearts. And Tim, with the nut flush, and he actually has a boat blocker in there with in form of an ace, is gonna get himself.
That's 3.5 on the river. Chris is definitely coming over the top.
Yeah. Chris is loving that river. It not only completes the flush, but just gives him the effect of nuts here. Obviously 9s can be a possibility, but we're not worried about one combo, so we want to be raising here. But Tim's never going to go broke this hand tower. He's either just going to flat, or what? Just snap fold. Just snap fold it.
Pretty impressive fold. Impressive fold from Tim. I think it already worked out what he was doing.
Well,
as the board came to him.
Tim might not have been worried about queens necessarily, but once he overcalls flop, Chris in seat 1, like he's not doing that with like ace king, ace queen. Like he can have overpairs in there, but he can also have a pocket 8s and pocket 9s, which he would have flopped either a boat or quads with. And obviously queens can be in there because on that flop 4-way, fine to check your overpairs. Can put in some tough spots. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Mark. Obviously, you can have King Jack suited, King 10 suited there. There are some worse flushes that we can be up against. They just snap folded it, didn't even have a think. And it's not like it's one of them.
It's like it already any raise coming in. I mean, it's a folded. It was already worked out in his head. There were no 5-minute dwell.
Well, I think if a raise came in from seat 2, it might have had a dwell up because seat 2 can have a lot of worse flushes there as just flat in the open. But obviously, it already made the decision. But the reason it's such a great fold there, Towers, because we beat some value hands there on that river. We like it's King Jack of Hearts, King 10 of Hearts, Jack 10 of Hearts going to raise. Maybe Tim just thinks those hands continue flop a lot of the time. 2 overs and a flush draw. That could have been the thought process behind it. Maybe he's just expecting all the Broadway combos of hearts to continue on the flop, so he's going to be more weighted towards boats than flushes.
Yeah.
But very, very good fold from him on the river. Just snapped it into the muck. Yeah, all correct, all correct. I could understand it if Tim went near pot size on the river and then got raised, because then he's really only repping a boat. But really, really good laydown.
There, 1.7 with 2, 3, 4 flop. Trig flops it. You got a guy betting into you with when he flopped it. Not too many raises under the gun with 5-6, to be fair.
Trig going to start trying to get value straight away from his flop wheel. And Anthony with the overpair to the board here. So he's just going to call and play some turns. Can't fold yet.
There's the board.
See, this is actually a really good card for Anthony here with the 7s. It reduces the chances that Rick's now going to have 2 pair or a set on the flop. So this 4 is actually a pretty good card for us here as Anthony with the 7s. Like, you don't expect Trick to just raise a lone 4 against an under the gun open that has all the overpairs in their range. So it actually looks like a good turn card for us as Anthony here with a 7. So going to have to call again, and spot is going to occur on the river, assuming it bricks out and it doesn't put a 4-liner out there. And there is the 6, so may actually save Anthony some money here, because some of the main bluffs that Rick has on the flop have now all completed. He'll have something like 3-5 suited, deuce 5 suited perhaps in there, maybe some 5x with backdoor clubs.
Call. Anthony's call was nearly in the middle before Rick put a chip in.
Yeah, snapped him off. Non-believer.
Bet of 8,000 on the river from Trig. I was just thinking he wouldn't like the 6.
Yeah, it's a horrible card tower. Like, you got to think there's no flush draw on the flop. Like, Trig can potentially just raise a bare 5, maybe with a backdoor flush draw, turn the clubs, continue barreling, and get there on the river. But then, like we mentioned, like maybe a 5-3, deuce 5 suited type hand, and then he hasn't really got any other bluffs there. Maybe he just levelled himself into calling there, Anthony, thinking this guy, he's one of the team pros, he's going to bluff this river because he knows it's a better river for him than me, and sometimes you can level yourself into making those type of calls. But snapped his arm off.
Literally couldn't wait to get that call in the middle.
Live poker will never die, Hannah. It will never die.
Not ever. That's why you've got to get involved. That's why you need to be at Berry New Road with the prize pool of an astounding £264,000.
So we've nearly had 200 entries already today.
Yeah, 195.
There's
195.
There's Les Kearney coming in for an open with the Queen 8 of hearts here. Raised to 700 on the button. Trig with a 10-9. Make the call. Anthony's going to come along with a 9-6 suited in the big three-way action to this flop. Jack 10-3, 2 spade flop. It's going to give the 10-9 a Trig the lead in the small blind. Les has flopped a gut shot here with the Queen 8, but elects to check behind. 5 of hearts rolling off on the turn, so Trig's probably going to lead this turn now once flop checks through, and does. A lot of the time our 10 is going to be the best hand here. Les will have some hands like Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10 that do check behind flop, which we can still be losing to, but we're just going to check call river a lot of the time on clean runouts as Trig. So this 5 rolls off on the river. So looks like he's actually going to go really small here for value. Trig try and target 6s through 9s, but Les cannot call in this spot with Queen high. Steve on YouTube says, are cash games running down there yet? Can't see anything on the app. There was definitely a table. I think there was definitely one running today. I'm not sure. That one in the corner. Yeah, I think it could be a DC though. But
well, I need to nip out myself.
Yeah,
30 seconds.
Let Tao go have a look. He'll go see what's happening.
Wonder if there is another. Come back with live updates on the cash and ask them if there is one open, why it's not on the app.
Still steaming about the A7 fold. It's just a snap fold as well. Didn't even need to think about it. I guess that's the difference as well, because just sort of that 6th sense, spidey sense in spots where you just know your beat. And obviously I always say on stream, if we're ever creeping into starting to beat some of our opponent's value range, a lot of the time we have to call, but I guess the assumption from Tim was most of the Broadway hearts just continue on the flop, and I'm guessing that had to be the assumption for him to snap fold that on the river. So Gar sees the ace high flop, and it goes check check. Now Les wants checking this back on flop here. We want to start trying to get some value from our ace jack, especially with the jack of clubs. And Gar's still going to have to call once here. 3-1 on a call. Les can potentially barrel hands like king queen, queen jack, jack king with a club in them here. But the queen of clubs has rolled off on the river, so that is second nuts, well third nuts, because 3-4 of clubs is a straight flush. But third nuts for Les and fourth nuts for Gar here. And Gar now going to come in for a lead, and we should only be flatting here as Les can't be thin value raising this jack of clubs here. Gar opening under the gun, he will have the king of clubs in there. Hands like kings with the king of clubs, the hands we mentioned that Les could potentially still have as well, like the broadways with a club in them. It is a fairly small size, 1.3 into 4.7, so he's gone around just between a third and quarter pot, but Les never folding here and does make the call, and we'll see that he did have the best of it. Yeah, and that's exactly what you're saying there, Mark. Spot on. Going back to that Tim hand, the thing is, these river spots, when someone raises river, they're so underbluffed. Like, very few players actually incorporate bluffs into their range there. Like, a lot of players, if they're going to bluff, they'll just bet river. But not many players actually raise river as a bluff. So because the spots are actually so underbluffed, especially in live poker, it's honestly a spot where you can actually make really exploitable laydowns, especially against certain opponents. If Tim's aware that Chris in trap 1 is never ever got a bluff in that spot, and he's just doesn't think he can have flush draws, then yeah, he can make an exploitable laydown, and that's exactly what we've just seen. From a game theory standpoint, obviously we'd have to call in that spot, but obviously live, so much exploitation has to be going on, and Tim obviously saved himself a lot of chips, and Tim, very accomplished player on the circuit, very well known, and you can see why in that hand. And it's not always about the game theory line. If you can make exploitable folds like that correctly, then you're going to do well in the game. There's no doubt about that. So ace queen 8 rolls off on the flop, and Anthony opened the button with the old 10-5 powerhouse. Going to get called in one spot from Chris, who has flopped middle pair. Deuce of clubs on the river, on the turn, sorry, bit premature. And Anthony loves a barrel. Saw him free barrel early on this session with just an air ball, the old Jack 7 opening under the gun, and he just went bet, bet, bet. And looks like he's just going to rep an ace-X type hand here. He's opened the button. If Chris is aware that he has hands like 10-5 opening on the button, it means he's going to be opening very, very wide, and potentially might have to call again here against this specific opponent. But it looks like Chris is just going to let the queen go after he's given the smile out. But like to see it from Anthony, like to see it. Bit of change of gears. Haven't seen much of it either yesterday or so far today. Someone just doing a lot of barreling, applying maximum pressure. And from a range standpoint, it is a good double barrel. Obviously we didn't have no equity, but it's going to favour us a lot more than it's going to favour Chris in the small. Yeah, Mark says one of the best moves ever is the check raise all in on the river. But some, like, I've played with plenty of players over the years, just like recreational players, and like there's plenty I could name that I've never ever seen raise bluff a river. So if you get to river spots against them and they raise you on the river, like, you can like make these really exploitable laydowns. But it's all about knowing your opponents. Like, it's a different scenario if Tim was in a hand there with someone that was known to be capable to potentially raise bluff a river. But definitely fold of the day so far. King Queen 10, 2 hots. Any good flops about Les? Broadway. Not going to get a single penny from Jeff though. Snap, fold. Any cash games?
Yes. There's been a problem with the app. As soon as there's only one table, and it's 1-2, no limit, and it's full, and there's no waiting list. But what happened was as soon as they opened it, for some reason it disappeared on the app. So they're just re-inputting it back onto the app. But there's only one cash table running at the moment. Every other table is taken by the main event, and there is no waiting list if you want to put your name on the list. And they were inputting it back onto the app as I had just left them. So it's a full game. It's table 20. It's £80 minimum, no limit. 1-2, and there's no waiting list, but it is a full ring. So there we go, up to date on the cash section.
Tim pocket fours comes in for the old min click. It makes it 600 to go. Gar makes the call on the bum with the ace jack suited, and Jeff in the small blind here, the ace queen. Is that a free bet tower, or is that just calling chips?
I think it's a call.
I'm guessing it must be a free bet because we haven't gone to the flop yet and the big blind's folded. There we go.
2.2.
Free bet to 2.2. Snap fold from Tim with the pocket fours, and Gar here, ace jack suited. Exactly 2.5 to 1 in the call and position. Only thing for us here is Gar, I'll stack 34 big blinds, and makes a very, very good pass there in a dominated spot from Jeff.
And they get out of the way. Yeah, no problem about running and see what the cash games were like. That's what we're here for. Anybody wants a chip count off anybody? Very, very hard today. You can't get in and out of the tables. It's a busy old card room. Yeah, I'd like to say 95% of the time the app is very, very good and working well.
Oi, oi, a CFO in the chat. Oh, unlucky in the satellite last night. It was nice to see you. Thanks for our goodies as well.
Yes.
El samosas.
CFO. Liam Hooks, is that wanting a chip can? We'll try and find out. CFO is in the Twitch chat. Brothers, 3 chat boxes open, and we're always checking on Facebook. Let's have a login onto the Grosvenor page. On Facebook, see who's watching.
Good evening, Facebook.
Good evening, Facebookers. Facebookers. God. 92 and 8 now. 8% say it's red. Still red.
Of course it's red.
Oh, it is.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Well, I said it was red.
How can you...
It is red.
Terracotta.
It's red. Unbelievable. Robbie Richmond said, has Philippield ever been on the right side of an argument? Unfortunately not.
All of them are CFO. We monitor all the chat boxes. We'll at least try to. We have 4 to check. Facebook, we pop in every now and again.
We do, which I'm doing right now.
Its tower is on.
Here we go, let's have a quick chat with the Facebookers. Afternoon, Facebookers! The old ace queen for Jeff. Two, 5 jack, 3 checks, 8 the diamonds on the river.
Anthony coming in for a tiny bet there.
Roy Cyphers, who was second to Ali Malou, and just joined us on Facebook. Oi oi, he says. Weather warnings again, says Bradders. Where's that for, Brad? Or is that just everywhere?
The CFO says, by the way, I'm not eating in 26 hours and not even that bothered.
Okay.
Well, I went.
That's his new fad diet.
I went online last night at CFO and just ordered loads of bags of sugar because I've been eating a lot of rice lately, and you told me sugar's better for me than rice. So, see how that works out.
Yeah, he's on his new faddy diet where you don't eat anything for 24 hours, or you eat once in 24 hours.
Yeah,
is that
once
right?
Once an hour.
You eat once
every 24
hours.
hours.
Well, I've had mine.
An hour.
I had mine at the buffet at 5 o'clock. Let's see if I can go till 5 o'clock again tomorrow. Let's see.
I'll have the unders.
Have you seen the size of this frame?
Trig making it 800 to go under the gun with ace jack. It's folded all the way round to Les in the big. He's going to defend the 9-7 off. Queen 8-4, 2 diamonds. So Les complete whiff for him, just 9 high. Trig here. Expect him to continue. But he is actually going to check behind with the ace jack.
King of clubs on the turn.
We're not continuing flop. I think this is a definite delay continue here. Once this king rolls off on the turn with ace jack, can have the best hand here as well. But we can fold out hands like some 4x here, 8x potentially, because we opened under the gun. But looks like Trig's just on his way to get into showdown. The board just got better and better for his range, and he's actually river top pair, but Les can't put any chips in with 9 height. Only water, tea, coffee, no sugar, no milk.
Okay. Can you have almond milk? We didn't get the list of the 16 winners of the satellites. I know Spuddy from Blackpool got one. Chris Flint, he got one. That's only because I heard on the grapevine that he was playing. You can't have almond milk. Why not? Because it has carbs. I like almond milk. I like almond milk in a smoothie. When I have my peanut butter and my banana and my flaxseed and ice and almond milk with a bit of water. That's one of my favourites. Love it.
Got the old
love it
smoothie maker.
Yes, it whizzes it round at 1,000 RPM a minute. Roy Seif has actually got Maloud as well. Unlucky young man. Good efforts, finished second. Great turnout for the seniors. 71?
Yep. CFO says you can't have that tower. Smoothie has about 500 calories.
It all depends what's in it. Obviously.
Plus, you even put a plus at the end.
All depends what's in it. You can have a banana. See, that's my favourite smoothie for just before I go to the gym. Honestly. And dry past it. No. Peanut butter, banana, Greek yogurt, almond milk, flaxseed. It's my favourite. Fish says 71 is probably the average age of the seniors event. You played it. You played it. You must have pushed the average age up. Make them odds.
Got blinds going up in just under 5 minutes to take us to the halfway point of the day. Going to be going into the 2,400 level. Ace-5 of spades for Gart. Just comes in for a limp here. I expect Jeff to ISO here now with the King-Jack over this limp. And does, makes it 800. And Tim now here with the pocket kings in the cut-off. All this action occurring in front of him. We're certainly going to see a free bet here.
3 bets to 2,800 with the Django's.
I don't know where Darren's holding here. Assuming off of his stack size, probably going to get out the way. I'm sure he probably would have just ripped for 15 big blinds if he had a hand that he wanted to go with, so I can't see Darren continuing whatever he does have here, and Tim just picks that one up.
No shout. What was it worth shouting about?
I just had caps lock on. I didn't even realise. I wondered why you said why you were saying don't shout, and I've realised now.
Yeah, 196 entries so far. Fantastic. Mark Bunting says that chip's orange, Jay. He should know he's got t-shirts bright as that. Yeah, I think we've worked out it's some shade of orange, even though it looks red.
So hang on, so you're agreeing now? You're agreeing it's orange?
No, not in the slightest. My eyes tell me it's red. Nothing I can do about it. It just looks red to me.
So queens for Daniel here under the gun at +2. And Darren pocket fours. This should be going all in tower, but he's just run into the top end of the range with Daniel here. He may let them go because he's probably not got any fold equity actually. So although it's just under 15 big blinds, 14 to be precise, yeah, he has just gone with it. But he probably will be aware that just haven't got no fold equity against Daniel really here though for this amount. And he's going to run into the queens. Chris here with ace-jack in the big blind. He's going to have to let this one go. He's going to ask for a count here, Chris, but got to be wary of the open from Daniel. And then it's actually a shove from Darren for just shy of 15 big blinds here. Daniel under early position, still going to have lots of strong hand in there, and it's terrible for us to cold call this here. And Daniel come in for a raise, but looks like Chris has made the call. Graphic errors going on here, guys. It's actually just 3 players in this pot. Daniel with the queens here now. He's got no option but to just shove here. Obviously we're a bit wary about Chris's flat, but queens here just got to be moving in. It's the thing.
It's not Les that's all in, either, is it?
No, Les is out the hand as well.
Les
tower
is not in the hand.
Daniel's open queens, Darren the shove for 14 big blinds with fours. There's a cold call from Chris in the big blind,
yeah.
And now action back on Daniel here.
If this is hand 1-3-2, then Dave sent a message. So we've got 2 all-ins, down with queens. Tim, gets out of the way. It isn't Les. It will get fixed. Darren Delahunty stands up.
So the Queens did move all in. Ace Jack folded. And now Darren looking for fours.
Yeah. Darren Delahunty staring down the barrel.
No help there. Do have some running straight possibilities.
Oh, hey up.
And that is
hey
one
up.
of them.
The oohs and the ahs hit the table.
7 deuce or 4 required to keep his tournament alive.
No.
And it's a jack on the end. So we are going to lose Darren Delahunty from the tournament. He does have the option to re-enter. So Les hasn't been eliminated.
No.
It's just Darren.
Yeah. Les wasn't even in the hand. It does get rectified. He did apologise for it. He doesn't know what happened. Well, we do. but it's...
feature, seat 5.
Darren Delahunty was the man eliminated. Les Caney is back. He didn't play the hand. Ace 3 was folded pre-flop. There you go. Banana and peanut butter is power food at best. That's what I use it for. I go to the gym and do weights.
That's what.
Feel these guns, son. Feel them guns. Go. That's what I use it for. I have my banana and peanut butter and my almond milk and my Greek yogurt into my smoothie, and it's a power food. And I go to the gym. Yeah. And when you feel these guns, son, oh, I feel them. You know, I don't just walk past the gym.
Mick the mod. It's his drinking arm, yeah. All the pints he's lifting up and down.
No idea what you mean. And to be fair, it's just nice. Sometimes you just make things because they're nice. Yeah. You know. Now the ace jack cold calling.
Looks like Anthony, when it's folded into on the button, he's just sort of opening any 2 cards really with position. And if the blinds are actually being fed information from the stream, they can start actually exploiting this by coming in with some lighter free bets out of the blinds. Maybe sizing them up a little as well, just try and take it down pre-uncontested. We get to the turn, which is the Jack of Diamonds, which does bring in a Broadway draw for Anthony, but Gar with the lead 2 pair hit. And Anthony up in the aggression again and taking it down with the worst of it. To be honest with you, Sifo, when a long time ago now, it was about 3 years ago, I had a PT and like doing all the nutrition stuff.
Yeah.
And he was telling me to eat that as well. I used to have natural yogurt banana in the morning, peanut butter as well. Better for me than tea and coffee with no sugar, no milk.
They're all coming in out. Steak, eggs and Guinness, power food.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
I'm in it. I'm in for all them 3.
So Queen Jack suited for Anthony in the cut-off. Unaware of Triggs holding. I'm going to sweat with Anthony this hand. Flop of 8-7-3 rainbow. And Anthony snaps him off with just Queen High on the flop. It was actually not a bad float candidate, to be honest with you. I'm unaware of the sizing Trig went, but assuming Trig went standard sizing here, this float is fine. From Anthony in position with the Queen Jack of Hearts, there's lots of good turns for our hand. We can also pick it up on a later street if Trig decides to slow down. And this isn't actually the worst of cards to barrel for us once Trig checks. Yes, he's going to have some King X in his range, but the fact we've got Queen Jack here, King Queen and King Jack, which would be opens for Trig, are actually less likely, so does actually come in for a bet. Snap raise from Trig, and Anthony snap folds the Queen Jack there, so unaware of what Trig had, but takes it down.
The old Walsall nuts coming out. Nah, Garth's going to get out of the way, which he does.
The guy that was in the chat box yesterday, was his name Anthony? Said he's going to be running loads of...
Ah!
It could be the man.
Was,
yeah, it was
right.
Anthony. It could be the man in seat 9. It might be making sense now. We had someone in the chat box late hours. It was quite a quiet day yesterday on the feature table, and someone came in the chat box, says if they get on the feature table tomorrow they'll put on a little show, and could be what Anthony's up to here in seat 9. If it is the man that was in the chat box, see him opening the Queen 9 off from middle position there.
Kev Blower's finished for the weekend.
Good evening, Kev.
Good evening, Kev. Ace-6 Queen in 2 hearts. Tim Chunk, former champion, in the hand with Jeff in seat 3.
Blinds are actually up. We are now playing 200, 400.
240.
Jamie, yeah.
He's here? Yeah, he drove to...
Did you get him?
He drove.
Oh, you drove your boat?
Yeah. I haven't got insurance on my car. Nine. Never in England. So sorry, I can't hear very well with this on.
It's one phone call, man. How are idle?
Exactly.
Insurance is one phone call.
It's expensive.
How much money you into right now?
900. I've been playing for 2 months. Fold.
2 months worth of winnings, isn't it?
It's expensive, man. It's cheaper for me to Uber at the moment. I'm not in the country. Ages. Probably in England, like 2 months, 1 year. So cheaper off renting. Insurance plus road tax and everything is like 2K.
So the numbers increase. Hopefully the cash action on the app has started to sort itself out. There was only one table. There we go. £100 PLOs 4 waiting, and the dealer's choice is 3 waiting. There's 2 games running at the moment, and in the tournament itself it tells us there is 201 and 270,000 in the prize pool.
King Queen for Tim on the button, going to be opening, makes it 800. Les in the small here, Ace Jack suited. 3 bets to 2.2k. And action going to be back on Tim here with the King Queen. So Les playing just sub 30 big blinds effective, sorry, just over 30 big blinds effective. And Tim with the King Queen here does have position. Les has actually opted for less than 3x sizing here, so last thing I expect Tim to do here is fold. It's call or potentially come in for the 4-bet, I guess. But no, he's just let it go against Les, and good fold again. Just sort of waiting for a good spot, Tim, I guess. Waiting for a less marginal spot. Just gives Les credit for a hand there. I'm sure if he saw the hands, he definitely would have been peeling the King Queen, but worried that he could be dominated a lot of the time there, I guess. Cigar, King 10 of Hearts, raising to 900. And Tim with a Queen 10 here in the cut-off. Gonna decide to 3-bet this hand, makes it 2.4k to go, and he's run into the Ace King of Trig in the small, incoming cold 4 tower.
Trig's thinking, what do I raise it to?
Well, out of the blinds here, expect him to go somewhere around the 6k remit here. Sort of 4 bets, a lot of the time sizing wise, somewhere around 2.2, 2.4x the original 3-bet. So somewhere between 5.5, 6k is what I expect to see.
Yep, 6.2.
And then it gets to snap folds, and Trig going to take a nice little pot there pre-flop. Evening Joe, Joe Smith tuning in. Said came third in the seniors, will be playing the Sunday side event.
Good stuff, young man.
Chasing the old leaderboard, the old seniors league. God, how bright. Oh, you missed it. There was a light just shined on Tim's watch. It went right into the camera.
Oh, was it?
Alright, Mick, I'm on the case now. I'll put a command in for the old delay.
Get you, look at this. Straight in, you. Oh. Cowboys to Tim. Raises to 8. Anthony in seat number 9 in the small blind. Calls.
Yeah, Jack 9's.
And that when you pick up an up and down straight draw.
Yeah, a bit of a loose call pre-flop, but now we're not going to mind seeing the old Queen 10-5 rainbow up and down. Tim going to be continuing here with his overpair to the board. Not going to see Anthony go anywhere here.
So about 2.2 and a call. Pairs.
Yeah, Tim's going to have to check this one behind now. A lot of the time, Anthony here in the small blind, think of ranges that should be calling out the small. There's going to be a lot of broadways in there. Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 9 suited, King Queen. But looks like Tim just knows where he's at though, and going to come in for another street here, 3.3k. Perhaps trying to target some 10x for value, obviously charging the draws as Anthony does have in this situation. A king on the river would be ill.
It's another queen.
Yeah, but he's going to like to see that river, Tim. Now we can really go for value against 10x quite comfortably. Obviously it's going to be a spot where we'd have to bet fold here with our kings if Anthony did raise, but like we spoke about earlier, it's just these spots just aren't bluffed. So Tim comfortably comes in for a value bet, trying to get called by perhaps a 10x type holding, maybe some pocket pairs in there, but no action from the jack high. Yeah, it's nice when action's moving quick, Kev. People just snap folding, no Hollywooding. To be honest, most of the players in the field, well, pros, let's call them, a lot of them just snap fold like there's no Hollywood, no tanking, because they understand the more hands that they get in over the course of the day, the better it is for them. Kings and aces, are you sure?
No way. Where's the ace? Where's the kings gone?
I don't know, the kings are gone and the aces have appeared.
Tim's got kings, Tim's got aces. The boats.
And Triggs
straight
picked
after
the wrong
the
time. Triggers picked the wrong time to free bet the 6 deuce here, and Tim's been quite active this last orbit here, so may incorporate a flat in here, Tower, because he's going to be aware that Triggs aware that he's been opening a few hands now, and because of that, Trigg can most certainly 3-bet a bit lighter. However, there's already been that dynamic. We did actually just see Trigg cold 4 out of the small blind. He did actually have the goods in ace king against Tim, but Tim here, 2 options, obviously 4-bet or just flat. And he does come in for the 4-bet to 7k, and Trigg snap folds the 6 deuce suited. Might have been one of them situations. Trigg's already re-raised me a couple of times. Doubt it's going to be a bluff this time, so we're going to try and get more money in the pot.
King of diamonds on the turn.
Yes, the King Jack of Tim going to take the lead now. Just fade in a 6 on the river to scoop this pot, but doubt we're even going to get to the river, because once come in for a bet here, I'm not going to get any action from any opponent.
shit on the stream, everyone's just going to try and fuck with me. Just keep folding that stuff on the screen because everyone's just going to try and fuck with me. Looks half an hour though. Huh? Looks half an hour though. No, I mean I had earlier. No, I meant when I had enough flush. Oh, he's folding. I usually know when they're fucking with me as well, so it's not too bad.
Oh, 10-7 for Anthony, raised to 1k. Gar should be all in here. No, Gar just going to flat off of 16, 17 big blinds here, facing a hijack open. I'm surprised these chips haven't been crammed in the middle here of ace queen. Perfect spot to shove for us. However, we're probably going to earn more chips this way. In the short term, it's going to work out better for us on the ace 9 deuce board. Once we do flat, I like the decision not to just move in on this flop. We're going to have a lot of Anthony's holdings drawing dead to run up.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, speaking of run up. And all in and a snap call, and Anthony's going to show the 10-7. So Gar playing the ace queen in this fashion, actually getting the absolute max. Just fading a snowman on the river.
Here comes the double. The river's a 4 of hearts.
Gar will double up Anthony, who actually came to this table with over 30k, is now our short stack. Came in for the double barrel there. Unfortunately ran into the ace queen.
Well, I can't have aces full. Can I have straight? Straight for set as well? I wasn't being too much. I was just focused on having queen, just like no king or queen or king, queen.
Good evening, Christy. I hope you're well.
Evening, Christy. Oh, we are good, thank you. It'll soon be time for Krispy Kreme deliveries.
Yeah, Goliath.
Oh, will it be the Tex-Mex this year? The burritos. Oh. I hope to see you before that. If not, we'll see you at the Goliath, I am sure.
So ace jack 5, 2 spade flop. Both Trig and Chris flopping a Broadway draw. Chris with the best hand at the moment, but Trig with the betting lead. So is going to come in for a continue on this ace high board, and snap fold from Chris, not even looking for a gutter. So guys, got just over half hour left of this session. Finishing up around midnight.
We do.
And the players still coming through the door as well. Ace Queen for Trig here under the gun, been fairly active the last 10-15 minutes or so.
Yeah, got up to 62,000 as well. Dangerous with trips. The Claimer online, one of the biggest and best players online there is. King 10-6. Trig gets outflopped. There's check calls, flopping at a 10.
Yeah, 4 of spades on the turn here, fairly dry board. Expect Trig to check this one behind a lot of the time. We're coming for the double barrel here. I guess we're just targeting some of the 6x that Les might peel with, and some of the worst 10x as well. May choose to fold, but we're obviously not going to get a king to pass to a second barrel, so Trig's decision is to just take a 3-1, which is the 4 of clubs on the river. Now Les with the ace 10, planning to check call here. Trig checks behind with the ace queen. He's to show first. Mick the Mod says, any news on Diver's stack? I'm not sure. I know she's in the field. 14k. 14k, says Dave.
Secretly stalking. That's what he's doing. Instant reply. Anthony in seat number 9 under the gun. Anthony Kennedy raises to 1,000.
Tim Peel in the King Jack suited, deuces for Les, and that's going to bring Trig along as well. So 4-way to the flop. Tim takes the lead on King 10-8 Rainbow, flopping top pair. Some nice backdoors as well for Tim with this hand. So he's going to come in for a bet once check to him. Can't see him getting called in any spot here. Tim starting to chip up.
Oh, and there's a massive flaw in the Football Hall of Fame that's supposed to be coming out.
What's the flaw?
The fans are going to be doing the voting. The biggest flaw and most pointless thing I've ever heard in my life. How many Man United fans are going to say that Liverpool players are the best?
0.
And vice versa.
Yeah, I get you.
How many Arsenal players are going to say that Tottenham players are the best?
0.
None. It's the biggest flaw and it's pointless.
Well, wouldn't it be the same case if like pundits or something vote, because they're all biased anyway?
Well,
like,
of course, yeah,
like, no matter who votes, there's going to be a bit of bias in it. So.
But surely they've got to be a little bit more unbiased than football fans who.
Yeah,
you'll never vote for Thierry Henry, being in Hall of Fame.
No, of course I would.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, it's like
it's flawed. Just thought I'd put that out there.
I'd put Soldado above Thierry Henry.
Jeff in C number 3 raises to 1,100. Even Dave's laughing.
Eric Jemba.
Even Dave's laughing.
Oh, Sergio Rebrov.
Ace 9's going to be calling, so we're going to see a flop. Oh, and he picks up the flush draw. 4-2 Queen. 2 hearts. Goes check, check, boom, instant service on the turn. That'd have been the ace of hearts. Well, it couldn't have been the ace of hearts because Anthony's got it, but can't see the ace king calling.
What?
Whoa, he comes.
Whoa, what is going on here, Tower?
He's raised to 4.5. That should have been at the end of the hand.
The reason this is like, because
The
we're going to have
lock's
to
in
call
from
this
Anthony.
off. We've got to put in an extra K. We're going to have to call this off, getting
Yeah.
15 to 1,
Yeah.
just in case Anthony does have the bare ace of hearts. Or
The shake of the head means, what have I just done?
What is going on here?
What have I just done? Jeff Duddy. Well, he's pulled out a dud. Because that is what you call bad timing. To try
It's
and
not,
get.
it's not like the timing though. Like, we've checked back flop and then raised this queen turn, so we're not really repping many queens. We're going to continue a lot of flush draws. What hands are we trying to represent in this spot? And it's just a complete airball. Could be the factor of I've got ace king. It's
a shame C3's name's not Phil or Paul, because then it could be P Duddy. But he's not. So a full double up for Anthony, who's already texting his mates, so he's on the stream. And I've just doubled.
Bit of a gift coming his way. Such a nice feeling as well when you're all in and your opponent spins over their hand and they're just dead off.
Sure is.
So folds to trig on the button, the old 5 deuce. He's going to be coming along for the right. Raises to 1k. Anthony going to peel the ace deuce in the small, and Chris going to come along with a 5-4. Much prefer to see a free bet with the ace deuce here in the small, especially against trig opening, but it's going to work out alright for us here because got 76% equity, 3 ways to the flop after flopping top pair. But trig on the ace high board should be continuing here. Do have some backdoors as well in terms of spades and straights. And Chris going to get out of the way with his dummy and gutter. Turn is a deuce, so it does actually pick up a smidge of showdown here, trig. We do go ahead of hands like 9-7, 7-5, 9-10, those type of holdings. River is a 10 of clubs, snap bet from Anthony, snap fold from trig. Mick the Mod asked about the blog today, about the updates. PK's out on his feet at the moment on the floor, so not been too many updates on the blog. Usually day 2, day 3. The updates are a lot more regular.
Quite a few updates on Facebook as well. Don't forget he's running Facebook, Twitter, keeping the live stream going. There's a busy man. Hello, you. Uh-oh. Tens for Crystal, 3 bets to 5. Trig
Yeah.
moves all in.
Yeah, so Trig's
Oh, this is Ace King suited or his queens.
I think that's a very good deduction there, Tower. I think
Chris in seat 1, 11,000. I think you might have to go with these tens.
yeah, so dynamic here. So cut off open from Trig, flat from the ace deuce of Anthony, and then Chris comes in for the squeeze out of the small blind. And in terms of positions here, Tower, I think Chris might have to go with this. Obviously Trig opening the cut off. Obviously ranges don't have to be as tight, but like you say, Tay, he might have 9s in there and 8s sometimes. Obviously shoving for the effective stack, not for what was his
See if we can
stack.
find out what he had when he jammed.
But very likely to be hands like ace king, ace queen suited, and then basically jacks, queens, kings and aces. He may make flat some of the time in that spot, but we'll never know. We'll have to find out. He'll probably say 6 deuce.
Trig put him on 9s. Well, he's just said it was 7s.
Who? Trig? Wouldn't surprise me, Taylor. Like I said, 8s and 9s could be in there, so like it's one of them plays you see a lot more online than you do live, and Trig obviously a bit of an online wizard. Just one of them spots when you know the effective stack, you've got a hand like 7s, 8s, 9s, and you've been free bet and you can rip there. You can potentially sometimes fold out better hands and obviously fold out hands that have good equity against you. Then sometimes you get called out ace king, ace queen, still in the flip situation. Seven deuce 3, 2 diamond flop. Trig comes in for the continue, takes it down. Ace queen for Daniel just came to the table. Makes it 1k under the gun. Anthony makes the call in the hijack. And Daniel in the big blind gets out the way, so heads up between Dan and Anthony.
Dan's going crushed at the minute. We'll just come to the table. 10, 5, 8, all diamonds.
Yeah, it's neither player with a diamond here. Dan not electing to continue on this board, and Anthony doesn't have a stab once checked him.
For the clubs as it's checked. And then goes check again. So the ace will play. So all folding round in turn, and including the button. Is this a walk?
No,
no
chance.
Not with a 5-3. No, with the small one gappers against the Walsall Nuts.
Students versus Walsall.
Yeah, that's true. That's nice.
Any good flops about?
Any good flops about?
Not going to get any sort of action though. Dan might actually take one stab here with the 6 high, try and take it down there. Just praying that he's got a king now though. Daniel in 4, who has flopped the flush, now going to come in for a bet, and snappiest to snap folds the old 6 high.
I was going to bet.
15 minutes on the clock for the session, then we will head out on a 15-minute break. We'll be returning at 8 o'clock for the penultimate session of the day. There will be a new featured table as well. Get some fresh faces on it.
Indeed. Decent table, to be fair.
$7-5 suited for Les under the gun. Loosey goosey open. Making it 900. Trig folds the king 10. And Garth with the jacks. Just makes the call. Wary Les is under the gun open. I think if he was aware he had hands like 7-5 in there, probably lean more towards 3-bet. And Tim's definitely going to come along in the big blind now with the pocket 4s, and we've got 4-way action to this flop.
Queen 7.
So the 7-5 of Les does actually catch a piece, but still behind to the jacks of Gar. Not much here for either Jeff or Tim. Can't see them continuing past the flop. Looks like Les is going to choose to c-bet this one after flopping 2 pair. Snap from Gar and 2 quick folds from Tim and Jeff. Eight of hearts on the turn, and Les should be checking over to Gar now. Gar peeling in the hijack. We'll have plenty of Queen X in there. And after he's called on this such a dry board texture here, once we've bet into 3 players, a lot of the time R7 is just never going to be good. So once he comes in for this bet here, I can't see how Les is going to continue. We specifically need Gar to float with 2 players behind and then want to bluff the turn. It's just a bit far-fetched, so we're going to have to fold, even though we have 2 pair as Les. And Gar's going to take a nice one. Wayneo says on Twitch, is that the online player, Daniel?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm sure I know quite a lot of Daniels that play online, and he could be a Daniel that plays online. Quite a common name, but I've first time I've seen the face, I believe. Seek 5.
Chris Madden on Facebook says, "Hi Jay and Tower, hope you're both well." We're doing all right. I think we're all right. Yeah, we're all right. We are good. If you're watching on Facebook, good evening. Quickly tuned in to see what's happening on there. See who's watching on the Facebook. We've got Twitch, YouTube, and the GUKPT website as well. Fours again. This time for Chris and C1. Ace King just calls Ace King suited. Oh, I like a raise with Ace King suited. I like to raise it up. At a minute 2.5.
Very difficult hand to get dealt, Ace King suited. Harder to be dealt than aces.
See if I'd have been right by raising it up.
Flop of Jack 10-3, so Chris actually still in front here with the pocket 4s. It's going to be checked over to Gar, who doesn't choose to bet with his Broadway draw 2 overs. 5 of hearts on the turn, so the 4's actually still in front here. Still can't see any money being put in by either Les or Chris on this turn, and then it's down to Gar whether he does want to come in for a bet, but he checks behind once more, and ace rolling off on the river is going to give Gar the check mark this hand. So going to come in for some thin value, but not going to get called in either spot in this case.
So just over 10 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a breather of 15 minutes. And more of the same for levels 7 and 8. Quick update on the numbers as we head towards the break. £278,000 in the prize pool, which means 278 total. 209 today.
God, I'm going to be sweating that bet with Yanis. 26 away.
209 today.
So we've got Jeff with the ace jack suited here, raising to 1.1. Looks like only Triggs came along in the big blind.
King 4-5, nut flush draw, and now a jack as well for Jeff.
Yeah, all going on here for Jeff.
Yeah.
Surprised he didn't continue this flop, King 4-5, 2 diamonds, but most certainly want to be coming in for the delayed c-bet on the turn now once we do actually pick up a pair and it's checked to us again. But Trig not getting involved with just the 4, gets out of the way. Trig is our chip leader at the table, 64,000 chips. Daniel here, Jack 9, low jack. And it's going to open. Fairly loose one, but I'm sure he has his reasons. But Daniel going to straight away punish this open because should be free betting here a lot of the time with the ace king.
Raises to 3,000.
And Daniel just going to have to fold here, Tower. Can't be continuing in the hand. Queen Jack suited for Jeff, raised to 1k. Dan here with the pocket sevens.
Just calls. Dan will get out of the way. Daniel H. Tim Chung. Let's see a flop, baby.
It's coming in for a little squeeze.
A little squeezy, baby. 4.5.
Anthony here. Gonna have to.
I thought it was Raven.
I thought, so did I. I was just about going to have to let this one go, and then I went, no, he's going to fall that rip here.
I thought he was moving his hand over the line as if he was all in.
We've got 50 bigs here as Daniel. We can find so much better, such a better spot throughout this structure. So it does let the fours go. Jeff gets out of the way with Queen Jack, and now action back on Daniel with the sevens here. Very difficult for us to pill here against Tim out of position. He's having a look at Tim's stack, but just can't see how we can continue as Daniel either. But he's going to grab the chips, has a little look at Tim. Oh, he has made the call.
He has made the call.
The problem, just one of the problems with this tower, we're just the times we don't hit a 7, we're just going to get bluffed off our hand too often. Like, and it becomes king high, queen high. Like, Tim can represent all these type of flops. Like this one, for example, Tim's still probably going to be favourite to win this pot with ace jack over Daniel here.
Yeah, like, there's a definite seed.
Yeah. Like that's one of the problems with peeling. We just get bluffed off of our hand too often. There's just so many vulnerable flops for sevens, and now we're just going to have to pass to the continue from Tim with the pocket sevens here. We are getting a really attractive price, 5-1 on the call, but we call here. We just have to then pass turn on all turns that aren't a 7. But I guess we can call if we think Tim's going to shut up shop and slow down on turns and rivers and isn't going to continue bluffing and only going to carry on with his value. But that's probably not going to be the case against this particular opponent. A lot of the time he will put you in the tough spots. He'll be aware where he's at in the hand. So this is where he's going to check. River is a 6 of diamonds, so it's actually quite a good run out for us with the 7s here as Daniel, and actually 1 SPR. You can see Daniel sitting here with less than a pot size bet behind, and Tim's going to be pretty confident that Daniel doesn't have like a King X type holding here, and he's pretty capped at one pair as well, Tower, so potentially we can bluff this spot and really attack all these one pair holdings in Daniel's range. You expect him to lead river with all his 2 pair plus hands, so Tim now really applying pressure to those type of holdings here with the ace jack, and it's just being aware of where we are in the hand, aware that Daniel's pretty capped to one pair here, and we can really apply pressure now. And I just think this is why we have to just pass the 7s pre off of our particular stack size against this opponent out of position. We're just going to get put in too many spots down the streets, potentially bluffed off the best hand, but he has paid it off, and Tim's going to show the ace jack, and it turns out that Daniel with the 7s has played. He's going to take that one down. Tim pretty bemused to how he's been called by that hand. And then again, it's all about knowing your opponent as well. That's why you've got to be very attentive in tournaments and understand the players that will make a lay down there on the river with one pair, because they understand that we can check back some strong hands, some King X with a spade in on the turn, and get the value on the river. But Tim gets heroed there.
Good call. Daniel Knight, sorry. Should be the final hand of the sesh.
I'd have to check your 7s. I knew you had 7s, I'd check and not flush.
Is it generally a fold? Yes, would say so. But if you do know your opponent and you play with them all day,
No, I thought it was good. Well, obviously, you would think you're not good.
Holding free to shove it into the shot.
I blame you, that's why I decided to call.
Yeah, bro, I hear what you're saying, but like generally nowadays, you go back 10-15 years, usually the line bet flop, check turn, bet river, it was a lot more weighted towards bluffs. But nowadays, a lot of players, like when you have got them 2 street value hands, will check back turn and get their value on the river for that like deception factor. And I think it's just more weighted towards value now, that sort of line these days, than it was 10-15 years ago. It used to be a lot more bluff heavy, but nowadays I just think it's more weighted towards value. But still great call with the 7s. I don't know if he had some sort of read or something he picked up, but nice call from the man in seat 4. The last hand of the session, and we get to the river, and Jeff has made the nut flush, but Trig flopping the boat with 8-6. Going to be coming in for a raise, of course he is.
yeah, this is curtains for Jeff in seat number 3. This is the end of Le Jeff flopping the absolute world, Mr. Trig.
That's how it's done. And that is going to be that for the session, guys. Last hand, we do get a bust out, boat over, nut flush. We're back in 15 minutes with a new featured table. We'll see you then.
24, over there. On the big screen, yes. Okay.
Jack, we know a trick.
Take the jacket, please.
A terrible session anyway for me.
Sit up.
I'll move the chips, yeah, just while you're breaking.
I am. I like watching from behind.
because all the players remaining in today's main event, there's 3 minutes remaining in the break. You can retake your seats. So all the players in the main event, please retake your seats. Second final go, all the players remaining in today's main event, please retake your seats. Going to commence in 1 minute.
We are back for level number 7. A few familiar faces here. Logs has confirmed that the mini at the 500 is 200 plus 25. I don't think it's RIP at all. I think same number of people will play it. 200 plus 25. Obviously the numbers will determine whether it's a success or not. We'll have to see when we get to Edinburgh. And the mini has been confirmed in Edinburgh as 200 plus 25. So it's just like a 25-25 standard. See what the numbers like in Edinburgh, see if it's a good change or not.
It's a new featured table, a lot of familiar faces, as Tower mentioned. In 1 is Brett Angel, seat 2 Chris Wood, seat 3 Katie Swift, seat 4 Phil Walker, seat 5 Matt C, seat 6 Cyprian Gerismescu, seat 7 Jeff Kimber, seat 8 Sam Grafton, and in seat 9 is Ben Dobson.
There we go.
And Chris straight into the action with a shove.
Talking about Ben's, where's the Windsor fella?
He's here.
Is he?
Yeah, he's here.
He's in the building. Is he still in?
I'm not sure if he's still in, but so I haven't actually seen him, but someone told me he was here earlier.
Okay.
Who was it? Tom Hall. I was speaking to Tom Hall earlier and he said Ben's in the building, so...
and Super Sam Grafton in the building. Love to see Sam playing.
First hand gets Kings, must be nice on the featured, up against the ace 10
all
Chris.
in. Sam calls, all in the call pre-flop. First hand. Sam, who won the grand final. Is Ali Malou playing? Yes.
So just an ace to keep his tournament alive. And it's a 5. So first hand, Sam Grafton knocking out Chris Wood. And Chris probably going to be straight to the re-entry desk. Prize pool is growing and growing. Already 210 entries today and we've still got 4 hours left of play.
You should have told him that as he left. You should have been like, that's bad for me. And if you just waited like that's right. You only had 3 hours, like possibly.
Yeah, Mick, great table. Looking forward to this session. Oh, Katie's really short. I just realised 1.6, so she's all in under the gun for her last 3 big blinds with the 10-9 off. And Jeff has got Ace King, Grosvenor Pro, beat Grosvenor Pro, and Jeff gonna probably come in for some isolation here, and makes it 4K. And smile on Katie's face. Her fella pro could be the one to send her to the rail, but she'll be happy that she's got 2 live cards in this spot. You see the equities are running fairly close, just under 40% to win this one, Katie. I'm sure she'll be happy with that. Looking for 10s or 9s. Well, there is one, but followed by an ace, so Katie looking for a 10 or a 9. Still less outs now, though. Oh, there it is!
Oi, oi.
Fading a jack or higher, pretty much. Looking for a low card. And it's a 7. So Katie, with a double and a bit more with the 10-9, she's just sub 10 bigs now. So
sit back down, Katie. Handbags back on the floor.
Potentially get on the spin.
Yeah.
Why would you even say that? Doesn't seem like a decent spot. Like,
Unlucky, he says. So Katie Swift doubles very first, well, second hand after Trigg took one out.
Yeah, I don't know if I like it or not.
Minimum tops. I don't wear 7 tops either.
Down to 2 players.
There's little chance of that.
So short stack, Katie's all in again.
So Katie just fading 7s, and that is that. Dead on the turn for A7. So Katie will double again.
So short stack against Jeff. She binks. She was in front this time, and she's up to 8.3. Brett just shoved with the A7, knowing that.
Yeah, effective stack blind
probably
on blind.
Get a call.
Well, A7's a pretty big hand blind on blind. When effective stacks 8 bigs, just going to move in. Going to have the best hand a lot of the time. But Katie woke up with it. But back in the game, girl. 16 big blinds now. More than a playable stack for her.
So a double for Katie, and still under 10k.
Nothing like the old double.
This time.
yeah, like the head was, yeah, convicted, broke.
So Brett gets out of the way on button. Katie's in the small, she can call. She'd like to see a flop. The lot might go in again.
Yeah, it potentially could here actually. 16 big blinds. This is a really nice hand to shove here. Queen Jack suited, and Ben opening late position as well. So we've actually got enough bigs now. We're going to have fold equity in there. The times that we are called, how close pre-flop equities run. But no, she's just going to let it go.
Oh, surprise!
Didn't take the shove spot. Maybe happy to get herself back over 8k and just.
I think I at least see a flop, short stack or not. I think I might have been inclined to be jamming there. Well, is this Katie's first bullet? I don't think it is. Was Katie eliminated before?
Yeah.
On our feature table, she was, wasn't she?
Oh no, she never got eliminated, did she? She had like 16k at the break because she started off. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's still her first bullet.
I think PK just said it's not. I believe PK. He's on the floor more than us. A lot more. Good to see Sam playing in Manchester.
Yeah, well, I think he's usually always comes and plays this leg, Sam. We called him at the last two, I think. He's definitely here last year. So Cyprian. Pocket 7s under the gun, raising to 2k. Ben just going to flat the 10s in position, and both blinds get out of the way. So heads up to the flop. Both players with a pair.
6-6 deuce is a flop.
More money most certainly going to be put in this pot. Cyprian going to like this flop with the 7s here, so he's going to continue. Action going to be on Ben here in seat 9. So about 4.8k into 5.2, so he's gone just under pot size here, Cyprian, with the 7s. And Ben with the 10s is going to make the call, can't be folded. 10s on this board.
Ace of spades on the turn.
Flush does now complete, and scary card for the 7s of Cyprian, and as well as Ben, it's also a scare card for him under the gun open. Going to continue a lot of their ace highs on this board, so they now get there. But it looks like Cyprian could potentially be coming in for another barrel here, try and represent the nope. He's done the old I'm going to bet and then check, and a lot of the time, Tower, good players will recognise that when a player sort of starts looking at their chips, counting their chips, looks like they're going to bet and then putting a little check, a lot of the time they're not too strong. But I think Ben, too high up showdown here, he's going to check this one behind. We'll see the 7s Cyprian, but 10s for Ben, going to take that one.
So blinds 200, 500, big blind ante in operation. Katie's moved up to 8.1.
Jeff under the gun here, want to be opening this hand, Jack 10 suited. Raised it to 1.1k, Katie ace 9 in the cut-off here. Probably going to have to muck this one. Jeff has opened under the gun, it's a bit different facing, say, a hijack open, but facing this UCG open, I think we've got to let it go. We'll find a better spot. We've got 16 big blinds, more than enough on this structure. but Cyprian should be defending this hand 9-8 and heads up to the flop between Jeff and Cyprian.
Has Sam Grafton got a onesie on? I'm guessing it's a matching tracksuit. But it does look like a onesie. He might have the slippers on underneath the table. Yeah, had a good Aussie Millions, didn't he, when he was in Melbourne and Brisbane? Final table, the 100k challenge. $254,000. Cashed twice in the Poker Millions at Nottingham earlier in the year. And probably crushing online as well. But it does look like a onesie. It does, doesn't it? Nice spot, Kev. Nice spot.
Yeah, I think the approach is like, that's why I like it. I don't know. As soon as I start thinking about it, it becomes like a bit of a headache. It also reminds me, no, I would just like, I just think it should.
Sam under the gun, ace-9 suited, raising to 1k. And run into the ace-king of Phil here in the cut-off. Incoming 3-bet you expect. So, raises to 3k, 3x over Sam's open here. Sam opening under the gun, so probably going to let this one go once he gets 3-bet. And cards hit the dealer on the hand and turn over.
Uh-oh.
I think the 9 was just shown as well. It would have been alright if it was the ace, but I think it was just the 9. Snap fold from Sam there. It does look a bit like a onesie with that shadow there. Yeah.
It does indeed.
It's,
it was a good shout. Been on the circuit for years, Sam. Proper nice guy. Can talk forever.
I think I'll agree, Trump's even though she was all time, I just think Henry was better all that.
Yeah, well, Henry was like Henry was like best in the world. Top sheer. I mean, best in the world.
How's your bet with Yanis going?
Close. It's going to be right down to the wire because it's like 25 entries needed in the last 3.5 hours.
So we're on 210?
Yeah.
And your line's 235?
Yep.
Wow. Ooh.
But he's free rolling anyway because he's already locked up the 195 overs.
Unbelievable. Who gave him that?
Yeah, that is like...
Who gave him that? But that was 195 total. That wasn't even 195 today. That was insane. Queen deuce queen, latest flop. Brett, the ace king under the gun, who raised it up. Cyprian coming along with the king jack.
Brett coming in for a continue. They actually have a pretty nice float candidate in the king jack here, Cyprian. King of diamonds there. We've wrapped around those queens, and we also blocked some of the plausible queen X combos that open early position, the king queen and the queen jack. So Wouldn't have been a worse hand to float in position against that size, but thought better of it, and Brett just going to take that one with the ace-king.
I wouldn't even know who to approach and think that.
Katie under the gun has to get away with the Queen 10 suited. She'd love to see a flop with more chips. She'd have been raising. But has to get away with 8.1 behind the line.
It's like a nice thing to discuss. Me or like get Brad Banksy. I was playing with Portsmouth with playing on the English show, and he said to me something about club heroes. He said to me club heroes and Brad Banksy. And he said,
So Brett raising it up to 2k. I'm guessing Cyprian's plan was to limp call the fours.
I've never seen a hunter. He might not be good at poker. Mate, who was 1995? I'll give you free roll. 50 pounds. 95. Balador. No. Okay, that's a clue.
9-6-7-2 club flop. Not the best here for Brett. He's going to come in for a check, and Cyprian here with a fours. There are 3 overcards. I don't mind a small bet there in terms of range of hands we're going to have as Cyprian against Brett, who was the initial raiser.
Yeah, Jack of spades on the turn as it's checked.
Now it's just a case of both players just wanting to get to showdown. Deuce of hearts on the river, not changing a thing. And Brett checks, and the fours check. And the fours will take this one.
Didn't he get subbed on and then subbed back off in the same calendar year? Is that him? Yeah. But it wasn't really his cousin. Yeah, I know.
Christopher Rapp as well.
We had somebody signed for us as well. Middlesbrough was supposed to be like someone's cousin.
Ali Deer ended up playing the game, and you still got moved up there, Premiership. Ground Sooners, Bournemouth, Southampton, Premier League.
I don't understand how you can bring them on. You must have seen them training.
It shows you, but the thing is you give people too much credit. Back in the day, they were running like a fiesta. It's the same as poker. People used to be like, oh, it's good players, it's fucking down the smash. It's fucking guessing. It's the same back in the day on football range. Just like, yeah, like, drinking, playing like, people like signing people. Who's your top five for the type of massive game?
So King Queen for Jeff in the hijack. Coming in for an open. And Sam King 10 suited here in the cut-off.
Is that a re-raise?
Yeah, incoming free bet here, Tower, you expect. Hijack open from Jeff. Sam just gaining the initiative in this hand. He has position. Happy to play this hand post-flop in position, heads up. And sometimes we can just take it down here. Exactly what's happened. Nice little pick-up from Sam, getting Jeff to fold the best hand.
I mean, he's going to be a legend, right? If he retires tomorrow, it's going to take 10 years for anyone to overtake him on the all-time money list. And we've also never had it. Maybe two people from the one in the world at one point. Even some others like Janet or Liv or something, there was never one like that. With all respect, soon I was like the number one player in the world. Whereas Stevie's got guys like as in when you're like he's the best.
I know what you're saying, Logs, about having everybody mic'd up, but that's now only possible. Well, we can't do it anyway because it's not an outside broadcast. And with 9 microphones, you need an outside broadcast unit, and that's not that kind of production. But if you do actually want to hear the table talk, if you turn the volume up quite loud and put your headphones into your system, you can normally hear it better. The table banter.
Who has taken
because obviously Sam, Jeff and Brett are all talking about the Football Hall of Fame and going on about football. The other 5 guys and Katie can't get a word in edgeways.
Katie here should be, well, it's a close one because it is an under the gun open from Matt, but Katie with 13 big blinds there, ace jack. Not too aware of how Matt plays, but Katie obviously been on this table, probably was aware that it's just going to be a lot tighter open there under the gun. Ace jack right on the line, just preserving them chips.
So a nice quiet table to start level number 7. Oh, the onesie's coming off.
He's a legend.
He's got 2 bracelets, by the way. He's got 2 bracelets. Found him under that. Obviously, we know he's the weakest in the four.
So Phil blind on blind here, raising to 1k in the small. Just a min click here. 2-5 blind on blind out the small. You want to go a bigger sizing if you're trying to just take it down uncontested, because the big blind can just peel so wide against the min click. Almost all of their range is if they're comfortable playing in position. But he's going to get the bad news here, Phil. No, he's not. Matt not electing to 3-bet the ace queen, just going to flat and play post in position.
We'll see a flop. 10-eye flop as well, 10-6-3.
Yeah, so the 10-9 of Phil out in front now. We're going to have to call once here as Matt with the ace queen. Blind on blind will be the best hand a lot of the time here. Range is very wide.
Yeah, 1.2 and a call from Matt. And it's the ace on the turn. Almost like you knew.
I guess this is one of the benefits of just flatting the ace queen. I still probably would have preferred the 3-bet, but one of the benefits is the times that it does roll off an ace. It looks like a better card for Phil's range than it does ours. And now Matt incredibly going to rep this, and Phil just can't fold. Going to have to make the call. We are blind on blind here. King of hearts on the river, so flush draw does complete.
Matt's option, he checks. Phil will probably check as well. Yep, queen, ace queen for Matt. Gets there. Good afternoon, California. Wisco Baron is back in the building. How are my favourite poker announcers today? Well, I don't know, but we're doing all right.
Yeah, we're all right.
We're doing well, and then we get a laugh off Wisdom. Yeah, we're doing all right. How's California? Hope it's not as wet as Manchester, because there's weather warnings out now. Flood alerts yet again for the whole of the United Kingdom. It's yellow everywhere, and it's wet. It's windy, and it's snowy. But the GUKPT is in town, and the last time we saw 278,000. Are we on the app? What does the app tell us?
Yeah, and obviously it's great ambassador for the game. A different way to pass it. Different ambassadorial style.
Sir. Wrong one.
Wrong one.
I knew it was. No. Yeah.
Got so many Grover apps on here. I'm like, this one.
It's the one with the 2 white guys. 75 degrees and sunny in California. Very nice. Press the right one. that round one there. Scroll up. You'll learn how to use it one day. There you go. Berry New Road. Click. Tournaments. Click. What is it? 285.
287.
£287,000 in the prize pool. Runners today
219.
Is 219. Wowzers. And it's 75 and sunny near Pebble Beach. Oh. You know when you win the big one?
Yeah.
The big one?
Yeah.
I'll buy you. You can buy yourself a set of clubs. Or you can caddy for me.
Caddy for you.
Around Pebble Beach.
What I'd pay to go and caddy around at Pebble Beach, not play around.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't just let anybody on. I don't think you can just knock on the door and say, "Can I have a round of golf?" I don't think that's possible.
Katie finds aces and she's playing 14 big blinds here.
Anything but a jams.
It just
opening
looks,
up, right?
it just looks
cards,
it's hard to this 14 big blind stack because I just think we got a jam because
that's exactly what she's done.
We're not going to have any opens off of this stack
Anybody
size.
raises with that stack.
Yeah, it looks so
turning your cards
so
on the
vicious.
back.
Jamming into Jeff's big, and is Jeff gonna give her another double?
No, Jeff hasn't got the stack to lose 7,000. Shows the aces. No, it's a public golf course. It's just expensive. Anyone can play Pebble. Oh. Pixie's like Pixie.
Obviously, Julian would definitely might not be top 5, but like for sure he's in the top 10. You know what I mean? Because again, he also was sponsored on the game. Like, did so much.
So Brett going to come in for the open here with the Queen Jack. Matt here, Ace King, is going to come in for a free bet over Brett's open. And it should be the end of the hand, assuming no one wakes up with anything behind.
Yep.
Shouldn't really be peeling the Queen Jack off once we've opened early position and get free bet out position here as Brett. Should just let this one go and does.
More Armand says you can hear Asif Waris. Well, if he has turned up, he's not walked in to see us, which is normally a first port to call.
Brett 9-8 suited. Matt's got Ace King again. This time doesn't choose to come in for the free bet against Brett. And Cyprian here, Ace 5 suited, very nice potential free bet candidate, and does actually free bet to 3.7k And Brett having to fold again, and this is lovely for Matt. Once we flat the ace-king, that there's now a 3-bet behind us. And effective stack here, 40 big blinds. Most certainly going to be coming in for the back raise now, probably making it around sort of the 9k mark, trying to get it in against Cyprian.
A 4-bet or just a call? They're in. The lot is in. Cyprian, I don't think he's calling, but we've seen stranger things happen.
Cannot call this off for Cyprian. We've made a nice move personally with the ace-5 suited. It's perfectly fine. You need to incorporate in some 3-bet bluffs, and this is a good hand to do it with. But now once we get 4-bet by Matt, we just got to let this one go.
He's thinking, can I fold a 3-bet? Are we allowed to 3-bet fold? Yes, you are. Evening, Alan. Alan Budge. He was watching on Facebook earlier.
Evening, Alan.
Good evening, young man. How are you? Goliath's on its way. Woohoo! Katie down to about 8,000 chips. She was down, what was it, 1.6, 1.8? Got a double, then a double.
Yeah, 1.6 she came to the table with after the break.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to play, Alan. Alan says, am I going to be tag team partners? Well, my tag team partners probably sat to the side of me, to be fair. We bubbled last year. Stone cold, pure bubble. Joker's Wild is on the Monday. If you want to play Joker's Wild and the best entertainment at a poker table you can have, the Joker's Wild is on the Monday. So raise it up. We're going to call in 3 spots. Does Phil in seat number 4. Not feeling too good about the ace-10, even though it flopped to 10 as well. 10, Jack, Deuce. Phil takes the lead. Doesn't bet out.
Sam checks behind with the freeze.
Ace of spades. No. Phil still checking. No, he's not. Brett checks with the 10. Phil comes in with a bet. And that should do it for Phil in seat 4. Oh, I can't make the Monday. He cannot make the Monday. Mike Davis, I have a £560 token with the GUKPT in Luton in July. Can I register online, and does it have to be in person at the casino? If it's a token online, I'm guessing it will be able to be done after the migration. Yeah. I reckon once I've changed and announced where they are going, we've not heard anything this week to where they are going. It will be safe, Mike. You'll have plenty of time. Once it's transferred over to the new platform, whenever it'll be, then all windows will be open. We know you can only register for 1 day of the Goliath at the minute. For all the 560s, you will be able to reg online once the transition has taken place. If you want to do it before then, You could nip into the casino and just tell them that you have an online token. I'm not sure if the online if the Luton GUKPT has an online buying open on the client.
Give Hull a call, see if they'll register you.
Oh heck, we got in trouble.
I know.
About 2 months after the Goliath, we got in trouble for that.
Don't even go there.
They love us really.
Yeah.
They love us really, do Hull. Hull were the only place last year taking online buyings for Goliath. And we just managed to pass on the message.
Yeah, we did.
We got shot.
Yeah, we did.
The messenger was well and truly shot.
So Katie gets the check mark here, and it's down to Sam now whether he's going to give up, and does, and the ace high for Katie is the best hand.
There's an interest list for the 2-2 PLO. Oof. What would you need for that?
2-2 PLO.
Monkey?
Yeah.
Or is that too much?
No, monkey's fine. What, 250 bigs? Yeah, no, that'd be fine. Unless you're one of them who likes to be in for the min, potentially spin up a oneer in a 2-2 game. Maybe you actually want to be able to play post flop.
Yeah, vaping in the casino is a casino preference rather than a national rule. It's entirely up to the own discretion of the casino that you're in. Some allow it, some don't. Check with them if you want to vape, but some have banned it, some haven't. I think you all know my views on it.
I think we all do know your views, Sal.
Yes.
It's just the deception, the smell. Some of them smell so nice, you think there's a sweet shop around the corner and you're out someone blowing smoke.
And it's a cigarette. And cigarettes have set places to smoke cigarettes. What's the buy-in for this tour? This one's 11.10, 1,000 plus a juice. So 1,110 the main. It was 200,000 guarantee. And we're up to 287,000. Fantastic figures yet again. The day 1B just becomes insane. It has done for 2 years running now. And Jay is sweating his £5 English with a bet with Yanis that looked nailed on.
Yeah.
You were 1 to 500 this afternoon.
Now it's going to go right to the wire.
So the hooks for Matt in the big. That's a perfect time to be squeezing.
Yeah. Against Sam, I'd like to free bet this. As Matt here, obviously you can have some flats some of the time, but I think we need to be free betting this against this opponent more often than them flat in here. But it looks like he is just going to come in for the flat. King, deuce, 4, 2 hearts. The board you expect Sam to be continuing on. So bet 900 from Sam. Very small bet, less than a third pot.
Yeah, should call with the one over.
Yeah, have to call once here as Matt. Just can't fold just because there's one overcard. Can't just immediately give our opponent credit for a king. Sam does actually pick up a heart draw now on the turn. Going to take a free one. River.
Yeah, the 2 diamonds on the river.
So the jacks will get the check mark, and it's going to come in for some thin value here on the river. It's actually a bet from Matt here, guys. Matt's the one that's bet 2k, and Sam, not usually one to posture, so probably thinking about raising this here on the end, but after some deliberation lets it go.
So that Sam did not win the hand, so that stack's going to be, and we're just going to flick it round. So Matt,
yeah,
Matt gets the chips. Matt gets the chips.
We've got 15 minutes left of level 7. Limp line's going to be going up to 3 and 6.
That was a quick hour. So we've learned it's 75 degrees and sunny in California, and it's miserable as sin in Manchester. Anybody else watching wherever you are around the world, if you have weather warnings like we do in the UK, stay safe. The live stream is on until 12:30 midnight every day until we crown a champion on Sunday. Last year was a one-hand heads up that made the live stream finish around 9 PM. So if you're wanting to judge it on last year's, we started the final table round about 2 PM and the last hand was just after 9. The old flat tyre for Matt.
Oh, really good river.
Really, really, really good river.
And then every now and again, like, I'll say I've got
Matt, chip leader 41,000k, still under 10k. Gary's on his way to the Red Tooth finals here at Berryhill Road on the 8th of March. Good luck with that, Gary.
Cyprian making it 1.3k with the 7s, and Sam going to defend the A7 in the big, heads up to the flop. Jack 9 6 2 heart flop, so the 7s of Cyprian still the best hand. Not much for Sam here other than backdoor hearts. And there is a heart on the turn, so that does bring in the nut flush draw for Sam here. Cyprian checks once more, and Sam rivering the flush with the ace of hearts here.
So Sam with the ace of hearts gets back over 40,000. Welcome to GUKPT Manchester, Berryhill Road. 1k main event. Not enough days in the week, Logs, for what you're proposing. The 560 or an 1110 alongside the Goliath. There ain't enough days in the week, and they won't be able to have the hole for long enough, unfortunately. They've had to extend it most they can to get the older side events in. That's why they have the 2550 that normally takes over 100,000. But it's 600 runners one year. The first time they had the 2550, I'm sure it was 600.
There was one
and
year.
They ran out of chips.
It was crazy, yeah.
And it went absolutely mental, didn't it? I think everybody's just bombed out with Coventry the week after. Everybody's done their 10-day stint in Coventry, and then it's time to breathe. It takes so much planning and so much organising. Yeah, we might be forgetting the Olympics. So what? Anyway, the Olympics is under threat from the coronavirus malarkey. Well under threat. A lot of football. Rugby's off in Italy this week. They're not playing Ireland. All the games in Italy are behind closed doors. It's pretty serious, to be fair. Lowe's is already second rankings. If there's 10,000 players in the Goliath, it'll be 140,000 to the winner.
Be a nice payday.
It'll be a nice payday for somebody. One thinks there'll always be some kind of deals done on the Goliath when you're buying in for £100. Yes, it looks fantastic, doesn't it? 100,000 to the winner, but very rarely you'd expect it to go that way unless there's a massive name at the top of the chip stacks and his chip leader. Imagine Ali Malou. First prize is 100,000. I'll take 110, you chop the rest. That'd be Ali.
King of 3, a 6-2 diamond flop. Everyone with black cards here. So the actual hand in front here is the 8s of Cyprian 4-way, just the one overcard. But it is going to check through. 3 of hearts on the turn. So now, I'd like to see Cyprian come in for a bet. Should be checked to him again here, but it looks like Brett's going to actually take this spot here. Going to have plenty of threes, calling out the big blind, getting the price he was. So he's going to represent here. And now it's a lot more difficult for the 8s to continue because Brett can still have a King X just playing in flow on the flop.
So heads up There's the third 3 hits.
Yeah, now it becomes a lot more difficult for Brett to rep a 3, but we can still represent a king here. You expect Cyprian to be betting all his king X on the flop. So we're going to have... He's not really ever going to have a king in this spot, Cyprian, so basically going to have some pocket pairs and some 6x in there and flush draws, so we can actually fold out the flush draws. They're going to snap fold and put the 6x and pocket pairs in a really tough spot here.
No, I remember something like that, Eddie. I don't think they were expecting 700 runners. I don't think anybody was. It was one of those crazy ones. It was a little bit like Malta last year. Not last year, the year before. Battle of Malta. We went over to work it. And it went from 2,200 runners to 3,800 runners. Like an 80% increase, which is nearly unheard of. And they ran out of absolutely everything, including chairs and tables and dealers and chips and space, and it was absolute carnage because the increase was just unprecedented. And sometimes you just can't legislate for it. You have to think of the operators once in a while. If you get an increase of 80%, if an operator's doing the job, they're probably 30% max. So you'd legislate for a 30% increase. But to get 80, it's just like, geez, where have they all come from? So yes, they probably will have taken it into consideration and got enough chips for 800 runners, maybe. Same kind of thing. I think you should always look for an increase. Goliath exactly the same. If there were 9,300 runners, you stick 20% on that, you're looking at 11,000 runners. So I'm sure it's all in hand. Ace Queen for Matt on an 8-4 deuce flop. 10-9 with a flush draw for Jeff in seat 7.
Yeah, nice flop this for Jeff, and once he's checked to us here, most certainly want to be betting with 10 height. With heaps of equity.
1.3.
Matt here, Ace Queen with the Queen of Spades. We are out of position. Getting this price, it's fine to call once here, and we can have the best hand as well. Like Jeff might take a stab at this with just like his Jack 10s, Queen Jacks, those type of holdings here. So I can't fault Matt for the call here, but just Ace High is in front at the moment, and any double barrels about Jeff, have to double barrel this card almost always under the gun +1 open. We've now just picked up a whole host of outs, and we can really target these
3,500
Ace High type hands, and a good little double barrel there from Jeff takes that one down.
The WSOP has announced they're monitoring the COVID-19 developments and have no plans to cancel the WSOP.
There you go.
That's as it is at the moment.
How many weeks apart? Like GUKPT is 500 or we'll play this season. Yeah, we can do it whichever way you want. We'll do it here back to the last season or the coming season. I guess it's probably. Oh yeah, we're saying this photo, first, obviously, but one last year, like, yeah.
Where's the 1200? Small ball.
How many?
So we have a raise, and we have called in 2 spots. Jeff opens the ace-9 suited, and then C bets 1.6. Whoever said you could hear Asif Waris in the building was correct.
He is here.
Hey up, Spider. How are we doing? You're looking a bit suave.
Well, you know, it's that new 1 meal a day.
You're looking ever so suave. Drinking the old water and lemonade and all that malarkey.
That's what you've got to do. You can't drink any Diet Coke. All these chemicals mess you.
I'm chemicaled up.
I think I am as well, Taylor.
Oh, there's this like Facebook group on Facebook, obviously, and it's like 1 meal a day thing, you know. And it does sort of work, obviously, because after a certain amount of time, your body's going to burn fat.
That's true.
It has to survive.
Brad Simpson says, why aren't you playing?
Because I'm not.
Because he didn't win a seat.
Yeah, and I'm not good enough to play a $1,000 tournament with my own money.
Oh, you are a thief. Don't put yourself down like that.
You know, when you play the 25k, you know, it all becomes bad.
Exactly. That's what we were saying.
Oh, when you play the 25k, he has to drop it in, doesn't he?
He has to drop
well,
it in.
You know, on the other site that I won it on.
Yes.
They've given a special icon on our thing. So
have you saved it?
No, it's on.
Or was it just for the day?
No, it appears.
Ah.
It's there. Permanently.
Good on
and
you.
I think people have been going after me a bit more.
They will do. They think you're good. What they don't realise is that it's just...
I won it for singing.
He just won it for singing and not playing.
It's fine.
It is. Did we reach the guarantee, said Barry Sweeney? 200,000 was the guarantee, 280,000 in the prize pool at this moment in time. Unless Yanis can tell. 290. Oh, there's a sweat coming on.
Oh, so you've only came in here.
As
there's a sweat coming on.
Yeah.
No way.
And said the total number for today, 235.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I said total number.
How many is it? How many is it? So it's 290 total.
I only need 15.
They're going in micro.
I only need 15 more.
They'll be fine.
Yeah.
I only need 15 more.
15. Oh.
Maybe 14.
So 290,000 in the prize pool. We're only 18 players short of last year, which is incredible considering we only had 69
I
runners
basically
yesterday.
work for nothing, Yanis, because it just goes to you.
I know, but the line was really good.
Yeah.
Did you laugh when you took the money off the person that set the line at 195 total?
No, he said 95.
All right.
And he agreed with someone else with 188.
Yeah, it probably was.
I'll give you a higher number to make the money back.
Good old Yanis.
Well, I got from quite a few of the locals around today.
Yes, very good. Well, it will be.
Nice.
Nearly 200, well, over 200 runners today. It's a fabulous turnout. 221 today so far. 221. So yeah, Barry, we smashed the guarantee. And only 18 short at this moment in time of last year's incredible 308, which was the biggest GUKPT Manchester for 10 years.
We'll make that.
So
Big Dave is in. He qualified, I can tell you, for £47. That's it. They had a 27 plus 20 add-on satellite.
Yeah.
On Saturday. The first prize was a main event seat. The second two prizes were seats for the mini main. Yours truly bubbled fourth. You know, like obviously that's why I know. And yeah, he won the. And he was down to like one big blind. I remember on the final table.
You must have read Dara's book.
Well, it wasn't that. It was the other guy.
Dara ladded up last week in Dublin after having one chip. One chip. He had 25,000, one chip, when the blinds were 2040.
When the blinds are between, say, you have 10 and 15 blinds, big blind, I would back Dara. Because he's just that zone. He knows exactly what to do and the ranges. He knows the best. You know? Give Dara a lot of chips. He doesn't really want. It's just that thing, because in that zone you know what to do with those things.
Yeah.
Much more precisely than you will do.
That's why I'm so good.
Always got chips.
10 bigs.
That's why, you know, when people
Yeah.
When recreationals always think that having a big stack is better for them, it's actually not. It's actually better that they have a shorter stack. Dara will tell you that straight away. Because when I went to play the other tournament, Dara told me actually what I should do is not register till the beginning of the second day. And I would have had 50 big blinds in that 25k. And he said you would play.
Yeah, but that's a different experience of a lifetime that you're never going to miss the first day.
You want to,
it's the platinum pass that they should. I'm not being funny, but they should make you play. It's 25k free buying.
This was a silly thing because I had no sleep that day, and then I thought, well, I'll late register, and then by late registering, I ended up with a table full of pros that I'd late registered. Where if I'd registered from the beginning, I would have been on a player table full of recreationals, you know, which sort of would have helped me a little bit more than. Although, you know, I did survive till about 11:06.
Well, there you go.
I think China's came. That's the other thing, you know, stamina. I'm thinking a big thing in poker. I've taken some choice photos.
Nice one.
Why would you do that?
So, and our intrepid reporter tells us that Leicester scored and then they didn't. I was watching the live stream, and we are watching. Well, there you go. So I see Fo's winning himself around the card room, just saying hello to a lot of people.
Well, I thought, you know, I'm sitting at home and, alright, I'm not playing, and a bit, okay, I'm not playing, but, you know, why not come and say hello to me?
Absolutely. That's what it's all about, Fo.
Like I said, well, I'm good enough to buy about £100 tournament, that's fine. And 200 is okay as well. But
You're playing the side event tomorrow?
I'm actually going to be playing somewhere else.
Well, okay.
Another casino in Manchester.
Boo.
Well, I play it as my favourite place to play, so.
Okay, fair enough. Queen 8.
What is the side event tomorrow?
£250 Texas Hold'em.
One day event, 20,000 chips, 30-minute clock all the way through.
Really good event, really good event.
4 o'clock start.
We'll see. Oh, both of them start at 4 o'clock. Eeny, miny,
4 o'clock start. That's a weird one for us. We've got no cards on the flop, apart from the 7 diamonds. I've not seen that before.
No, that's new.
Not seen that one before.
I'm just going to work out what else the food I could smuggle into the premises. See you in a bit.
Grapefruits and oranges for me.
Oh yeah, of course.
Jeff said it's been raised. Red Bull's back up.
Yeah, Kev, you heard spot on. That is what Asif said. Dropping in the old, playing the old 25k in the Bahamas last year. To be honest with you, he'd done so much to get himself that seat. He's posting everything on social media, tweeting. I know he had to put a lot of work in to get that seat.
No, he won shootout. Limit shootout. I know they got a screen there. Well, yeah. With respect, you're here on the first.
Ball, heads up. Flop. 7 queen ace. Check. Check. Turn is a 6. Check. Check. River's an ace. Check.
7.
2 pairs.
I think Ram's pricing was like a 5k or something like that, not 50.
Okay, sorry I'm doing a video.
Yeah, maybe it was. That sounds like a lot for them. Channing got second as well. In the shootout. Well, him and right
£292,000 in the prize pool. Wow. Yesterday, if you'd have said there'll be £292,000 in and you can still buy in, you'd have just laughed at me.
I would have. I would have.
You'd have took
the
unders.
unders.
You'd have had the unders for as much as you could.
That's why he's got to be in the Hall of Fame.
Pocket 7 says Jeff makes it 1.2k in the hijack. Brett here in the small blind. Going to pill the ace-5 here. And Katie in the big. Again, 6-1 on a call here. Not going to come in with the 8-5 off. Heads up to the flop between Jeff and Brett. And Brett finds one of the 3 outs that was required to take the lead. Jeff going to come in for continue here on the ace-high board. Brett will make the call after flopping top pair. So 4 of spades on the turn. Gives Brett an up and down to go with his top pair. Jeff's now picked up a gut shot to go with his 7s. 6 diamonds on the river. Brett now going to come in for some value here with the ace-5. Guess we're targeting this exact proportion of Jeff's range, the pocket pairs, 7s through kings. Should try and get caught by those, and we can actually credibly rep miss flush draws. Tough spot this for Jeff with the 7s, a lot more difficult than it looks. Gonna pay it off and gonna get the bad news, and mucks the pocket 7s. Brett gonna take that one down.
So Katie hanging on.
What sort of story is that? And you won't, thank you. Now we've got to Google it, I'll just check the phone.
He's got Sam opening hijack with the king 9 off here, Brett on the button with the 7s this time. Just a call. And Phil Walker, no relation to Roy, is going to call in the big blind.
Our passport winner played today, Phil Green.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah, should go on the feature. I don't know where. Obviously, it's a lot harder these days. There's 20 odd tables still in play. But Phil Green was here this morning. He said, "Where's my patch?" I went, "I don't know. I don't hand them out." He went, "Well, do you not wait for them?" I'm like, "Well, inadvertently, yeah, but not. No." He went, "Right." So, Phil Green, our passport winner's in the building.
So, what's it? That's the price it makes up.
If you check the app that you need to download, it does say £292,000 in the prize pool. Phenomenal effort yet again from Manchester. Such a fantastic number.
Sam opening again here, and Katie got the ace blocker in here, playing 12-13 big blinds. Sam back-to-back opens, not going to take it. I prefer the fold there than the shove from Katie. As always say on this structure, you're going to get a better spot to put your chips in. Does get some resistance out of the blinds. Ace-5 deuce, 2 diamond flop. Sam doesn't choose to continue on this one. Have the lead here now as Matt. No, he's not going to. It's really, really good spot to lead out the big blind this. We've got a double gutter, we can rep the 3 and we can just go bet, or we can just river the nuts anyway and, and get there. It's one of them. There he is, Asif. Is he coming to the table? On the rail. And a bet and a quick fold.
these people the opportunity to play the living shootout. Live in the Vegas dream.
40 minutes left of the session. It's flown by, this one.
It has. It's been good.
Swifty still in the mix. Odds were against her when she came to the table, but she's been very patient, and as I say that, she's going to be all in. Got no other option here as Katie but to move all in with 12-13 big blinds. Not getting any action there, not getting any action there, so Katie going to pick up blinds and ante.
Closer, closer.
Wait till I've got chocolate in my teeth.
Don't see.
2011. Just effectively got
So we've got Ben opening here. Ace-5 suited. And Brett. He's had a bit of a flurry of hands in the last 10-15 minutes. Ace-King here. Free bet into 4K. It's going to be folded back round to Ben here. Ace-5 suited, just gets out the way. And pick up for Brett. He looks like he's in his pyjamas there, Sam, don't he?
Well, he was a onesie and now it's just pyjamas. He's ready for the night. Has he might have slippers on and everything. As long as he bags up chips for tomorrow. That's what we say.
Oh, is there any Galaxy ones for that?
He's handing out all the chocolates. Throw them over the table. Pass them. He's throwing the chocolates at the players and everything. So the same hand, 9-7, the one gappers. I always thought the suited one gappers have a better percentage than the offsuit.
What do you mean have the... Yeah, they would have. All this is probably down to is there must be a few dead spades in the deck, yeah. They're going to have slight equity edge, the suited version over the offsuit version, but I'm just assuming that's equities there are down to dead cards in the muck.
It's not going to be like ringing or...
Yeah, I won. Here's another theory. He may have been the satellite seat and not actually
sold it. Sold it. Right, do you want to have a bet then?
No.
It's fine to do two with it.
He might have just been putting to about Max Lakeridge and not card.
Yeah, he's waiting for day two.
Stranger things have happened. Just putting it out there.
That's what Keller did. That
I have won a tournament once.
I took a seat as he moved. He said to me, "You've got the best seat now, so this is absolutely brilliant." Right, so.
Oh, I was on that day. Yeah, I did.
So folds round to Sam after an under the gun open. Or just called, by the looks of that, from Brett Angel. Brings him Sam with the Jack Deuce. And the big blind gets to see a flop of King 9-9, so 2 pair.
Is this a raise tower? It is. So Ben actually coming in for a raise here with the best hand.
You got to be thinking, if you're limping under the gun, that you don't have many kings in his range. To be fair, shouldn't be putting him on king, queen, king, jack, and anything like that. But he did elect to just call pre, and now picks up a little bit more equity with the flush draw.
Yeah, so most certainly not going to be folding if Ben does decide to come in for another bet on the turn. But what Ben's thinking here, I've just realised it's actually a limp pot, and it does actually make a lot more sense why he's raised here. But just Brett shouldn't really ever have ace king here, so we got the nut king. Obviously we are a bit wary on 9x, but shouldn't really be limping any 9x under the gun. Ace 9 suiting might be in there, but work plays a lot better as an open. So that could be the thought process of Ben here, just that he's always going to have the best hand in this spot. And Brett now, after turning the flush draw, has to make the call here.
The river is an absolute brick of the 3 of clubs. So the queen will play for Ben in seat 9.
Now Ben comes in with the check. King Queen going to take this one.
That's how I remember being there. I first went to play those coral British Masters. That's
There's one gala where it's like foreign as well. It's like Tricket, Brownlow, Pence, Trig. There's like 6 of them in there. Fucking legendary. There's legendary FTs.
Yeah, we travelled all over. I remember we went to Edinburgh.
So last time we saw 292 runners in total.
That's my Facebook.
221, 223 the last time we saw. Here today, 2, 2, 2, 3. Here in the building today, just absolutely incredible.
It's a free bet from Ben. Nice little hand selection to do it with the old King Queen here. The old ultimate blocker hand. And Jeff obviously going to peel in the cut-off with Ace Jack here. Cut-off versus small blind dynamic. 874 though, it's difficult ball for us to come in for a continue on as Ben, but it's going to come in for the continue. Jeff 2 overs to the board, backdoor straight and flush draw. But 2/3 pot the size here, so just going to get out of the way with the Ace Jack. Nice little pickup from Ben.
Thank you so much.
Guys, we've got around half hour left of the session and take us into the final break of the day.
Half hour. Half hour with us, and then a break, and then more of the same until around about 12:15. Just such an incredible turnout for day 1B.
Check. Turn cross. 9.
10 ace, Jack, 9 on the turn as it's checked. Brett and Ben. Was RPT London cancelled? What's RPT?
Something poker tour. I'm gonna.
Red Tooth?
Yes, could very well be. Red Tooth?
I don't know. I'm guessing it's Red Tooth Poker Tour. And was it cancelled? And I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Logs early was cancelled, don't know why. Well, if anybody's got any rumours or any information regarding that RPT being cancelled, let us know. Oh, Chris Hogan come in and said, yes, someone had a heart attack. Oh, wow. That's sad. Guessing that was a player. That is sad news. Hope everybody's alright. No, we've not heard anything, to be fair. We didn't hear anything, we've not heard anything, so that's the first we knew about it. Oh, wow. Sadly passed away. No, we honestly haven't heard anything about it. Yeah, that is sad news. Yeah, looks like it's just been confirmed, Joe. I didn't even know it was on, to be fair, or when it was. Was it this weekend or last weekend? I'm not sure. Well, condolences to the family, that's all we can say. Very sad news. Jose comes to the table. Is that Jorge or Jose?
Jose. Straight into action. Jack 7 suited on the button. Katie gets out of the way in the small.
There's a brand new re-entry. Getting closer to your...
Very close, getting very close.
So about 25 minutes to go until the end of this session. Played in the room. David G wandering about in the background, still in the mix. David G will have a lot of chips, he always does. He's a star, David G. Awesome. Kings, so here we go, we've got a little bit of action here, and Sam is on the brunt of it because Sam's got ace king, it's 3-bet to 3,000. This could well be a 4-bet, it is to 7.1. An ace has just been folded.
Yeah, this is...
all the kings are out.
It's going to be a rough spot for Sam. The only thing, Tower, there's an under the gun open, under the gun +2 3-bet, and a low jack 4-bet. This is like representing such a strong range of hands here. Like Ben, he's never... Whoa! What's Cyprian up to?
Well, there's only 8k, so that doesn't really make too much of a difference for Sam.
We've got 1k
unless
invested.
Sam just calls.
We've got 1k invested here as Cyprian. We can just fold ace deuce. We're just going to be in terrible shape. We're never going to have an opponent in a dominated spot. And,
he has just called Sam.
Yeah, now Sam can just call, and Ben obviously cannot ISO because it's an under raise, so Ben will make the call, and we're going three-way to the flop with a player all in.
If Sam misses, is it a check? There's no side pot, so Sam wouldn't bet into a dry pot. Cyprian's all in and has got a chance to treble. As we know, he needs
a
to
5
hit
now.
A really good turn card.
Yeah. Sam check. Ben probably come in for like 5-6k here. Tower start trying to build a side against 9s, 10s, jacks, those type of holdings, and obviously don't want to give a free card to an ace. If Sam does hit, let him realise equity potentially, but now Sam should know once faced with this bet.
That has to be a pocket pair, an over pair. It's 4-bet pre. It has to be an over pair.
Yeah, I like the size from Ben here as well, like 5th pot, really like it. Just start trying to extract value from the hands we just mentioned. But Sam potentially thinking about a call. It's around 30% of his stack, this, just under, to make the call here. And is Ben ever going to do this with ace king as well? I don't think so. I think he'll check and try and take a free one, but Sam is going to make the call. He's getting a good price. Calls for the 6.6k. Don't forget, still Cyprian all in on the side. Jack of diamonds on the turn. It's a bad card in terms of if Sam has jacks, one of the last remaining free combos, then obviously it's just a call up and we're going to go broke. But Ben here now has to shove Tower. It's just one of them situations. Queens and 10s going to be in a rough spot, but has to shove here.
He has announced all in. Sam is going to get away from it.
And looking for one of them really good rivers. Needs a 5.
There is an ace out there. The ace of spades. And the river's a 9. So Cyprian departs, didn't hit the 5, didn't hit the ace. Ben takes a decent pot, and Sam is still in with 17,000 chips.
Under the gun open from Sam with the pocket force. And Katie with the ace-8 and the cut-off, being very, very patient. She basically had a great start to the feature, managed to go double-double, get herself back above 15 bigs, but since then had to be very patient, been pretty card dead, just waiting to find her spot to get the cards in the middle. Chips in the middle, I should say, and Jeff going to get out of the way here once Sam continues.
So Ben, 68,000.
I would be hating it. Means I might have to just get. It's hard to see you know what's going on. Like you're not going to just find it so far. So bad.
Goes here with the Queen 9 under the gun +2, gets out of the way. Katie's all in. Don't mind the shoving the hijack.
Yeah, this is fine from Katie Tower. 13 bigs, A7. In it goes. And as well, she's been very patient and tight since she did go double-double, so
yep.
She's going to get a bit more credit as well.
Couple of minutes to go. Oh, sorry, 17 minutes to go. 10 o'clock-ish for the end of the sesh.
Jeff opens the 5-3 suited on the button. Sam with King Jack here in the small. Sam playing a stack of just over 30 big blinds here. And it looks like he's been free betting Jeff a lot this table. Both of them been getting involved. Jeff's been opening, Sam's just been in his left. Not the best seat in the house for Jeff actually, just realised. Don't really want Sam grafted on your direct left. He's going to be free betting a lot of hands, like in that case there. Another uncontested pickup.
Aces for Jose in seat number 2 under the gun. Any action? Not at the moment. Oh, aces against aces. Here we go. How do we get paid? How many have you got, he says?
Absolute caller, this one.
Raised to 3,600. Then it'll be a shove. Oh, Ben gets out of the way with the nines.
Yeah, Sam 3-betting and under the gun open.
Yeah.
Been fairly active as well.
Jose's going all in. Sam will call and we'll chop it up.
I really hope one of them does the chop slow roll.
Sam will flip them over as fast as he can to realise we're in about 99% chopping. Oh, it's just a call with aces. Just a call.
Chop it up.
Yep.
Right, we can go like somewhere between. Sam's actually, they're both trapping each other here. This is brilliant. They're both
King Paducah
getting trappy. Jose thinks he's trapping Sam. Sam thinks he's trapping Jose. But when they get to showdown, they will be chopping this one up, and they will get to showdown. There's no point in this hand.
Checked again as Jose.
Yeah, I actually like the check here from Jose.
Is he just waiting for a bet?
Sam's going to represent this king a lot of the time, even if he doesn't hit it. So I like the check on that front, and depending on the size Sam chooses to go, Jose may be looking to check shove this turn, but Sam's gone tiny here, 1.8 on the turn.
I'm slightly baffled.
And Jose just going to make the call.
This is going to be the longest chop pot ever.
River, 4 of diamonds, complete brick.
Jose's 1 SPR. Pull the check.
He'll check, Sam will shove, Jose
Sam
will call.
Shove, Jose will call. And we're just 3 minutes closer to the break. That's checked. All of it.
Call, showdown.
And then a call. Aces. Yep. Chop it up.
Sam's like, how's he got aces here? Jose's like, how's he got aces here? Both players are going to be like, how on earth you woke up with it? How you got this hand in this spot?
So comes to the table as a re-entry and plays the aces very steadily.
I like it a lot. Always got to be mixing it up, Tower. Always.
Absolutely.
Can't play the same hand the same way all the time. It's all about mixing it up. Just make it very difficult for your opponents to play against you.
And obviously we can see the aces against aces, so it makes it easier for us to say, why don't you just go with it?
Do you know, if both them hole cards and either of them were shown, I never would have given either of them credit for aces in that spot, and that's the thing, it's outside the box. Still a nice little pot to watch. Folds round to Ben on the button. Wants to be opening the Queen 10 here.
Why you got to be such an expert card sharp? Like, oh, I know the things, blah, blah, blah. Just pass it. None of these cards. Ben Dobson's only raising premiums anyway. It's irrelevant.
And going to get some resistance from Jose in the big blind. Going to call with a King 5. 9-3 deuce rainbow. Very dry here. Ben's going to want to have lots of bets on this board with the Queen 10.
I'll tread carefully.
Continue in this one, high frequency. And going to get the best hand to fold in this case as well, Jose. Don't expect him to pill here with the King 5. Should be getting out of the way, and it does.
How am I supposed to avoid these giant balls? I've got 2 lines, I've been playing too much live.
Ace 4 suited for Sam in the hijack. Going to raise it up to 1.2. And Brett with Ace Jack here on the button, facing Sam's open here. I'm very going to be pretty inclined to free bet as Brett, but just going to make the call from the looks of things. And Katie here should be taking this spot. I know she's going to get called because Brett's got Ace Jack, but would have got through Sam. But King Queen here, playing 14 bigs, aggressive player opening middle position. Brett flatting on the button, can be flatting fairly wide here, and the old King Queen would be a very, very good shove. But she's going to take the lower variance approach and just flat and see if she can catch a piece on the flop. This is a flop that you do expect to be checked to Brett a lot of the time, and then he can go either way, whether taking the free one or betting with his backdoor nut flush draw and up and down straight draw here. And Katie, just with a gut shot, 2 overs, no club in her hand, so expect her now to let the King Queen go. And Sam going to do the exact same with the Ace 4. Brett going to take that one with the best of it.
So you think instead of ice cream fish, and have 2 push? Instead of ice cream fish, you just go around and have that.
No, that's what I think making that one. It's my theory.
I think
it's refreshing. I'll give them a little sugar burst.
Do you think the Grosvenor, the like senior managers Grosvenor, sat round, we planned a tour, it's 1K buy-ins, like, what are we going to do about personal hygiene? And they're like, right, I've got the idea. I suppose what you're saying, Tom.
Oh, and a little sugar rush as well, like little,
I know what you're saying, they did with children. It's like, what just having spoken by a one, like, imagine. It's like free Ribena on tap and ice cream. It's like, we're good to go.
Matt under the gun, 10-9 suited. Is that limp? Yeah, it is. Limp and a raise to 1500.
That's just a raise from Matt, I think, Tower.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Are you sure?
Yep.
I don't think it is.
Matt's under the gun. Matt here, made it 1.5.
Or is a raise to 15 and a call? Oh no, right.
Just an open to 15.
Got you.
And action now going to be on Mr. Walker in the big blind.
Got you. Phil Walker calls with Queen 9 and has him covered. Queen 6-7. Check. Bet. Call.
Spot on. Good ball for this and Matt to continue on. Very dry. Queen high. We have equity to the nuts as well as a backdoor flush draw. Queen of diamonds rolling off on the turn, so Matt now actually picking up a flush draw to go with a straight draw here, but probably going to take a free one. Could be putting some gross spots if we bet here and Phil shoves with the Queen 9, because we have to call it off with one card to come. Like
so we take the turn. 6 of hearts on the river. Now we've got to fire out to see if we can get any action.
Yeah, Phil should be leading here and not going to get any action from the 10 height, but I much prefer the lead with our boat than checking it over. There's just so many hands that Matt's going to check behind. I know on this occasion he may have actually had a stab with 10 height, but the hands he actually gets this river with here, I like the lead from Phil rather than coming in for a check raise.
Yep. 3 or 4 minutes to go until the end of the session. 15-minute break and back with one more table for us today. Numbers have been insane yet again here in Manchester.
Have I done a fiver yet, Tower?
69 runners yesterday. They needed 131. And today we have had 226.
9 players.
226, bringing the total to 295,000, and only 13 short of last year's incredible 10-year high.
And with day 2 buy-ins, like, you never know. Coming tomorrow.
There's still 13 tables open. $121 as we head towards the break.
Not long memory of it. That whole Bobby Moore shot incident, I've never recovered from that. See, I never liked Trevor Brooking. I'm really over.
Nelson Frankie has a day in the Ash Cream like last race. He's not come back. I think he's just stood there. He's like if I go stand the other side of the room.
Sam opening Queen 7 suited under the gun +1. Matt going to peel the Queen 4, 5-4-3, 2 club flop. Continue here from Sam with the Queen 7, and Matt doesn't even call once with the middle pair.
So to me, it's like they're like a big club. It's like random. They're like clubs that work. Do you know what I mean? Like that hierarchy. Not like necessarily.
So probably going to get one more hand in. Could be 2 if this one's doesn't go to the flop. But then we will be out on the last 15 minutes of last 15-minute break of the day, guys, and then we will be back for the final session, which will conclude the day ones here for Manchester, approaching the 300k mark.
Whereas you think of Manchester,
Ben raising to 1.4. Matt in the small blind here, ace jack of clubs, going to be continuing in one form or another. Matt's been flatting a lot really. I haven't seen him free bet hands like this. He's been opting just to flat and going to the flop, and he continues that strategy. And Jeff's probably going to come along here getting this price with 10-8 and does. So three-way action of what looks like it's going to be the last hand before the break.
But there's different measurements. Sure. I mean, well, there's different measurements, and sometimes you say Greater London or Greater Manchester.
And we've got an action flop, Jack 9-6 Rainbow. So top pair, top kicker for Matt. Jeff's up and down with his 10-8, and Ben just with ace high. But certainly could be some chips put in between Jeff and Ben. Ben now turning the Broadway draw of his ace 10. Potentially could represent this king, but it's going to take the free one. It's checked all the way to the river, which is another king, so got to be coming in for value now as Matt, and is coming in for a value bet at 2,000. Quick fold from Jeff.
What year is that?
And looks like we're going to squeeze one more hand in.
Going to squeeze one more. The dealer just said one more hand before the break, which means they're down to the last 30 seconds or more, or less, as the dealer wouldn't know how the hand was going to go. But this is the last hand of the session. 15-minute break.
Bradford's like 500,000 population. What, 500,000? Between the two of them, they're 1.9.
So Dina's just shouted.
And Leeds has been over 1 million because Birmingham.
Yeah, Ben wants to be opening this hand under the gun, 10-9 of hearts. And does.
Yeah, I mean, Bradford is top 7 myself because they're 1.9 between them. Well, when you get Google.
So all folding in turn.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've seen some measures. I agree.
Sam's not folding though. No. He will make the defend with the freeze, and we're going to go heads up to the flop.
I guess there's some sort of possibility.
2, Jack 6.
How's the ice creams coming on, Frankie?
So like to see a continue here from Ben on the Jack high board.
Oh, sorry.
Phil thought he was moving his own chips. Sam's going to call once here with a freeze. A very nice heart card to double barrel here, as Ben would really like to see a double barrel. Sam's going to be calling with all his deuce X, 6X on the flop, some gut shots in there, as well as flush draws, so don't even mind sizing up a bit here as Ben potentially targeting that part of Sam's range. There's a lot more hands we can fold out here with a double barrel that can call. And a bet of 5.5, and Sam just going to have to get out of the way here with a freeze. Nice little play there from Ben.
He does. Nice one. Good session. Back in 15.
So total is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, guys, break time.
UK's biggest city is about 4, right? First thing comes up is that. Leeds is in 8. So Leeds, Bradford's much smaller than Leeds. Actually, it's a bit right on the edge of Bradford, like in Leeds. Newcastle is bigger. It's bigger than Newcastle. 300.9. Well, I must have seen that earlier. 2011, 300.9.
drop your C cards. I've started doing 2 miles a day now. Is that impressive or what?
Yeah, really good. Superstar rapper. Look to you're not getting this yet, but
No, but you know what? There's a woman that swims in the same pool I do, and she used to be on Team GB.
whoa.
And she said that she would give me a couple of lessons.
My cousin's the second cousin won a Paralympic gold medal swimming. You'll know her. I can't remember her name, but you'll know her.
Oh, Rebecca Adling.
No, not the Paralympics. No.
Oh, the Paralympic. No, I don't know her name.
You'll definitely have seen her face.
Right. Oh, it's a female swimmer. Oh, good, Rebecca Lynn.
Generally speaking, I think female swimmers' bodies are weird as fuck. Weird, but they're all like broad shouldered, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like they've got like man shoulders and a wide back. Right.
Of course. Hello, Mr. Shields. How are you, sir? Huh? Yeah, good luck with that, mate. You better off ordering at the bar and find on the table, you know. Say on table, whatever, tea, whatever. Honestly, that's literally the nut way, I reckon. Oh, look at all these. Both pairs are the worst, right? Sort them. Oh, good job, bro. Yeah.
Family touch please, all players remaining in today's main event. You're welcome to start retaking your seats. You have just over 3 minutes on the break. That's all players, just over 3 minutes remaining on the break. For all players, please retake your seats.
I won't touch it. I'm just confused.
I am as well.
Whatever seat you were in on the last table is the seat you're in now.
Yeah, but which was it? They put my code in there, so.
Can we use the thing? The computer?
Yeah. You can't listen to the stream though.
No. There's spice for that anyway.
We're fine, don't worry.
Some of them like no electronics.
Well,
you can't play this, you're here. All them chips. I've got the room, I like that. You're in more. Sent to get into this coffee, not another 6 in a row.
No more booze. No more booze.
No.
Oh, that one again? This table here, yeah.
Is that Mr. Malou by? Ali Malou, seniors champion, Manchester. 76,000 chips. That is Ann Kennedy on the feature again. Seat 1, Paul Williams. Seat 2, Quentin Rousey. Seat 3, Mark Jones. Anthony Kennedy. In 4, Diver Byrne, bang in the middle. Ali Malou, Cheryl Taylor, and Michael Howard, not the Home Secretary. The last 2 levels of the evening. 4,800 and 501,000 to finish today. The water's in situ. Jay's back.
Ready to go.
Ready to go.
New feature table.
We have Malou.
You ran through, we got Tower?
We have Diver. Yep, done it. You were on water duty, son.
Ah, Quentin's back, who
joined Anthony Kennedy.
Ah! Could be a fun last session.
Tell him George the Greek says hi. Says George the Spartan. Nice one, George. Good to have you watching. Cards in the box, please. Thank you very much. That's what it's for. And Mr. Malou. Diver just calls the 2,000. 9.6 behind the line, so 12 bigs.
Mark's going to defend now in the big blind, and it's going to be three-way action to the flop.
Jack 9-7, 2 diamonds.
It's a good flop here for Anthony, flopping top pair, backdoor flush draw and a gut shot. Marcus middle pair, top kicker, diver 2 overcards to the board and a gut shot to the nuts. Wow, Mark's actually going to come in for a donk now.
That diver won't be calling, unfortunately.
Just going to get out of the way here, not going to invest 30% of our stack with just a gut shot, and lets that one go. But Anthony here going to be probably feeling pretty comfortable about his hand after we faced a donk from the big blind, and this is gin all turn card for us. We're praying Mark has an 10, sorry, off the free roll wheel, but just a 9 for Mark. Pick your own turns, that was tower for Anthony. Turns are straight, redraw to the straight flush.
No, we don't get to see a river. So the final session is upon us. Live stream finishing between 12:15 and 12:30. Another great live stream. Another great sessions from all the players, and numbers here in Manchester have just gone nuts.
Crazy. We're probably going to surpass last year's total, and yesterday we were sitting there thinking we're even going to creep over the guarantee.
You couldn't foresee 229 runners today.
No,
not at all.
Price would have been huge.
Prize pool currently stands at £298,000.
How many entries today, Tower? I'm sweating on this.
229.
Ooh.
229. Just incredible.
The Malusta. Good to see him back. Supporting the GUKPTs. 2 titles already to his name over the years.
Pocket fives. Numerous final tables. Couple of heads up losses.
But he's always entertained us, Tower.
He has indeed.
So Quentin going to over-limp on the button once Ali comes in for a limp early position with the 5s. Mark can now complete this Queen 6 suited in the small, and Anthony's going to get the option to check. So 4-way action here is a limp pot. Ace 10-10, 2 diamond flop, so the Ace 6 of Quentin way out in front here. However, I do expect him to potentially check this one. We're actually 5-way to the flop. Looks like Cheryl is in the pot too. Just unaware of her holding. We're just going to rewind. Cheryl leading this flop. She's going to have some flush draws in there. She'll have some ace-x, some 10x as well. She's just with the Queen 3 of clubs. And going to come in for a double barrel here. And Quentin going to call once more. Quarter pot size on the turn. And the deuce on the river, and Cheryl sees the Queen 3, checks, shows it, and the A6 of Quentin is going to be the best hand.
So do we see the fireworks from Malou as normal? Do we see Diver getting a double up and getting back into the game? All will be revealed. Interesting to see how many buy-ins for tomorrow will be.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah,
I'm setting the line at 8.
I'll have the overs just because it was 9 last year.
Oh, damn. Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It was the first ever time last year as well that we did incorporate the day 2 buy-in into the GUKPT main events. And 2 of them buy-ins out of the 9 actually final tabled as well, Ludo and Fraser McIntyre. If you were with us this time last year, tuned into the stream, I'm sure you remember. Good final table that was as well. Ben Marrickhead's on there, Kellett was on there. And Mick the Mod on Twitch says, go, go, Diver. Michael, Ace King under the gun +2. Makes it 1.8 to go, and this is going to be a race because this should all be getting in between Michael and Quentin at some point pre-flop here, you expect. Quentin should be aware Michael here opening off of a sub 20 big blind stack, playing around 17 big blinds. We just want to free bet the 10s here to a size to try and potentially get it in against Michael. We're happy to get 10s in pre-flop for this amount of big blinds, so probably just free bet to around 5.5k, around that sort of remit, and obviously planning to call off the jam. That's 6.1, it's fine too. And Michael's going to shove, and we're going to be off to Flipsville.
What are you taking to the pound note table?
I'll have the Ace King.
You're having the Ace King?
I always have the Ace King tower.
You're always behind.
It's not that. It's not about being behind. It's the thing is, if we've got the 10s and it comes
Get
Ace
your pound
or
out ready.
King high, we're drawing to 2 outs. We've always got 6 outs if we brick the flop.
I've got the
with Ace King.
10s.
I just like that. It's nothing to do with the maths of it. I just like having more outs if we whiff the flop. Whereas if an Ace or a King comes and you've got the 10, you've only got 2 outs.
Okay. I've got the 10s. I've still got the 10s. Ace King needs to hit. Jack for extras.
Jack for extras. So a 10 now would also do the job. Looking for Ace, King or a 10 to keep our tournament alive. Oh, send it! Send it!
Unbelievable. How do you get rivered like that? Yeah. For absolute chunks. Here.
Hear that.
Oh, it passed it. Unbelievable. I got rivered. Oh,
and there's the double on the end. Ace from space.
What you should do is pick a suit each. Whenever it's that suit on the flop, if you got one goes red, one goes black, just 3 hearts on the flop, you keep £2. But if it's like 3 diamonds, you only get £1 if it's red, and then vice versa, and just keep that going for as well. That's all.
Yeah, for 250 hands, could have like £100 swing there, couldn't we? could have like £100 swing.
I'm sweating here.
The way this man runs, I'll probably
yeah.
Probably say no. So Paul in the low jack here, Ace Jack. We're going to raise it up. Makes it 2k. And we got Quentin, who's going to get out of the way. Action now on Anthony on the button. He's got Jack 7. He's flicked in the call. And Diver's got the shove with the 9s, and Paul's going to have to call this one off with Ace Jack here. And once again, we're going to be off to the races. 10 big blind shove, Ace Jack. Going to have to call here as Paul. Yeah, we do have Anthony behind, but Shouldn't be too worried about him once he flats the button here. Can flat very wide. If he's got Jack 7 off in there, he's going to have a whole host of hands.
Change. And, damn. I'm having divers. I'm having divers double. Divers double for that pound back.
Well, I'll probably take the 9s here as well, so I'm
No, you can't have the 9s. You always want the ace check for the overs and the extra outs on the turn. You can't change your mind.
I never like seeing diver bust. Really, really good ambassador for the ladies'
That's why I
game.
back the 9s.
And really lovely character off the table. Not going to have to fade an ace or a jack here. Keep her tournament alive. Clean flop. Now fading queens as well, though.
Wow, any high card again. Oh, that's good.
So ace, queens, and jacks
Here
to
goes
fade.
the 6 of hearts. Oh, the 5 of hearts. Give me that pound back.
What? We never took the bet.
I had the 9s, you had the ace jack. Thank you. Back to tower.
I'm not having that. I'm definitely having a Stewards.
You should have shouted the hand first.
Oh. Alright, I'll let you have that one, but you can get the first round later.
Yeah, the water's on me. Send it. See, meeting the mod was listening. He knew. How many are left? That's a good question, actually, George. How many are left? We keep saying how many players have played. What we haven't said is how many are actually left in the building. So we quickly go to the Poker Live app, which instantly tells us how many is left. 110. 110. With an extra buy-in. Oh my word. I don't know where they've come from. And I don't know what's just happened. But the prize pool is £303,000.
Yeah.
Which means total entries today of 234. What's the line?
235 is the line.
Wow.
I don't think I'm going to make it. I don't think we're going to hold on for another hour and 45 minutes or so without another entry.
I did see 3 busties stood chatting.
I'm just hemorrhaging money today. Yeah, Yanis is going to get. You're taking pounds off me every flip. It's unbelievable.
I did see 3 absolute superstars all chatting on whether to re-enter as we were coming back from our break. Chris De Silva,
Ben Windsor,
and Jeff Kimber all stood talking about shall we.
Clearly not. As it happened, you have been dominated. Really? Yeah. Small buttons. That's 40.
So the cards are out in the air. All folding round to Ali Millu. Divers folded. Standard raise on the button from Ali. Maybe not to 3.6 though.
The old 3.6x. The old Malou
Go on,
stuff.
Malou, we love you.
Always does entertain us, Ali on the table. Absolute legend of the GUKPTs. One of them faces that just everybody knows. Yeah, Logs, famous hand that, one of the most viewed ones of the GUKPT, the old 6 deuce off free-handed shove. Against Adam Owen, wasn't it? Adam Owen had the jacks and went on to win the tournament after that. Managed to beat David G heads up back in Leeds 2018. One of the quickest final tables as well. I think we were done by 5:30.
Ali Malou, King Queen. The old 3x this time.
Mixing it up.
Mixing it up. 5x, 4x, 3x.
And raise and take again from Ali. No, graphic error. We have a call from Cheryl on the button. So we are actually going to the flop. Heads up. I'm sure that will rectify very shortly. Queen 7-7 2 diamond flop, so Ali Malou here. Really like this from Ali actually, Tower. This is a really good check from him on this Queen 7-7 board. Like very good hand to check, especially with the King of Diamonds here as well. Like it's one of them board textures where there's just not any bad turn cards for our hand other than an ace. So can potentially induce some bluffs from our opponent, and we can also under rep our hand. So Cheryl actually taking a stab here with the Jack 6 suited, and Ali Malou now going to actually raise here. Was expecting to see the check call, but makes it 10.2k, and Cheryl Jack 6 suited here. She's obviously going to save some time, take some time, and then let it go. But she just cannot continue in this spot, and does let it go. Ali shows the Queen.
So chip leader is Ali Malou. Mark on 50,000. Diver who doubles to nearly 20 and starting stack.
Bobby on Twitch, how's Keldo doing? He's still in the field. He had around 70, 80k last break, I believe. But he is still in. Did have a bullet yesterday, but still on his first bullet today. Looking to bag up come close of day. Sam Grafton is also still in. You can actually see him on the outer table if you look closely in the background. Wearing the old...
Oh, he's moved tables, hasn't he? Because he's next to Tom Middleton now.
Yeah, move tables. Ali Malou with the Jack 10 here in the hijack. So Cheryl flattening the ace-jack and the cut-off. Paul going to defend in the big with the old Queen 5.
No need to raise with the ace-jack, is there? Or can we?
Against Ali, we can 3-bet this hand for value, but Cheryl just wanting to call and play a pot in position. And Ali Malou, the old domination rotation, now out flops her. And once again, checking the old top pair, and Cheryl is going to take the bait again. And Ali Malou, interesting to see if he opts to raise the top pair again, or if he's just going to call.
Yeah, makes it 6,600. Cheryl with the redraw and the overs.
Yeah, backdoor diamonds here for Cheryl. We're actually getting a really good price to make the call, but like, what's our play on turns that aren't ace jacks or diamonds? And quick double check of the hole cards. That's a very small raise from Ali as well. Like, he can have flop sets here as well, making it really small. Can be 9 and dead in some situations, drawing some running diamonds or running straight. Don't look like Cheryl is going to insta-fold here.
She might like her overs.
And she might even level herself into thinking, hold on a minute, he raised me last time quite big in a top pair, he's gone smaller this time, maybe he hasn't got it. Might have a draw, some diamond draw. We're ahead of all diamond draws because we've got the ace of diamonds in our hand.
Well, she does announce call.
I won't want to see a jack on the turn because I think that would probably be curtains for Cheryl. But Ali Malou going to feel pretty comfortable, especially after that tank from Cheryl on the flop as well. Oh, there it is! Jack of clubs on the turn, and this could be the end.
It is. Cheryl. Ah! The 2 pair on the turn for Ali Malou. Cheryl needs an ace.
And only an ace. Oh, it's another jack on the river.
Wow. And he all goes in on the river if he doesn't go in on the turn.
And Ali Malou up over 100k. He's been out of the game for a while. I know he's been in his home country, but he's left and he's came back right where he left off. Chipping up.
113,000. Cheryl departs. Oh my. Ali Malou has chips. The Malousta. Yeah, I think once she'd initially raised and got out of didn't get out of calling, then that would have been it. Aces for Quentin, ace 9 for Diver. Diver raises, and just a call with the aces. Diver bets 2K Quentin Coles. Three diamonds on the turn. And a 10 of diamonds. It's the back door, but I don't think anybody's worried about the back door. It would have bet the turn if we had it done. Quentin. Well, he needs to fire out a little bit. If he fires, he won't get called, but it's basically all of it that looks at that. Yeah, he puts Diver all in, and Diver gets away on 16,000. Nice and steady for Diver, but we'll need a little bit of help in the last two levels of the day. So Ali Malou moves up to 115,000 chips. Queen 10 for Mark on the big, 18 to call. I love a squeeze. He's got the chips to do it. Nope, just calls. And back round to Ali. Who calls with the 7-6. Four players see a flop. Deuce, 10, deuce. Nobody with a 2, but Mark hits 2 pair. Options on C3, bets out. And it looks like folding all the way around in turn. Paul Williams in seat number 1. Oh, raised to 16, getting a bit giddy with the 4s. Is it in the button range to be calling with a 2 in your hand? Ace 10 maybe, King 10 maybe. But
so I'm assuming, I'm just getting back to the hand here, guys. There was an open pre-flop, Paul's peeled on the button, and Mark's completed in the big blind.
Decided not to squeeze. I thought it was squeezable.
Like, are we really? Wow,
Turns on the 10 and
gets the 10 to fold.
Yeah. Began that for Paul.
Mark Pix was playing earlier. He had a bit of a sicko, to be honest with you.
Did he?
Oh, horrible
not seen
tower.
him.
Horrible. Open button. Big blind 3-bet. He 4-bet rips for 30 bigs. Gets called by ace jack. He's got aces.
Oh.
King queen flop 10 on the river. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yep. I've said to him, there's not much you can do. Like, you get yourself down sometimes, but you've done everything right, and it's just the games, the way it goes sometimes. Yeah, all in pre.
Wow.
All in pre. King queen flop 10 on the river. 7 nice when your aces get cracked by another ace-x hand, but it will happen. If you play a lot of poker, it's going to happen a lot of times over the course of the years.
I don't even know if Alan Lamont's still in. Playing his first GUKPT main event for a while. Paul, put your cards in the box. He has been told about 4 times. Ah, there we go. We move them across to see King 9 suited.
And Quentin here going to 3-bet the ace-5 off, facing the cut-off open. We've got the old ace blocker in there for removal. Obviously we're not going to flat, so want to continue here. This is probably the best avenue to go. Times that we do get peeled, we have position, we have the ability to take the pot down post-flop with our continue. Like, betting lead is such a big thing in this game, and wow, is Paul just going to come out and donk here in a 3-bet pot? Looks like he is.
You don't want him to.
So King 9 flopping the flush draw, 2 overcards, and Quentin with just ace high does have a gut shot himself. 4 would make him a straight. Paul here leading 9k, and Quentin just moves all in. What's going on here? Paul has to call tower. I'm guessing he's
with the King 9 of clubs. He has to call.
Yeah, we're getting over 25k into 20. Yeah, get 2.2 on a call here to 1, 2 overs and a flush draw. Can be a bit scared of potentially Quentin having a hand like ace queen of clubs, ace jack of clubs here. But are we really donking for 3/4 pot to then fold a hand of this strength? We need to make these decisions before we come in for the donk. I weren't a fan of the donk anyway. It's better to check shove this hand, wait for the.
I'm gonna have to go and scrape him back from the corner in a minute. Oh, that might break it down with Jay Howard coming back to the GUKPT reel very soon. Wow. Well,
I'm tilted. Off you go, Tower. I'm done for the day. I'm off. Oh, Quinter gets it through with the ace-5 there. But I just don't see how we can bet 3/4 pot and then fold when we got 2 overs and a flush draw in this 3-bet pot here. And I know it's the back end of the day, we've been grinding all day, but we need to make this decision before we donk. If we're not going to call the shove from Quentin, Quentin's the 3-bet here, he's got all the overpairs, we're not going to call that shove then, there's no need to donk. Just check call or check shove yourself, incorporate that fold equity in for your side. But it's just anyway, back to the action. Forget that hand. I'm just going to be annoyed. So Ali, aces, and Paul in the hijack with ace jack of diamonds.
3.5x with the aces. Gets one caller. King 9-3. He's just been holding King 9, hasn't he?
Yeah, the old King 9 of clubs it was as well. Ali here going to continue, and Paul just going to have to get out of the way with ace jack. Complete whiff on this flop.
I know what he should be doing, and I know what he should do now. He might go, no, he gets out of the way.
Club one was better. Aces.
I've kept taking
So,
honestly, Jakey in the chat, that is probably one of the most crazy hands I've seen in a long time. I just don't see how we can bet three quarter pot, leaving ourselves that behind, and then having the fold with 2 overs and the flush draw there. First of all, donking in the 3-bet pot. But people play their own game, they have their own strategy. Obviously there are things running through their heads that isn't going to be the same as everyone else. But on to the next hand. But Ali Malou chipping up over 100k in chips now.
So blinds 4-8, big blind ante in operation under the good Adam. Should get out of the way, which he does. Michael rolls around with the ace king.
Yeah,
raises to 1.8. Call from Anthony in seat 4, Anthony Kennedy.
Yeah, diver here with the ace queen. She's just going to have to shove tower. She's got 14 big blinds here. It's just so unfortunate for her. She's so patient, and she actually gets a really strong hand here off of her stack size.
She has announced the all-in as well as putting the triangle in as well. Yeah. Diver Byrne is all in. She will get snapped. We don't know Ali Malou's holdings, but
what's Malousa up to?
Is in the think tank, is Mr. Malou. 14.4.
Flicks in the call.
Ali's called. Uh-oh.
Ali Malou's in, and Michael's got the easiest shove. With ace king now. Michael's effective stack 26 big blinds. We're just going to want to
there in as well. That's as much value as Diver could get.
And Anthony gets out of the way, so free away here. Ace king, ace queen. What's Ali Malou got?
Ali says I'm going for a split pot. Does that mean he's got ace queen as well? Or has he got ace king?
Ace jack.
Ace jack.
Ace queen, ace jack, ace king. So Michael in pole position here to win a nice pot this stage of the day. Just fading queens and jacks at the moment.
Ali Malou has them both covered. Michael would have a side pot, and Diver has got the ace queen, needs to hit to stay in the tournament. It will be up to 46,000 for Diver.
Yeah, it's just a caller for Diver here with the ace queen, 14 bigs. It's just unfortunate she's run into the top end of Michael's range here, but we can still get lucky.
Yeah, we can indeed.
Ali Malou doing Ali Malou things.
Way.
Jack on the flop.
We need running spades or a queen for Diver.
Oh, there's the queen on the turn for Diver.
The queen.
Now needing to fade a 10 king.
Oh, 4 of spades, she says.
Oh, it's a deuce of clubs, and Diver going to get a needed a treble up. Michael's out the door. Malou's going to scoop the side between him and Michael. Jack on the flop, queen on the turn. How about that, guys?
Oh, as soon as he hits the jack on the flop, Diver never moved. She knew it was coming.
Oh,
that's right back in the game for one of the lady ambassadors that travels the globe playing poker. Diver back up to 46,000.
Rough one for Michael to take there. Ace King in that spot, not only losing the main but also losing the side to Ace Jack. You got to do well to lose against both players in that spot when you've got them both in a dominated spot. But Diver.
What was the side spot for Ali?
There was about
Michael's
26k. Yeah, it's about 26, 27k. 13, 14k difference between the stacks of Diver and Michael.
Yeah, so Ali didn't lose too many chips then. Ali Malou did not lose too many chips, but Diver a full treble up plus a little bit more. Diver Burn back in the mix.
So here we go again, next hand. Diver back in the game, and Anthony.
Ace Queen for Anthony in the cut-off raises to 2,000. Diver's just got chips, so she's not getting involved in this one. Oh, Malou moves all in. He just says I'm all in. There's been a raise to 2,000. Ali Malou says I'm all in. Well, for 114,000 chips.
Well, effective stacks.
I am all in.
Effective stacks 40 bigs of Anthony in the cut-off. So it's like the unexploitable jam tower.
It's 41,000.
And against this particular opponent here, I don't think we're going to see Anthony.
I'm here to play.
Go. And it's Ace Queen versus Ace Queen. Clean board, please, dealer.
Anthony Kennedy says you're in front, you've got 2 flush draws. Oh man. The effective I'm all in at 41,000 chips. Anthony Kennedy is at risk, but we'd like to see a chop.
Well, both of them actually can still get there. Spade or a heart on the turn.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not like this, Ali Malou.
No, we're not doing it. Surely not. Brick. Oh!
3 of spades on the river.
Anthony Kennedy has been Maloued.
I think I know why it's so hot in there, Tower, because Ali Malou is on fire at the moment.
Wow.
Everything.
He puts the lot in the middle. Ace Queen off. And Anthony Kennedy said, you must be in front, you've got 2 flush draw possibilities. And that's exactly what it does. 4 spades on the board means Ali Malou takes out Anthony Kennedy.
Been waiting for action for the last 2 days, and then in 2 hands, it's like boom, boom.
Wowzers. We could have lost 3, but Diver got there on the turn. She's texting away to all the friends and the fans that she's trebled up. And then she's just texting in the next tweet, I'm sat next to a lunatic they called Ali Malou, who's just got it all in me Ace Queen off against Ace Queen suited and hits 4 to a flush. Oi. The Malou.
We wait all day for hands like that, and 2 come along at once. It's
unbelievable.
Ali Malou.
Ali Malou is on the feature table until we close play today. That is for sure.
Must be nice. Quentin, 10-9 of clubs, raised to 1.8k. Mark makes the call with the 6s. Ali's in with the 6-8 of diamonds. And Adam here in the small blind nursing a 7 big blind stack. Going to let that one go. And Andrew in the big with ace-9. He's going to make the call. Can we make it a hat-trick of hands? Any 6, 7, 8 flops about?
You sicko. You forgot the highlight reel one when you walked off 10 minutes and had to cool down.
Yeah, I know, yeah. The King 9 of clubs hand as well, yeah. I had to go for a quick 30-second walk off that, honestly. That's why it went so quiet. What a session this has been so far. Hopefully more of the same to come. So 4-way to the flop, but we get the 10-4 deuce flop. So Quentin, the only player connecting, flopping top pair, may get a street of action from Mark with the sixes, just one overcard. Thanks for tuning in, George, on YouTube. We're back tomorrow from 12:30 for day 2.
George is off. Unfortunately, his man, Anthony Kennedy, has been eliminated. Thanks for tuning in, George. Don't forget, we are here all week. Tune in until we crown a champion Sunday night, whenever you can.
So it doesn't even get the street from the sixes. Good fold from the sixes there. Understands that less likely it's going to be an air ball, betting into 3 opponents there. Quentin gets that one through. And in all that commotion, just realised 10 minutes time the blinds are going to be going up. And that'll take us into the last level of the day.
So I think we've calmed down now. I think we're back to normal.
It's just crazy. Amazing. 15 minutes, free hands.
160k, divers up to 46.
No, Mark, he's talking about me. We're not talking about Ali Manu if he's calmed down. Tao's talking about us two here in the booth. Haven't had much excitement on the table over the last 2 days, so to get back-to-back hands like that was a bit of exciting in it. Ali Manu with the chips now could be an entertaining last hour and a half or so, or hour and 15 minutes or so I should say. Unlikely to be finishing up past midnight. And just an update, guys, what's happening over the weekend. If you're not coming down to play the main event tomorrow, 4 o'clock start, we have the £250 Texas Hold'em. And then on Sunday, we have 3 side events running. We have the 75 Bounty, the £100 No Limit Texas Hold'em. And then we also have the ladies event, which is £90 plus 10. Also a National League running for the ladies, so you can check all that out online on the GUKPT website. As a dive up with the deuces going to open to 1.6k. And Quentin going to defend the King 5 in the big. Ace King 6 Rainbow. So still expect diver to continue this quite high frequency. It's ace high, we've opened early position. It's going to favour our range a lot more than Quentin's. But Quentin here, middle pair, no kicker. He's going to call once. Facing the 1.7k C bet from diver. A 3 of diamonds on the turn. This King 5, not the type of hand that's going to be able to withstand the heat of a double barrel. If Diver does elect to continue repping a strong range of hands, because she has opened early position here, and this is really good from her, just recognising that this board is going to favour her a lot more, and the big blind's going to be fairly wide. So he's going to have a lot of just one pair holdings in there, like King X, 6X. We can even apply some pressure to some raggy aces. But we're going to be going bet with our ace queens, ace jacks, ace tens here. Obviously got a set of kings in there, set of sixes as well as value. And then thinking about it in terms of bluffs, not really too many we can have. Maybe some queen jack, queen 10, jack 10 that turned diamonds as well. But Quentin here, really good read on the situation. Looks like he's going to make another call, and don't know if he's actually picked up anything from Diver, but she's just going to snap check behind, and the King 5 for Quentin is going to be the best hand. Very difficult to unload the clip there from Diver. But I like the double barrel. I think against most opponents that's going to get through. But Quentin seems to have a little bit of a sixth sense today on the featured. Especially when he ripped the ace-5 off correctly in that 3-bet pot as well. It was. I'm
going to set up a poll on Twitter.
Yeah.
In the current situation in the world, regarding coronavirus, should poker players be outed for not washing their hands after taking a pee?
Oh, of course they should. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to set it out there.
It's not just with coronavirus, it should always...
No, I understand that. I'm on about the current situation in the world,
yeah.
where everything's a little bit more heightened now, isn't it? And health and safety and cleanliness and health. And
like the Vic's the best here, because they've just got these hand sanitizer boxes everywhere all around the casino, so it's just done.
And I know even like Dusseldorn have always been... Dusseldorn was the first casino I remember to put deodorant on just in the toilet for men to use.
And mouthwash as well in there as well, yeah.
Deodorant and now sanitizer, and it's just a given, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
Quentin been making the plays. Now he's got the hand. Ace King here in the small, incoming 3-bet against this particular opponent. Probably go quite large here against Ali Malou. Somewhere around the 9k remit, between 8.5 9k here. But he's just going to flat. That might have something to do with we don't potentially want to get it in with Ace King for 70 bigs against Ali Malou, because he is capable of just saying I'm all in when we 3-bet, and may have something to do with it.
Ace 9 5 2 diamonds.
Get a great flop for us though as Quentin, especially when we're under repped here. Checks through on the flop, looks painty. King of diamonds on the turn, so Quentin turning 2 pair here. So now Quentin is going to come in for a lead with his Ace King, bet 5.7k into 8, so around the 2/3 pot mark. And Ali has caught a king on the turn. There are 3 diamonds on the board though. He's going to make a good fold, Ali Malou. Cards look like they're going into the muck. Shows the king, gets out of the way, and doesn't lose a penny. Yeah, Mark, I understand what you're saying on Twitch. He says, actually don't hate flatting this deep versus someone like Malou, especially out of position, but prefers it in the big blind when there's no one behind. Yeah, it's just gross, ain't it? If we 3-bet and Malou goes crazy and just 4-bet rips like 4s or something, and then we're flipping for a ridiculous amount of big blinds. So can most definitely understand the thought process. Either is fine.
So raised to 17,000. That can't be 17,000, can it? Definitely not. Blind's only 4.8.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a raise to 17,000.
It's obviously 1,700. Dave's just obviously plugged in an extra zero. Still surprised to see Mark call here in the small with the 8-5 off. I know it's a button open, but 8-5 off just is not going to play very well post flop. We're out of position. Quentin chooses to check the 4 high behind here.
It goes check, check.
Turn is the 6 of spades, and Quentin once more not coming in for a bet. And Queen on the river. So check from Mark, and Quentin now playing the board. Looks like he is going to come in for a bet, and Mark's probably going to call this off. We're going to hear about Queen X, King X a lot of the time. Well, no, he's just going to fold. I think Queen X is going to bet turn. King X is probably going to bet flop, or at least delay continued turns, and we're chopping with all other 8X except Ace 8. I guess Quentin can come in for thin values with 9s, 10s and jacks there, but it's only 18 combos of hands. Just preserving the stack there with the 8-5, snap folding. Turned out to be a good run out, but didn't want to flick any more chips in.
We'll try and get the chips stacks sorted accordingly. It wasn't to raise to 17, it was raised to 1.7. So the last level has just started.
And Adam going to move all in here. No action for him. And Nick blinds an ante. So into the last level. So Quentin Jack 10 in the hijack. Looks like going to come in for a raise. Makes it 2k. Diver going to get out of the way in the small with King 5 off, and action going to be on Ali Malou. Ace 4 in the big. It's definitely not folding. But we've known Ali Malou to come in with some very large free bet size over the years. Looks like he's counting out. He is counting out free betting chips. Don't raise my big blind. 13.2k, there it is, 6.5x. And he's going to show the ace. I wanted him to show the 4. I really wanted him to show the 4. If there was ever a man to be knighted in the Northwest.
The Malou.
The Malou.
The Malou. There's a good point. When Ali Malou's involved in the pot, does the software that works out percentages make an allowance that it's Ali? And if not, could you get it to increase Ali's percentage by approximately 60%? Hey, you're never at a flip, are you? You're never at a flip with Ali Malou. You're always behind.
And the times you do hold against him, he makes you work for it, don't he? He's always got like a gazillion outs on the turn. So Adam here, 8.4k, so just over an 8 big blind shove with the King Queen, and Andrew is calling it off with the Ace 3 after opening under the gun. Is actually ahead here, but this one basically a coin flip.
Queen 5-4. So the Queen hits and pick your own flops.
Yep. Do very well to lose this one now. Oh!
Oh, how do we hit the gutter ball, baby?
So he's still got outs, can't find a heart, but that's a gross turn. You think you've locked it. Oh, hey, there it is.
What a roller coaster that was.
Adam there with the King Queen. Roller coaster of emotions for him. And gonna double up through Andrew.
So we get a double. What a roller coaster hand that was. Oh, I've got some news for you.
News?
The news is bad news.
I guess when it was on 2, 3, 4 that we weren't going to hold out till the end of the day.
This is now officially the biggest GUKPT in Manchester for 11 years. 309,000 in the prize.
Wow, what a turnout.
The biggest GUKPT in 11 years. And yesterday, they were thinking there might have been an overlay. The prize pool currently stands at £309,000.
And we've still got buy-ins tomorrow.
And 240 have played today. Just wow. Is Ben Windsor playing this one, says Billy Gamble. Yes, he was. I don't know if he's re-entered. He was at the last break talking to Krista Silva and Jeff Kimber as they've both been eliminated. And I'm not sure if they all bought back in or one of them, but Ben was out and he could still be, but we're not sure until we get towards the end of the night and chip counts for the start of the day. Oh, Spuddy's in the building. Chris Flint, who final tabled the Omaha this week and won a satellite seat last night. So Spuddy was playing till 4 o'clock. Mick the Mod, absolutely 100% correct. Who would have thought that after yesterday's turnout? Just incredible.
Rip leader, obviously me and you all the shouting, commotion. You just woke my baby up. Now I've got to grind online and hold the bottle in his gob.
Oh, sorry. 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 Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetops. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. I'm trying to help out. Seems like it was our fault.
So Carl continuing here, bet 1.9k. Paul with bottom pair, looks like he's going to call once.
You go and check out the Tower 68 on Twitter. There's a poll out there, and I'd like to know your reasoning. Thank you. So Alan Malou's got himself up to the chip, one of the chip leaders, 150,000. Diver's got herself a treble up. Risco Baron says, "Stop, I'm falling asleep." It's early evening. It's early evening in California. Can we have a GUKPT stop in California, please? Because I would take me clubs.
We've got a non-believer in Paul here, going to call twice here. With just bottom pair. Carl did open early position. This board is going to be very good for him. 4 on the river. And it'd be interesting if Paul was going to call a third street here. I just don't see how he can. Some players may even muck this one on the flop, but facing a double barrel on the turn, a lot of the time it should just be going into the muck. And now Carl going to come in for some value here. Try and potentially get called by some King X holdings. Don't really expect 6X to still be in there. He's called.
He's just called.
He is called. He's called with the old 6. The old Jack 6 makes the call. Not going to want to watch that one back.
Very good question from Ashley Dakin. Due to small numbers yesterday and such large numbers today, is it better strategy to play day 1B rather than day 1A?
I think day 1B genuinely, yes, is the better day to play in my experience. you have a lot more recreationals in the field. A lot of the pros have already made it through from Thursday because they like to play Thursday. If they don't make it through, they can then play the Friday. And to be honest, like you can, the chip stacks that go through are usually a lot bigger because of the amount of players on day 1B. So you can sometimes run up that stack that's like 200k plus. But I think it's just most people know that usually day 1B is the softer day, or at least perceived to be softer, just because most people travel up on the Friday and then stay for the weekend. So Ali Malou, the old 4.7x Open with the Queen 7 suited.
Seven, Jack, 8 is the flop. So nut flush draw for Quentin. Ali, it's bottom pair.
Yeah, huge flop for this as Quentin here.
Well, he's got the gutter ball as well. And Ali will oversize the pot.
Ah, he's gone fairly standard size in here, Malou, with the Queen 7. And Quentin here, overcard to the board, gut shot, nut flush draw, everything going on here. You can see hand ranking wise he is behind, but equity wise 60% here. We can go either way with this one. We can play it fast, we can play it slow. And he's opted in for the fast option.
So Quentin with the win on the hand as Ali Malou gets out of the way. I heard about it, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Did you see it?
Yeah. He's pretty ruthless, Luke Schwartz. That's what I'm going to say.
What was it about?
Basically, if you've, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of the Galfond Challenge. Basically, Phil Galfond, over the course of the next 18 months or something, he's going to play multiple opponents, giving them a price to beat him over a certain amount of hands at PLO. And the first person he was playing, a guy from Veni Vidi, European wonder kid, like just coming through online. No one actually knew who he was at first. Yeah. He started playing Veni Vidi, and Veni Vidi had 4-1. Bet that he'd beat him over 15,000 hands, plus they're playing at 25-50 stakes, I believe it is. And Phil Galfond, after day 15, he was $750,000 down, and then Luke Schwartz has piped up, hasn't he, and been like, of course you're going to be losing this, you're a pigeon, you're this, you're that, you're that, come and play me, heads up, and all this. I crush mixed games, and 100, 200, cheers Mark, not 25, 50, 100, 200, but 2 tables at once. And yeah, he's just been getting owned, Phil Galfond. Like, to be honest, he's been running bad, but this I've seen a few of the hands. There's a guy on YouTube that does breakdowns of it, of the best hands from each session, and like a few of the hands, this kid he's just making like some sicko hero calls in 4-card PLO on rivers and stuff, and he seems like he's the better player, where he's getting a 4-1 price against Galfond. But and Luke Schwartz, you know what he's like. Any give him anything and he'll be on ya. So Mark, Ace King here, going to free bet to 16.5k out the big blind.
It's currently,
there you go, currently 900.
Currently 900,000 down.
Should we see what's happening?
While we're having a shuffle, we'll peekaboo a few players. There's the trick still in.
That looks like Windsor as well there.
80,000, 50, 70, 90, that's about 120,000 for the trick.
Yeah, trick chipping up nicely.
Just responding
And,
to him.
yeah.
Oh, we've had a re-entry.
There he is, Ben Windsor.
We've had a re-entry. Started with 20. That looks like about 35.
Is that Brandon Shields next to him as well? There's Tom Hall.
Tom sat next to Mr. G. Sat next to Mr. Howden.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what, that's a table.
Yeah. Who's this?
Who's that big boo? You have to shout out what we want. We do apologise. John Haig's back in town. Yeah, John. And the biggest arms in the world. You don't mess.
There's Hendrik Getchie.
Hendrik, local fella.
Chopped this event 3 years ago with Andy Hills and Mark Dyson.
Chris in the building. Hartlepool's finest. There were 90 players left the last time we saw. Thanks for that. Looking at a few players from outer tables, we saw that there were 90 players left. Have a quick check now and look at the fantastic app that gives us the live information straight away at our fingertips. 89. And we've just increased it one more player. 310,000. So, is 900,000 in the hole at the minute? Will he ever stop or will he carry on?
Well, he basically took a break from the challenge. He said he needed to take a break, and in order for him to take a break, there's an agreement with Venividi that had to pay him €2,000 each day until they started playing again, because they had to complete the 15,000 hands.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, but basically he's got another 4 or 5 opponents. Bill Perkins is one of them. He's playing Bill Perkins live. Action Freak's one of them. I can't remember who the others are off the top of my head, but basically
Bill Perkins live?
Yeah,
playing 15,000
No,
hands?
with Bill Perkins, it's not 15,000 hands. Each opponent has a set different amount of hands. Some are 15,000, some are 20,000, and different odds for each opponent as well. And he's just calling it the Phil Galfond Challenge. And the whole reason he's doing it, he's just trying to build traffic on his site. He's opened up a new poker site, so he's just trying to gain some viewers and get
so
people.
If I asked him to play 5 hands and I won 3 of them, I'm better than he is.
Yeah.
Is that it?
So
I'm into that.
Towers in. You'll have 100 to 1.
Get me that Galfond's number.
Yeah, there we go. And B in the chat. Chance Cornoof, yep, that was the other one. And it's Jungle Man, ain't it? The Jungle Man. Daniel Cates. One of the PLO crushers.
Wowzers.
Tower versus Galfond.
Get me in.
Quentin in the cut-off, ace-6 here, going to raise to 2.2k. Diver with the 6-5 suited in the big blind. Definitely going to be defending here at the very least. And does defend. And it's going to be heads up to the flop. Nine, 8, 6, 2 spades. So both players catch a 6. Quentin does have diver out-kicked here, but it's a flop. You expect Quentin to be checking more often than betting here versus big blind range, and there is the check behind. So we're going to take a turn, and diver actually pings the 3 outer now, and going to check once more. And I don't think Quentin is going to be betting. He's going to check, and if this 7 on the river, so both players actually make a straight now, and if diver actually checks here, I like a bet from Quentin. Like you, diver's probably just going to lead our 10x, and this is the power of position. We can just go near the pot size here as Quentin and potentially bluff diver off of the pot. Like we play our 10x the same way as well. We check on both streets, like our ace 10s, king 10s, maybe not jack 10s because we're up and down, queen 10s double gutted, but I like the size. This is a really good size from Quentin here. It just makes it so much more difficult for diver to call, because she's not actually getting like 1.8 to 1 on the call now. She's getting well, she does make the call. She does actually make the call, calling for a chop and calls correctly, but it's one of them situations where you just have to be right more often than not, because you're calling for half the pot rather than all of the pot. But the Spidey senses are on point there and correctly made the call. Maybe she just thinks Queen 10 and Jack 10, Queen 10 double gutted, Jack 10 up and down, both going to bet either turn or flop, so basically only repping King 10 or Ace 10. Nice call from Diver.
Buddy with the tens.
Yeah, making it 2.3. We've got Quentin here with the Queen 9 of Hearts here in the hijack. Thinking about potentially continuing, but I'm not sure why.
Well, Quentin looked down at Chris's stack and said, how many have you got?
Yeah, the thing is, I think against this stack size, we just, a lot of the time, just let it go. But does want to make the call, play in position. Chris opening early position with the 10 tip, like deeper, I can understand, but we're playing effective now. 17 bigs with Chris. Diver's out of the way and the small with the 8-4 suited. Ali Malou's in. No, yeah, is he in? Is he out? He's out, so we're heads up. 10s and the Queen 9 suited. Lovely flop here for the 10s. 8-5 deuce, 1 heart. And Chris got an easy continue here. And this is one of the problems, like we're just not deep enough here as Quentin. Like this would actually be a really nice float candidate if we were like 40-50 big blinds deep. He's still going to pull out the float here, but now you see Chris only with just over 1 SPR left behind, and I can get behind the float a bit deeper, but there's just so many turns when Chris is going to shove and we just have to fold. But he's actually came in for a check, so deception here from Chris, and Quentin probably going to take the bait now. We've floated with Queen High here. We're going to have to be betting this turn. And he's going to come in for the bet.
38. Here's the bet.
So 38, and I expect Chris probably just to jam now tower. He's not going to call, leaving himself a half pot bet size behind. He's going to quickly count his stack. It looks like he's just going to call. And he is going to shove. And now Quentin just can't call with a Queen 9. Lets it go. 10s are good. Like, for example, Chris wouldn't be able to shove that spot if we were a lot deeper there, but it's just important noting your opponent's stacks. Rip Leader says, whatever happened to Ellie? The G Pro. I remember Ellie. She used to play when I play. Yeah,
she moved to Malta, and then she moved somewhere else.
Yeah.
She doesn't live in England anymore.
Oh, Ellie Bissick.
Yep.
I haven't seen. Does she still play?
I've no idea. Doesn't live in the country, so don't get any reports.
When I make the mod, just won a bounty tournament, MTT, 77 runners, only took 2 bounties though. How'd you manage that?
22.
Raise and then a ship.
Ace King here for Andrew, making it 2.2k to go. Paul on his direct left here with Ace Jack. Going to shove for 20 bigs, and he's going to run into the top end of Andrew's range here in Ace King. He'll be making the call once it comes back round to him, and Paul are going to need to find a free outer to keep his tournament alive. Back end of day 1B here in Manchester.
Does he do it?
That makes the call, and Paul here going to need to get lucky.
Ace Jack against Ace King. Here come the cards.
Nothing changing there. Still need to find a jack. Do have running clubs. Well, queen on the turn. We've got a couple of chop outs now. Can't find a queen. Jack no good no more though. So looking for ace or queen on the river. It's the 8 of diamonds, and we're going to lose one. Ace King hold him, and we're going to lose Paul from the tournament. Andrew now up to 44k.
Unlucky Paul.
As we move into the last half hour of the day, about 20 minutes time, do the old draw for number of hands left to play. Thanks to everyone that has been tuned in. It's actually been a really, really good last session, saving the best for last.
Awesome.